I'm not drawing a blank on this. We have enemy level start. Higher than 1. How do we make it work correctly? Maybe we should rework the system to be based off of souls free. Would that work? I mean, why wouldn't it? You just use that, the XP to level, instead. Of an independent system. Use a system that gets loaded and serves independent and does not change, but does keep going up. It doesn't change based on loaded, no matter what, I should say. Changes when you kill things, of course, or free things, if you will. To take away the XP system, latch it onto souls freed, and then just have a scaling system attached to that. So take out XP. Take out the XP stat in every single one of these. This right here. This doesn't need to be there. And then we only need to keep in here global souls free +1. And then as you free the souls, that's what dictates levels. Question. Makes it the XP required to level. So once you hit that many souls free, then you get the level. Instead of a system that resets back down to 0, that takes away from. It's one that just ever grows. We still can have that set to 0. Hits a number, goes to 0. Then once you hit the next one, well, your XP, I guess XP doesn't theoretically go to 0 if it's tied to souls free. That doesn't go to 0 then. That would be an independent system, so XP would be a +1 as well. So XP would change from a variety system. We still can make XP the way it is. If y'all are like, Baker, what the hell are you even talking about right now? This is just the ramblings of me when I do math. My teachers didn't like it. My teachers didn't like it. Okay, so we'll keep XP and everything the way it is there. And what we can use then instead is we'll just use do I still have a reset file here? Can I view what the reset looks like? No, reset isn't gonna have souls freed. So when it resets, there's 0 souls freed. But no, that kind of works in that regard. Because the XP then would get carried over on how many souls freed. Then that would read over. What number do we read off of? That can make sense. Actually, we can attach this number instead to... Hold on here. Attach this number into player level, and then this way it loads with the level, okay. Now it's still gonna be a different fucking number every time. Am I just gonna have to make a basic exponential formula? Is it still even gonna work the same? No, the values still come out differently when you load in at different times. Right? Maybe I'm overthinking this. I think I'm overthinking this. I think I'm right. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm overthinking this. Let me just stop. Let me stop. Fucking well overthinking this, dude. If it just brings the XP with it, you're fine. Just fucking stop. If all the values are brought with it, the fucking equation can't break. You stupid shit. Oh, okay. I'm overthinking it. There we go. Alright, we're back. I was so worried about a bug that happened earlier that I already identified where with the create in here that I just kind of let it wreck me. Let that shit wreck me. I think mainly I want to figure out a baseline here and not just have a set number. But only is logical. As long as we base that number off of this, we'll be okay upon loading. The first one, though, first level is always going to be jank because of this. Well, if we do the create correctly and it loads, then it won't. This will be fine. Because it will create this, but then it will get updated upon the loading with how much this should equal. So yeah, we'll be fine. We can secure that to happen correctly. I'm just being stupid. And definitely overthinking things. Anyways. Oh, man. Alright. Well, let's see what happens with this to start out with. And we'll kind of go from there. clearly we can't have that as the new main menu. But mission select is making that impossible because there's a variable within mission select that only can be done when you misselect the mission itself. Oh. This is a different error here. Okay, what's this one? Young Saul, what did I do? I don't think it did. I change things? Create. Okay. And if global enemy level not set. Are you on the map? Oh, hold on. There's rooms. My brain just kind of is confused here. Aren't you sitting? Do I have to? You're gonna make me move it? Okay. Almost bet you're gonna make me move the damn thing. Enemy, parent spawn. You're scaling. Level scaling. You're sitting there. Look at that. You're right there. You're right there. Where do you want to be? What makes you load first? Huh? What makes you load? Let's see, what if I put you here? If that doesn't work, then what I have to unfortunately do is I gotta go and take the code out of there. I gotta put it back over where I had it before. I was just hoping I could move them. Not gonna make a difference in my life, then, huh? So have you go back where you were. Have you go back where you were. Come here. I need you. I guess, you know what, honestly. I don't want to have to use more globals. Can I just make this over into the... Can I just make this over here? Do I have room? Do you have room, sir? Is there anything that constantly runs? Can I... Is there anything I can separate here? What do you do? What do you... You go from game stats. Where's the... Hold on here. Hold on here. Do we have empty alarms? Nice. Look at that. Empty alarm. How many empty alarms can you have? I don't think I need that. Isn't this... Do I want to have dodge roll in here every time as an individual instance? That might make more sense. I think that might make more sense. Alright, well, first off, let's worry about that later. Or get distracted. Let's do an alarm 6 in here, and we're going to inherit alarm 6 and alarm 7. Just like that. And where's the inherent button? There it is. Okay. And I don't like to have alarms stacked on each other. I find they bug a lot if you do that. They can work, but then they don't work sometimes. So I just kind of steer away from doing such things. Might as well adjust those over. Bring these in. Off. Okay. We'll worry about the 8 in a moment. Oh, please. And we'll figure out what we can make globals and not globals later on. That's a whole optimization thing that we'll be doing at one point to see if we can increase mob count. Also, speaking on that, one thing we'll be doing during the rework is we're going to set up a system to allow the player to set their mob cap based off of their previous mob caps that they've hit in the game. So they can hit a higher mob cap, essentially. And then based off of how strong your PC is, you'll be able to attune the mob cap to whatever you want. So that no matter what, you'll have a stable experience for your PC based off of your needs. Get some water real quick. Okay. Let me just cut that for right now. And I am just going to make an alarm here, but it's not going to register or turn on at all. That's all. And essentially later on we can just set one here that if player level equals to etc. to this here, then this alarm gets registered and then we can have it loop back through around over to here. That's simple. Look at the errors. Alright, unknown object player scale not set before reading. At least we're getting errors. At least we're getting errors. Huh? Where didn't you like it? Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct. You would not know what it was. You are actually correct on that. You would have no damn clue. Enemy level is not increasing. Let me get this auto reset done too. I need to... Oh, hey stupid. Did you know... Let me see, is this... You see... How do you expect the alarms to reset if you don't tell the exact alarms to reset? Absolute winning. Just so much winning. There, player level, enemy level, and up. There we go. I like it, but we'll see. I guess still got some more work we gotta do on it. Liking it so far, though. Okay. Now mobs be coming out. The number feels too high. The number feels too high. Let's see if that is right. I thought the number was wrong. Why is this calculating like that? Hold on. Maybe it wants a 0 in front of it. If you want, I'll divide it by 95 if you want. Fucking. We'll get you. We'll make you have the right number up here. I'll make you. I'll make you. Okay. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. Maybe we'll take the base increase, because I see what this is doing now. If we took this off here like this, and we just took enemy scale, this would probably... This will probably do more what we're looking for here. We did that. I'll probably achieve a different outcome. No, we're still gonna... No, this feels better. This is better. Okay, let me set these down here. Is this 2? 2 is 55, and 1 was 60. Can I do it? Fuck did I do now? Absolute. Just winning. Alarm 60. Alarm 60. Apps. Alarm 60. Alarm 60. Like, we have 60 alarms, Baker. Baker, we have alarm 55. Yeah, no, not alarm 2, but this is alarm 55. Not a cooldown of 55, but an alarm number 55. Because we know what we're doing. We just clearly know everything that what we're doing. It's absolutely fine. Things are just great in the world here. Alright, things are feeling better now. Yes, we're going to work on enemy XP scaling as well. But I'm just getting a baseline foundation figured out here before I start working on the other stuff. I like this so far. Okay. Want something exponential here? I just want to start up. No, I really don't. I want levels to mean something, but how do we make them make sense to each other, though? With the experience has to make sense to everything else. So I have to keep that in mind as I do this. We're gonna get ourselves ready for a break here. And when I come back, we're going to keep staring at this and figuring it out. But be sure to... I thought I hit the record button. Apparently I didn't. Swore I did. Okay. Make a array here, and we're gonna stick this array into our player collision so that we can better read all of our collision objects. We don't need a separate tab for this, we just need to extend this window. And destroyable objects. Was there anything else? I don't think there was anything else we needed in this array. But should work. I believe you can throw an array into there. I believe you can. I'm pretty sure you could throw an array in there. Yes. Alright, let's go find something to run into. There we go. Alright. Got to do that last night. So now, check everything here. Perfect. Good, 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 good. Very, very good indeed. Oh, you want to work? You're working today on the layers. Congratulations. Let's see if the other one's working. I'm so proud of you. Let's see. Look at you. You're working today. Wow. It's like I started making you on Paint. Right? It's like I started making you on Paint.net or Paint.net, and like all of a sudden you want to work with the layers. I never would have guessed. That's crazy. Wow. Did you get threatened? Did you get threatened? Today we're gonna see how it is with clearing out objects. I don't have a unique targeting for them right now. I kind of wanted to leave it as a point of friction for the player. So I figured today might give an idea in whether that friction makes sense or not. I'm hoping with the mob density it actually does make sense. That's pretty much the goal, is that with mob density it will actually make sense. Sometimes you'll have to be a little bit more patient or something like that, but you will be using the mob density to your advantage and good positioning in order to effectively destroy objects, unless you have enough range to completely cover yourself easy. We have 3,100 objects. It's like pretty much most of this. Ah, here we go. Pretty much just learning what things do I really want to maybe add or anything like that, because I did try a unique targeting system. The only issue was I had everybody but Gazer for the targeting, and that was only because of controller limitations. I'm trying to create, you know, a nice comfortable experience on controller as well as on keyboard and mouse, so. And it's more like because you really only have so many of like one type of action, if you will. Like you have your letter buttons and your triggers, and you only got like 4 of those of each, so it just kind of felt weird with a 5th one like off in a random place. And I know we need to fix the wall assets. Assets are not completely done in this game in the slightest bit. I wouldn't say in the slightest, but there's probably about like, I don't know, 60-70% actually done assets. It's just what isn't done is like in a fairly large proportion. But we're definitely going to want to start working on range more than anything right now. Our damage and our health is completely fine. We can keep those stats the same. And our range is going to be our main thing. And we're going to use the range will come in handy in 2 different ways. Not only will we be able to destroy objects faster from further away, but we will also be able to clear the enemies within our line of sight that are coming closer to us faster, allowing our targeting to redirect faster and focus better on trying to hit mobs on the other side of the wall so that we can get the kills, or so we can get the damage we need on the walls to get them down. I don't have these bottom walls, like anything along the borders of course can't be destroyed, but everything else can. As you can see, the sections aren't too big, so you do have a lot of work you gotta do. You got Next and Rage already coming up right now. We were able to get down to 2,800, so we were able to get around 1,000 objects destroyed between us and the enemy. Now we keep ourselves active to keep mob density down, going along the paths of least resistance. I'm still trying to also, as much as I can, prioritize destroying objects. The game feels so much better with all these projectiles, I'm gonna be completely honest. When just having melee, it actually didn't feel nearly as good. You kind of have to, like, on the fly plan out everything on your movement based off of enemy density and projectile density. Because you're going to take damage. You're going to take damage. You're going to take it. But it's up to you to plan appropriately to be able to heal yourself through the damage via the mob density, and also using the path that has the least amount of projectiles to keep in order to keep your health up fully. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to adjust this from 100% of the mob count for the kill to be 50%. I wanted them to just have to kill 50% at most. So, like, whatever the max mob count was, it would just be reduced. Like, as soon as you killed 50% of them, then it would continue on. And rage phase would be over. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, let's go ahead and do that real quick. This is feeling really good so far. Glad we got that array put in there. That was very necessary. Let's see here. That would be under enemies spawn? Question mark? Yeah. Okay. So what we're gonna do is over in this alarm here, when we go to trigger alarm 2, before we do that, we're going to make a we're gonna make a variable actually called enemy total here. I like that. Enemy total here, and then we're gonna make another one. Yeah, we could just do this. I was trying to think if I was actually going to be copying them independently and all that, and if I wasn't going to add in another row there. I was just going to make another assigned variable. That's why I always have these separated, is generally because I use you know, these are the blocks that I use when I'm working on that, like, specific code set. And it just makes it easier for bringing it around and stuff like that and everything. But I would say probably for better visual appeal, just be combining it all into one. But for for easier change, I like keeping them separate. Enemy goal, we'll call you. We'll call you enemy goal. And now over here, do I not have a drop? I do not have a drop. All right, let's get a drop over here. Do that. Believe you can do that, and it should put the value in between question mark. Not 100%. It might put the value at the end. Let me look this up real quick. See if there's a way. Caption to draw a string can be left blank. Value to draw. Oh, so I can do this. I think that's what they're saying. The reason why I'm getting that is they say in the caption, a caption to draw in parentheses a string can be left blank. The other one says value. The value to draw parentheses real value or real variable or string. And if they're both counting them as a string, then I should just be able to make the format look like that. Okay, so you over here as well, and we have enemy total there, and then we take this here. Actually, wait, we want to take... Give me a moment here. No, I think we did this right. Do we need to... Realistically, let's save ourselves a... Okay, so that'll give us our 50% there. And then we can use, I guess... We want that value there. I guess we could just temp it. We don't really need that. And we'll take enemy total, I guess. And we'll say 3 blank souls there. I wonder. Actually, could I take this? Let's make this not a temp here. We'll take this. We can draw this. What do we call this? Enemy view? Enemy left. We'll call this enemy left. We're going to make a temporary value here that takes this times it by 50. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're going to create a variable here called enemy left, and then it's going to be enemy goal times 50. We actually probably could take that and just slap that into here. Like that. And what this will do, this will grab the total number of enemies and then divide it by 2. Which then lines up with our enemy total that we will need and lining up exactly how many mobs we have to have left. Because we know it's 50% of whatever the mob count is, so as long as this number here is constantly updating and getting split in half, we probably shouldn't make this a temporary. Because we're having it being read into the draw. That should theoretically work. Let's see. Really easy. No, they didn't like that. What didn't you like? Wrong number of arguments for function expected. No, you can't do that. Oh, that's so disappointing. Let's see if we did something like this. Was it like that? No. I kind of figured it did, and that's why I went and looked things up. Alright, okay. Let's try that. Alright, let's see how this does. I think I can go through the bunk beds and clear them relatively quickly. I also was thinking maybe to give experience for killing these, or destroying objects. I don't know. Not too sure. I've been tossing it around in my head. It'd be minor experience, but I have been thinking of it. Oh yeah, I need to add interact. I need to rework the fucking player or the party. Oh, I forgot about reworking the party. Yeah. I mean, they're still going to work fundamentally the same. I'm just changing some of the collision and stuff like that for interacting with the new objects and such. That's the main thing. I would say until you get a fair bit of range, it really does feel kind of... It does feel worthless to go for objects in any sort, I'd honestly say. Like, you can get some work done. You can get a good couple, you know, like 1,000 or so taken out, like a third of them. But it is an immense amount of work to do, I can honestly say. Do I think there's a reward behind it though? Like, it did feel easier. Or we'll say that much, like it did feel easier when the enrage hit than it did last night. So, I mean, did it help? Definitely. Was it worth just purely focusing on? I'm not 100% to be honest. I mean, you're getting a lot of the early scaling done with the stronger mobs, so you're getting a lot of free XP. And I guess that's kind of like, that has its own merit behind it. But like, yeah, worth it, I guess, would be the best way to say it. Because you're triggering more mobs to interact early on, and those mobs now have more experience. I believe it was 50% is what I set it to. Everything was 50% more. So they had 50% more health damage. Their movement speed was capped at 8. It would go up to 8, so it was drastically increased. Depending on what NPC it is, it could be up to like an 8 times increase. 2 times at the most, or at the least. Oh, we had an error. Enemy left not set before reading. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, that should work now. I thought it might have been okay running it an alarm too, but apparently not. So we're going to have it initially set in alarm 1, and then from there we will go ahead have it switch on over. Alright, we're gonna start up at the top corner this time, over with the bunk beds. Beds are relatively low health. There's a bunch of them up here, so this should work really well for early on clearing of everything. And eventually the player is capable of one-shotting everything. 10% of the raw damage they do, not including crit, is done to destroyable objects. Base damage, raw damage, I guess it's all really the same. Oh yeah, we keep forgetting about the that whole thing there. But that's gonna be like an entire project within itself, so. Not really terribly worried. I say project because I definitely want to make it a bit more efficient. It's like, it's not terrible, it's only... They're not like a high percentage of my steps, but it's high for just one thing. Really would like to fix the... I don't like that. Why did you just spawn in the wall like that? You're supposed to check within 100... That's 100 pixel radius, bro. 100 fucking pixels. How does that match to 100 fucking pixels? The mobs are 72 pixels by 72. So 100 is bigger than the mob. God damn. I gotta figure that out. Yeah. I thought I had it fixed. I sincerely thought I had it fixed. At least it happens very, very rarely. But the problem is it happens very, very rarely. There's gotta be something to do with the positioning of the walls, maybe. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's the random spawn around me thing. The random... Wait, no, that has a collision check on it too, doesn't it? Isn't that collision to... Isn't that circular collision based? I believe it is. I don't know. I'm doing that though. So we got a lot less objects cleared out here. Okay, so down south will be the best, and that's because the officers' living quarters is where the predominant amount of destroyable objects are. To make those quarters was roughly 1,700 destroyable objects out of the almost 3,400. So it was literally like half the count, essentially, would be a good way to put it. And we also got less experience doing that as well. Kind of interesting. Oh, I guess less enraged mobs. Yeah, because we're already at 71 now. Less enraged mobs. There we have our enrage coming in now. Let's see what happens. An error. Not set before... Why? Why do you keep saying that? New map type, open world. I was working towards that. The engine really doesn't like going through a little bit too many things. Yeah, I couldn't do more than about 3,400 or a total object count in order to still run the game I wanted to run in the facet I wanted to run. I think it was limited to 15,000 objects. So, unless I go full, like if I went to like 8-bit or like, yeah, if I went to like 8-bit pixel art, I could fit significantly more on there and I could actually make an open world and everything. It would take pixel for this engine, oddly enough. At least to still run on my PC. I mean, if I went with a better PC and everything like that, you know, like, we could definitely have added a lot more, but I have a piece of shit, so this is where I'm at. How you doing though, Nip? Okay, so it's the problem is when this is triggering over. That's the problem right now. So what we need to do is have a different variable for this. We'll say equals false here. And then we'll do, since we have the object destruction phase take place every single time, we'll do this instead. Boom, like that, right? And now what we'll do is we're going to come into here. Not like that. Jesus Lord. Oh my, let me move one variable. Thank you. We're gonna move this down here. So that this is set after this is set. I was actually gonna make the entire game one big ass open world with I'm still somewhat thinking about it. It's just gonna be a lot of work and it'd probably be its own game. Like a little adventure game. Where essentially you have like you have in like World of Warcraft where you load into instances, but it would be more real time. And essentially what it would be is like if say like this was me entering a room from out in open world, this was open world, this was the room. As soon as I would load into here, as soon as I would walk into here, everything out here would just kind of go black and it would give like a fog of war effect to make it feel like you were actually in here. And then everything in here would load up. But like the black, like everything fading out would also, like I was gonna make it, or I want to make it, like everything actually like loads out and stops running code except for like one thing, and then it allows for a lot more resources to be free. It is something that can be done on the engine. It is something that can be done. It's just the amount of fucking work. The amount of fucking work. Y'all wouldn't see this game released for fucking years. Like, the first alpha would take years to see. Years. Bakering the new tails. Pretty much, pretty much. I still love adding in all these projectiles. It added so much to the, just the feeling of the game for the way of friction. In such a good way. It creates so much more necessary planning, like on-the-spot planning for the player. Because you're gonna take damage. You're gonna take it. But you gotta plan how can you survive it by moving accordingly. Because there's somewhere in there, like, typically, unless you're, like, instantly gonna die, you can generally survive. As long as you got power creep in your favor enough, you'll be okay. We're definitely going to be focusing very heavy into range. Very, very heavy into range. But we're happy where I'm happy where the rest of my stats are at. Right now, I just want to get enough range to cover my screen. I want my projectiles going off my screen. If I can have them going off my screen, it'll give me more layer of a much bigger layer of security. And allow me to destroy objects easier as I move around. So that's my current goal right now, since we got ourselves to a comfortable movement speed. We have reasonable damage, and we have reasonable survivability. Now it's just scaling up to our point of failure faster. And we have good ability speed too. It keeps up with our character, so it's good. And next enrage in 25 seconds. We're gonna try ignoring objects here and see how this feels, and see if we got a lot more experience ignoring objects, I'll say that much. We're at 104 already. We got a drastic amount more experience just focusing. We'll venture ourselves out a little more so we can get more enraged mobs. Now here comes our... Oh. Why? Why are you saying not that? It's totally fucking set. Oh, is it not? It's not. Oh, it's totally not. I've been changing values that don't even matter right now because the value it's wanting to do doesn't exist. Oh, my brain is about to just... Wait, no. Okay. Okay, so I didn't change... Wait. Your stupidity runs so deep. This is why you don't stream as soon as you wake up. And show people the coding, because holy shit, waking up coding is just it's wonderful. It's wonderful. I took a shower and brushed my teeth. That was enough, right? Like, I thought it was enough. Apparently my brain didn't. Just said no. Did that, I had some meds, and like, I got to work. I thought it was good. I thought it was fine. It was all wonderful. Oh, lordy, lordy. At least they're simple mistakes, right? At least they're simple mistakes. One day I'm gonna I'll adjust the party too, but I don't know. I might actually not adjust the party. I might allow them to go through walls. It's the one of the few things you can have that can go through a wall. Like, I don't know. Like, they are ghosts at the end of the day. And it can help with object clearing. Look at that. It's like you could positionally help yourself clear objects faster with stuff like that. At least early on, until you can one-shot the objects. I mean, once you can one-shot the objects, the shit don't matter. You may ask, like, well, what player level would you need for that? For the walls, the 10,000? That's not, like, ridiculously terrible, but yeah. It's definitely an endgame feature. Definitely an endgame feature. But to be fair, these farming missions in general are an endgame feature. The main reason why I wanted to get this figured out first was performance reasons. If I can make a map full of mobs colliding with each other and working out well and all that, then I have my framework to be able to do an immense amount of mechanics on bosses and all of that type of stuff now. I have so much freedom, like with the understanding that I have and the time that I took to learn how to do this. Because this is all completely transferable in the way of the lessons learned here, in the way of making the efficiency occur to make the environment occur. And I can take those same lessons and embed them into any other system that I want to have for the player engaging with, and it'll make things significantly more dynamic and or, you know, overwhelming or whatever I may want it to be for the player's like experience. It was like, for me, it was very fundamentally important that I figured out something as simple as this. Because it's a simple concept idea, but mechanically it's a lot of moving parts at one time. And that's more or less learning how to make those moving parts work in unison with each other without having performance degradation is the main like kind of lesson that you get from it. And then you can easier implement that into other places and such. Because even if you're not looking to have the mob density, you can now have mechanical complexity to a much fuller extent than what you may have not had if you didn't take the time to. So I made the AI set that I was happy with, and then I kind of like moved my way out from there and making it more and more efficient to have the mobs I needed and all of that. Mob count requirement was a hard one to get back once I had to upgrade to the texture size that I'm working with right now. Extremely hard to get back up to this. Still actually not to my old texture size count that I had. If I was to make this more efficient and go back to the old 8-bit that I wanted to do originally, oh, this would have been absolutely wild on mob count. We would have easily have had about a 60,000 mob count or something like that, I would have to guess. That, or we would have had an absurd amount of destroyable objects and around 20,000 mobs. We would have done around probably 15,000 or so destroyable objects. Who knows, maybe I can create block coding enough in order to create the things that I want anyways. If I can segregate the coding and make it run only when it needs to and all of that, I have a lot of free agency to work with. Okay, I can't read the end there. I can't read the end. I don't know how many it is. It's working, though. It's working, though. As to the degree if it's working, I don't know. We're at 108, though, for player level. Name was that. We'll be able to start investing into... What's that called? We'll be able to start investing into the XP reducers and everything here. Oh, after we get the range, because we need to be able to get enough range to even have the KPM to matter. APS, actually. That's kills per second that it goes off of. Right now we do not have 100 kills per second. We don't have anything close to that. We can work on getting that number down though. I forget how many points we have to invest into that, but that's something that I could maybe even just start investing into over range. We can get that number down to start triggering all the time. We can start getting a lot of experience. Then it's big scaling from there. That might be the main requirement right now, as we kind of suffer through a lot of work to get the levels we need. Definitely surviving for a good while, as long as we stay active. We found out last night what happens if you stop moving. Just don't stop moving. And that's because I made the enemy not actually always completely run straight to you. They will stop further away from you and everything like that. So if you don't have the range to hit them, they'll just sit there and cast on you. And you'll just have to deal with it. You'll just have to deal with it. That's just your own problem. You're gonna die. So it's one of those things, do I want the range first in order to have a comfortable environment, or a more comfortable environment, and then I can start focusing on the XP downgrade? But then the question is like, which one is going to cost me more fundamentally in investment? So all the questions. Because I kind of have a vague idea of the direction that like a player should take in the game, but until you really start playing it, you don't honestly fully know. You can have an idea, but you put some good long hours into the game of what the player is going to feel like when they start and all that. And the reason why I did 1,000 for the starting alpha is eventually there also will be a 4th mission type, which will be kind of like obstacle course-ish kind of deal. It'll have some old arcadey feel to it, is going to be the best way to put it, and it's just going to be simple in and out missions. And you'll be able to, they'll of course scale based off of the mission you're into, and then they'll have hard modes to make them harder and all of that, but baseline, the player will be able to just jump right into those instead of having to stress about endless mission and all that once the game's in more of a finished state. But depending on where the game's going to be at is going to be more or less dependent on what the player kind of starts out with. This is just going to be one big grind fest of a game, and you're going to have a bunch of different things that you can do and all of that. God. Oh good, the enrage ticked over. Alright, so it worked. It worked. Are we getting more mobs? Because we're down to 1,800. Can we get more mobs spawning, please? Like, I feel like the spawner isn't working right now. I feel like it didn't get re-enabled. Oh, no, did it? No, it didn't get re-enabled. It totally did not get re-enabled. Okay. Current bug we gotta figure out. It did not get re-enabled. Oh. Actually, did that number go up, or like am I just... This definitely does not look like... Definitely did not. Definitely did not turn on once. Why? Oh, I see why. Hey, Baker. When you want an alarm to turn on, you need to make sure you just put it in the code. You know, like, it's just in the code. You just, right there. Like, it's right there. You just put it, like, right there in the code. And, like, when it's in the code, guess what? It starts working. Oh my god, who would have thought? I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, lordy. Oh, I don't know if you all heard that crack. Oh my lord. Oh, that felt great. And we're testing at minimum mob density right now. Of course, we always have our mob scaler if we want to make things harder, but I do want to always... I'm tuning the game around the minimum mob density. So it's only just going to get harder if you increase the mob density. The game is in no way going to be tuned for that. Because... that's illogical. It's illogical. The goal at the end of the day is to keep this game running on browser while still having thousands and thousands of mobs on screen. That's why I have all the adaptive spawning and all of that kind of stuff, was so that it could maintain running on browser but also still take advantage of what you would get on a PC. So it's not like it's not like your experience is hindered because you can actually play on a browser, or because the game can be played on a browser. It just means that you can have more mobs. You can have more, you know, mechanics and everything and such, whatever occur. Or it just runs easier on your PC and you don't have to worry about it, which is a big goal for me. This thing doesn't even use like 100 megabytes of RAM when I'm running in these missions, even with the mob density maxed out. It is a little heavy on the GPU because of the spawning and everything, and I have been trying to figure out ways around that, but they just don't have much accessibility for optimization into like direct access and stuff like that. So you just kind of got to toy around with things and figure that out. But that's mainly like, it's not even high, to be honest. It's like 30% of my GPU, which is a 2060. So it's really not bad at all, and that's with mob density. It's like 20 to 30% with minimum mob density, and when mob density is maxed out, it's like somewhere closer to like 40 to 50%. And that's because of the amount of instances being spawned and everything at a given time. It still isn't even bad, to be honest, and it doesn't even get really hot. Like, I've never seen anything, while streaming even, I've never seen anything over 140 with mob density maxed out. When I have mob density at its minimum, like, I don't know, I haven't seen anything over like 120. Fahrenheit, of course. What would that be roughly? 30 cell-ish? I don't know, somewhere around there. Like that 33, I don't know, somewhere around there. for lowest, and then highest would be 35 ish. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to Google it. I know it's within the range. I know you're supposed to divide by 2 and minus 30, but it gives you a rough estimate of it. It doesn't give you the exact number. And I know figuring out Celsius to Fahrenheit is multiplied by 2 and then add 30, but yeah, no, it's still, it's just a rough estimate of it. It's not exact numbers. Oh, we should have fixed the text location. We should have fixed the text. Baker, you should have fixed the text location. The allocation of the text, Baker. You didn't do it, so you can't see the number. You're not gonna know what your number is, Baker. Baker, what if they call your number and you don't see it? Because there's a damn glare on the screen outside on the DMV, damn it. Okay, I'll get this mob count down. Oh no, are we at the edge of the map? Oh, we're at the edge of the map. Get the big mobs, get the extra experience. That's the tearing thing, is I want the extra experience, but at the same time, you can get big groups of mobs. You get the counter down faster. That could be more experience too. There's a nice chill feel to it, which is what I wanted. Farming missions aren't meant to be stressful, they're meant to be chill. The more power creep you get, the more chill this mission gets. It's nice. And then you can make it harder on yourself by increasing the enemy scaling, which you're going to want to anyways eventually, so that you can increase the amount of experience you get. So that's why those talents that I made there are fundamentally extremely important, because they're going to help both your scaling and the enemy scaling, which then in turn helps your scaling even faster, because you'll get more experience per kill. Getting their scaling up faster. Okay, we're at next in rage, and we got mobs. Do we have mobs spawning? Did you start? Did you set the timer? Yeah, there we go. It's going up. It's going up now. It's going up now. All right. Alright. Awesome. So we see how we're surviving here. Let's go ahead and stand still for a moment. Let's see what happens. We are experiencing it. Maybe separate my distance a little more here. There we go. Yeah, you can already see the huge difference as soon as you stand still. As soon as you stand still. Good. 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 Very good. Very good. Oh yeah, Nip, I partially re-implemented a scaling down system for spawning, if you will. I did it more with the enraged though. The enrage timer goes down 10% every enrage. So the longer you're in the mission, the faster the next enrage phase happens until it gets to 1 minute. And then you have 1 minute of enrage and then 1 minute of non-enrage. I thought about it, I was like, you know, he's right, I probably should have something in the line of a scaling thing like that the player can feel, and I'm like, you know what, the enrage phase sounds like a great way to do that. Because the map is too damn large for me to have the mob density have the spawn system I want and have that increase over time. I was like, well, I mean, why don't you just make them get angry more often? So it starts at 5 minutes and then goes down 10% every time. It's 10% of the current value. So it takes around, what, like, 10 to 12 turnovers? It was like somewhere around an hour or so, an hour and a half. Which, depending on your investment into this whole thing here, that can be that could be in the hundreds of thousands in anime level for that. Yeah, as you can see, they're barely even coming in range. They're just pelting them right now. It's beautiful. Just slow death. We got next enrage here in 14 seconds, and they're probably just gonna die really fast here. Comes the enrage. Oh, are they gonna funnel in just enough? Is it gonna keep me alive? No. That one's over. That one's over there. Alright, let's go ahead and put some points into some range here. How many points do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, we already got 6 and we have no range. Are we gonna have to buy us? We need 300 for that? We only have 121. We cannot afford it. We need 300 soul points for our next talent, or for our next buff slot, so that's where we're at there. We're auto resetting then. You know what, let's turn mob density up to max though. I think the auto reset may be a little bugged. I think I have to fix that. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a break here. When we come back, we're going to continue on with this. Do remember, I keep the stream ad-free while I'm doing commentaries and only run ads during my support streams and during my breaks. So your lurks during that is appreciated and helps keep the stream ad-free and does help support development of the game. But we will see you all when I come back from the break, and as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Alright, now we only got 2 errors. That's why I ignore those errors. They're not real errors. They're just based off of things that are set as zeros, and I have it saving a number, and the 0 is being read as false, and it's like, I can't read this. It's when you get in the game, you'll be able to. But I can't right now. I don't know what you want. You do know what I want when I want it. Okay. That's all that matters. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take this number here, right? And then we're going to add at the end of it 1.3, right? And what this will do is make it so that no matter the percentage that this is, it will set it to the correct values. So we don't have to worry about, like, if a player wants to go minus, like they want to go back in and they want to set the value different and everything. And I could have done that in the beginning, but I like to work through my system slowly so that I can feel the upgrades. Or feel the changes in the code and everything like that. Okay, and we're at scale 3. There's our mob cap. As confirmed mob cap. Now we come over here. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to do. I wanted to take out expression hovering from this, and I wanted to allow the player to click wherever they wanted to. This way, if they just want to throw it to 100 and they want to rip their mouse over to like Egypt, it's not gonna matter. Like they're not gonna be bothered with it. It's not gonna affect them at all. So hold on here. Let's get that confirmation of mob count. Okay, that is definite confirmation. Let one more flood come through. Okay. So, what we're gonna do now, click on it. We can go wherever we want, click it off. And now, put it in the mob count. Is it minus? I'm confused. Would value then... Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. We do this at 100, and then other than that, that would make it go under. We want it to go over. Do we minus 3? Is that it? We minus 3? Doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, can we create a... This is a get global variable. Set global variable. No, okay. Could we create a Could I create a temporary global? Kind of would like to. Just to make this thing not a global anymore. Let me do that first. Let me do that first. Let me see if I can do that first. Actually, we'll do that to that, right? What we can do is right before... we'll rename it, actually. global mob total. Then that will... like that. And then this way, this is just temporarily created, so it doesn't, we don't have to have another global in here. So it only creates the global when it's necessary. Let's see if that works first. At 3. 1.3. Beautiful. I got it, I got how we can do this. I got this. Sometimes just doing the action of what the player needs to do will make you think of what you need to do to make everything work correctly. So whenever you're stumped on something, just start doing what you want the player to do. And sometimes you'll figure out exactly how to set it up to make it work correctly. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're setting this back to its default value, and then we run the equation again for this, and then it sets it. And then this way, if the player wants to go back in, whenever they reset it to whatever number they want to, it'll reset appropriately every single time. After we get this working, we're going to create a box that you can hit, and you can enter in the values yourself, and you don't have to have a slider. And you're going to be like, Baker, why the hell did you work on the slider? Well, if you weren't here yesterday, I need to eventually learn things for volume and stuff like that, so I wanted to learn how to do a slider before I moved on, and I figured this would be a good place to have it, because I can give the player different options, and we're going to do something a little unique with the slider too. To just kind of like a little layer to it, if you will, to give it something unique. And it's nothing more than visual aesthetics, but it's just a nice little thing that we'll end up adding. So let's see here. We want to go to 100. Why? Oh, it's relative. Son of a bitch. I thought I unchecked relative. I want you to become the value, not combine into the value. Okay. Now we're at 1.3. And we see the mob increase. Now we want to come back in here. Want to set it to around 50. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Now we want to come back over. We'll set it up to 100. Let's flood it up, and then we're going to reduce it down to nothing. Okay, come back over here. Now base. Fucking beautiful. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. That feels good. That feels good right there. That feels really good. Look at that. Look at that control. Oh. Oh, that is so nice. Oh, man. That feels good right there. That feels good. Alright, let's do one more test in here with better gear on. Alright, we're at our minimum mob count. Now we want to increase it. Go to 100. Okay, we can clearly see a massive difference. Now we come back over. Want to set it to down to the minimum again. There it is, completely cleared up. Now we want to come over to, let's say, 75%, roughly. Okay, and we want to go to 25%. And do 24. Oh, God, that feels so fucking good. That is, clean up the war. That feels good. Alright, let's have some fun now. Let's do a little bit of something here. Let's do a little bit of something here. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna have a little fun with this. We're gonna give this no sprite, right? And we're gonna say, if here's my value. AI. Equal to 20. And we're just gonna make this look really sloppy at first. Because it will work fine. It will work fine. Oh yeah, that's right. Like I said, we're gonna make it sloppy as shit at first. I just want to see the base concept working. How big is this object? How big was this object? Am I gonna need to make new things for this? $30 by $50? No, I won't. Okay, cool. Alright. Then we can refine this up more as we go along with it. We'll just start it out nice and basic. Basic and as inefficient, I guess you could say, as humanly possible. Come on, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. We're gonna copy and paste you as soon as we're done. Okay? Just calm down. You know what, actually, mob slider, let's go ahead and just open up a new one here. We have a lot going on in this workshop, and it's gonna take a minute to close. Well, let's go ahead and just close it up. That should be my indicator to clear it up. I shouldn't be stubborn, I should just clear up my workspace. Okay. Alright, let's see how this works. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. Less that. I'm just gonna make one more. Say equals 100. This way I can just have it work the way I want. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. And then I'm actually doing these in the correct order. Done. Are these one of... There we go. I'm just gonna open this. Baker, maybe you shouldn't have made it inefficient in the beginning. Listen, the order of it has nothing to do with the inefficiency of the code that is presented. Okay, so we know, I know I wanted that one there, and then this one was here, and then this one, this, and then this, I think. Let me just write all the character names down, because my brain is forgetting what is there and what isn't. Jesus. So the order we had here, just write them in order. Yeah, that is correct. Okay. Let me just put this over here for myself here so I can stop being stupid. Because I got that. Got that. There we go. Okay. This goes here. And then here was that. And then that. And then that. Okay. Oh, God, I gotta make new ones. I gotta make new ones. Okay. They have this hitboxes are the problem there and such. Okay. Alright, we got that. That's fine. Alright, so Munchies, we'll dupe him and we'll call him Munchies UI, right? And then we have Blissful UI. And we have a Lurker UI. And then we have Giggles. I kind of had a feeling I was going to have to do this, to be fair. UI. Baker, why are you capitalizing that? Isn't that bad practice? Listen, if you have OCD, you get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's Moros UI. Break group UI. Click. Gazer UI. Oh. Okay. Collision mask. Full, actually automatic rectangle. Collision. Automatic rectangle. Automatic. Good. Automatic. Okay. Why? Why don't you adopt the draws sprites? What is that? It's a mask. You use mask? I think it was mask. I think it's a mask. I think it was mask. Is it mask? Is that the command? rate set. And then we do mask index. Mask index. Mask index. Let me here. I can see what happens. We may have to just change mask index is what we're doing then. I don't know. We'll see. Oh my. Oh, hold on. Why don't you want to move then? Ah, there we go. Oh, that's right. I haven't... Hold on. I didn't change all these over to UI. Stupid. Stupid. I'm so dumb sometimes. I think of other things, and then I get distracted on those things, and then I forget about the things that I was originally working on that gave me the idea of the other thing. And then all of a sudden I'm sitting here having to re-remember the thing because of the things. It's a lot of things, but you know, hey. At least we get there eventually. Okay, so now these will have the correct hitboxes so that the interaction can take place a lot easier. Actually, let's try that first. Why didn't I just try that first? Why are I doing index? You didn't reset all those, and then you're sitting here doing a mask index like you reset all those when you just made them. Let's talk about this. Oh. You need the mask index. Look at you. Okay. So it looks like I was one step ahead of myself. Good. Was at least... Was this, I think I set it up like that. I think that's correct. Same time, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, it is. At least I think. We'll know when we get in there. There we go. There, so based on the percentages, you'll get a different character now. I gave a purpose to the slider. Just a little extra unique thing. So at normal base value, you have munchies out, which kind of makes sense. You're just chilling. You get a little bit higher on there, and you get a happy amount of mobs at around 20%. And then you hit to 40, and it's just, you're giggling because the mob density is enough to kind of make you giggle a little bit. You know, so it's just enough to make you giggle a little. Just enough. And then come up over here to around 60%. You start realizing it gets a little more real from there. And then you got your 80%, and then finally when you hit 100, then he's height. So that's good. I like it. I like it. Okay, so we had a little fun with that. Next thing we want to do with this is we want to create the we'll use you mob. I gotta go to the restroom real quick here, one moment. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. Get back into this. We'll call this mob type value. Want that. Why not? Save real quick, open up a new workshop. That. This. Could I just theoretically draw this on the GUI? Will it save me steps or anything? It might be faster. I don't know if it would matter, though. I don't know if it would matter. Because as far as I know, if you disable a layer, the performance is eliminated from that layer. As far as I know. I want that right above that. So let's go ahead and I'll literally just throw it right above it and we'll have our exact coordinates that we want. $53. Let's just see that we see it. We'll also have to add in to the other code when we hit enter to delete this as well. There we go. Good. Let's see. Sorry about that if that was loud. Okay. Just give me the whole system. Just give me the whole system and I'll rearrange it how it's needed. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take a break. When we come back, this is what we're gonna be working on here, is creating the input values and all of that, so the player doesn't always have to have the percentage thing there. And we're also going to make this the box that displays the overall percentage when you're using a slider as well. But do remember, I only run ads and everything like that during my breaks and when I'm doing support streams, so your lurking during that does help support the development of the game and support the channel, and keep things ad-free while I'm here. So your lurks are much appreciated. We will see you all when I come back from the break. And like I said, when we do, we'll continue working on this. I forgot to hit record. Luckily it wasn't too far into it, only 4 minutes. So, real quick, just for the VOD's sake here, we brought back up our old version, and we just took the 0 souls per second that was originally in here and moved it over here and set it to its own timer. And I'm about to test the stability of that. Okay, I'll call that good on a short stability test. And this was divided, which is what we wanted. Okay. And then we wanted a variable for these cooldowns next. We'll call this soul tick. And we'll give it a base of 60. We will be setting up time sources soon, so they won't be FPS dependent, because that's what they are currently. But we're going to be testing those out and see what kind of performance hit they do. That's going to be the next thing I work on once I'm happy with this overall system here. It'll be part of the attack speed rework that we'll be doing. Because if it's too much of a performance degradation, then I have to set up different variables based off of different FPSs that'll allow the players to set their game to, so that everything works exactly the same no matter the FPS. I'm hoping I can just do time sources because it will save me code. Theoretically it should, at least. I don't know how they work in this engine 100%, but theoretically that would save me code. But sometimes creating time sources can be rather taxing if you have too many. I haven't read on here though in the particular engine itself if it has anything to say about it. Let me see. Time source. Isn't that the time source state? Time source resume time sources. Okay, that looks good so far. You know what, we got time sources up for later. So we have the soul tick there, and that it should be something we can change freely. Change that Ep.52. That would be our cap, would be 2. If we were to have FPS. Okay. And then if we wanted to drop soul counter down, that would be another variable we could do. So we can do soul counter 1, soul tick 2, and say 100 here, and this would be a fairly min-max way to look at things. Maybe if we want to, we can add a whole another 0 into each of these and make it 1,000. That's looking pretty good. We can always just adjust to see how, to make it take longer to get to something like this, but that's pretty good right there. That is pretty damn good. And it's all something that can be potentially actually got with just enough investment. We'll figure out what that system is going to look like for numbers and all that. But we definitely have our fundamental basis here. There we go. Yeah, I like it. I like it. So if we have base values, something like that, we won't notice any bit of a difference. It'll all be the same, and then the player can scale off of that. Their first tick that their first points in, we'll give them a 50%, which will make it feel really good for the first one they get. From there, there is degradation, but it still can scale very high. Or it still has meaning behind it to scale. There we go. And then the natural slowdown of our normal system. Very nice. So this will make a player, if they really want to test how far they can go, they're going to have to, of course, account for time then, unless they want to constantly do saves and reloads or just leave it running all the time. but they're going to have to think about how to engage with systems like this to increase the rate at which they level so that they can do the runs faster as well. So it'll add another dynamic into endless missions on figuring out how to appropriately min-max them. Okay. How do I want to do this? We have a lot of these things that aren't set as globals. We could make a separate file for this, because we're going to need to save a lot of variables here. Well, not a lot, but we're going to need to save these 4 variables and allow the player to then be able to level them and such. So that's what we're currently looking at right now. I typically would just have it created at the beginning of the game. I guess maybe I could place in dummy ones. That is an idea. I could place in dummy ones and have these saved to the file. So essentially what we would do with that, so we can come in here, copy that, right? And I believe that may have been room creation. Right? I really hate tying things to room creation. I might even just tie this out from some. Yeah, this is a room creation. I might tie this out of room creation and into an object just to sit it. I think that might be my play right there. I don't really like room creation. It's very performance hindering, at least with this engine. I try to steer away from putting things in room creation so that the maps load up faster and such. And then I can have other things to delay the player from immediately accessing the game in the way of like menus and stuff like that, so that the other things can do whatever they may need to do. That may take like a second or 2 to load up. Object. You okay? Okay. What are we gonna call you? Fast scale stat. Sure, why not? Oh, actually, got this object. Main menu load. Object player base file. There, that one's actually better. I like that one more. Okay. 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 We can get rid of you. Place you over here. I'm gonna open up you here just so I can look at you. And we have bot stuff here. And let's see. Put you up here instead of bot. We're gonna call you. What are we gonna call you? Who are you? Who are you? Fast. Scaling. We can call you fast scaling. And we'll do that. And that. We need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Okay. And I'm just gonna literally call them the same thing because it's not really relevant. I guess we'll go a little more detailed with it there. Just because we can. We'll leave that one under there like that. Okay. Main menu, assets. That is not going to be the right layer. I'll tell you that much right now. Can I? Thank you. There we go. Alright, so we look at you here like that. Now, what I want to do next would be come over here, Oh, wrong fucking place. Find my app data, local, alpha. We're gonna delete player base because this needs to be. This will only read if it's not in existence. So we're gonna go ahead and make sure it's not in existence. We're gonna load up our game. Boom. Now. Okay, let's go ahead and show you all the file. Where is player base? Why is the game way up there? My apologies, I forgot I moved it up there earlier. Okay. So as you can see here, we have our fast scaling sector. We have our soul counter set at 100. We have our soul tick set at 60. And we have player XP at 1 and enemy XP set at 1. Which was our base values. So that's exactly what we were looking for. So that all saved over correctly and we're good on that end. So now that we know it is saving there, and it is a value that will be loaded, in a sense, at least saved into the beginning of the game, we now can work on other parts of the situation. There we go. We now can come over here and we want to grab that. Open. We're gonna do read, of course, and then we're gonna close and kinda section key remains blank, default will remain blank, and variable you can remain blank too. We have this set as number 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Give me one moment. My headphones just getting crazy on me with the cord. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Wait, no, that wasn't what I needed. I needed... Hey, Sci-Fi, how you doing, man? How's your throat? You taking anything for it as well? Okay, guaranteed to exist. So grab that. And then... What did I do with this? Read, write, read, write. All this so that I can copy pasta easier. Are you sure it's easier, Baker? I don't know at this point. Write, read, write, read, write, read, write, read. Okay, we're good. Look at that. I do things. Jesus Christ. Oh. 100. Feels a lot better. Just some vitamins and minerals and water. Don't want to take cold medicine. I hear you. Well, I'm glad you're doing better. Maybe try some hot tea with honey if you have any. Game's going well. We actually are working on a faster scaling system for the player and the enemy that you will actually be able to invest points into for different value or different things to increase that ability to increase the levels or to scale faster. Essentially what we have set up is it calculates your kills, or your essentially kills per second, And if it meets a criteria that you'll be able to set as the player in your actual, you'll be able to set the thing lower and lower, so you'll need less kills to actually activate it. It will actually set the XP to level for each of the player and the enemy to their own unique values. And that will be over here, and there'll be just a division of it. They'll start at 1, and then you get 2 at 50%, and you just keep going up from there. And then we have the rate at which that occurs, which will be over here, will be dependent upon the player's investment into that. So a much better endless system from what I had earlier, which is just eventually you hit really fast scaling. This is as long as you can keep up a certain rate of kills based off the investment of the system that you have, or the system as a whole will increase the player's scaling of their levels and also the enemy scaling for the levels. And you can independently scale on which ones you want. So if you're just predominantly looking to do a endless mission and have just, you know, how high can you get enemies to, you can focus into the enemy XP decrease instead of the player XP decrease. And then this way it allows me to have the ability to have lower cost on each of the individualized tiers so that the player can have better investment into either of them or into any of the sectors that they want to. We're slowly getting there with things. We're slowly getting there. It's just, it's slowly forming up the systems and then not being happy with the system I made and then just slowly thinking of things. It's, you gotta make all the bad systems before you make the systems you're happy with, you know what I mean? You gotta get through all the bad ones. Let's see, soul tick default was 60. You feel that? You doing video editing, you definitely can feel that. You definitely could feel that in video editing. It's so fucking painful. It's so rewarding when you get it done and you get to look at the end result, but the road there is littered with pain. Okay, so I can give you a little demo here real quick. This should be in a stable spot to do so. So this is what the base values of everything will look like, and this is just initial scaling for a player too. So when you're actually, you know, we'll say quote-unquote just starting out the game, but if you haven't touched how you scale, let's put it that way. Because I'm playing a character right now that's level 100,000, so a bit of a difference there. But as you can see in the beginning, you have a fairly quick overall leveling just to kind of get you going and get you some levels, but it does taper off fairly quick afterwards. You had 3 different intro styles before you settled on the AC6. Jesus, man. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And as you can already see, we're already slowing down at around 28. 28 for soul levels, which would be player level and enemy level. It's going by quickly, but it still is slowing down gradually. And as it keeps going, it'll slow down more and more. Now, that you have a remote idea, as you can already see, that is starting to slow down. That tick rate is going slower and slower. So, now that you've seen something like that, if we were to say on a grand scale, a player wanted to put in a very large amount of investment, we can have something like this, which is your kills per second is set to 1. So as long as you kill 1 mob per second, it'll activate fast scaling. your tick is at a 30th of a second, and the division is essentially whatever the XP to level is divided by 100 for the set. And then you can see how much faster we'll have scaling here for both the enemy and the player. Is that, are you working? Are you working? I don't think it's working. Oh my lord, why aren't you working? Oh, I know why it's not working. You know why it's not working? That's because the default values are being reread over here. So let me go ahead and cancel these out right here, and we'll open this. We still got to make the buttons for all these so that values like this can actually hold. Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on that part. There we go. There we go. And that would be a faster, as you can see how the mobs flood in faster and everything. So that's what we've been slowly working on trying to figure out and everything throughout the scaling as a whole for the first mission. You know, this is the most simplistic of missions you'll have in the game, but I still want to make something that feels pretty good. And that's what I've been trying to do, which is, it's, you know, when you have a game with just the objective is kill as many mobs before you die, to make that feel good is always a little bit of a challenge there. So this is where my starting foundation has overall come with it so far. Before I would take on any projects, that would be a much later thing. I'm not in a position to do reasonable work per hour, in my subjective opinion right now. But yeah, that's where we currently have ourselves at with these scaling right now. So it's we're in a good position with it. We're learning the things we need to learn and all of that. So I'm actually extremely happy with that. But yeah, that's definitely, that would be a, well, I wouldn't say no to it, but I would only say yes to it if I feel like I could be within reasonable time worth your money and investment. Because yeah, that would be the best way to put that. I haven't coded in 15 years, and I'm about 6 months into using this engine. So I'm like just at the point to where I'm comfortable with what I'm doing and being able to explain what I'm doing. That's where I'm at with this. It's essentially, you know, like with any job, after working in it for 6 months, you're usually in a pretty capable position as long as you have kind of like focused yourself correctly. You know? Kind of reminds you of balloons. You know, I never thought of that, but I could see a tower defense kind of feel to it. I mean, you can move the character around. The overall like standing still thing is just kind of like my baseline testing, but you can move the character around and all that. Like, I actually have reasonable movement speed on this character, and if you kite correctly, you can actually be able, once you get mob cap up, you'll be able to kite the mobs around. So if you give me one moment here to get these mobs up. Oh, that's right, I have these set to default values, don't I? Okay, but yeah. I can still give you a reasonable display here. And if you need to, this would actually be more of the preferred way to go for a endless run, because you're avoiding a significant amount more damage. You are still taking damage, but you are avoiding a lot more of it. So I designed this map essentially to be just big enough to kite mobs around, but also just small enough to kind of feel claustrophobic and have to make you move in a very precise way to not screw yourself up. Because if you hit these objects accidentally, they'll slow you go. And as you keep with the scaling going up higher and higher, that's going to become more of a problem. You're going to have to be more on point with your movement overall. But I actually do have plans at one point in time for a tower defense game. That is definitely happening. Trust. Tower defense is definitely happening. I love me some tower defense. In the meantime, you're gonna go to sleep. Sounds good, Sci-Fi. You take care, homie, and thank you so much for stopping by, as always. I hope you feel better. Get all that important rest so we can get the limbo back. What's up, Paranel? How you doing? You're lurking while you grab dinner? Well, thank you so much. We're doing good. Working on the faster scaling system for the player and the enemy and such like that. This will actually be a system the player can invest points into and all that to make things scale faster, both their own experience and also the enemy and such. So that's what we're working on right now. We have all the base fundamental logic down. Now I need to make the buttons for it so that the player can actually scale each of the ones up that they want to, and then also make reset buttons for each of those as well. Back when Miniclip was a thing? God, I haven't heard that name in ages. Am I thinking correctly on that? Hold on. Yeah. Holy shit. Wow, that was Tencent owned. Didn't know that. Parent organization, Tencent. Wild. I did not know that. What would you look at that? Tencent owns everything. Oh, Lord. Alright, let's create these buttons. Tencent, damn, yeah, man. Tencent everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. It don't surprise me none. Let's go ahead and save this real quick here. Baker, you're not gonna open the... No, I'm just gonna close the fucking engine down and I'm gonna reopen the damn thing. That's what I'm gonna do, because the last time I just tried to open, it just took like 65 years, and I feel like it's just gonna be shorter for me just to close this engine altogether. I feel like my computer was gonna have a stroke just closing the engine. Give me a moment. They'll start owning the water you drink and the air you breathe. You're really tempting. You're really tempting Daddy Tencent. You're really tempting Daddy Tencent there, huh? The good old on and off, yeah. Yeah. I guess this was this was a mistake too. I don't... Shit, fucking engine in this computer. It's just this computer, it's not the engine. It is definitely just the computer. This fucking computer is a piece of shit. It works good, don't get me wrong. It's great, it's awesome, but if you want to make games on it, you're not going to like yourself if you want to make changes, and then you want to save those changes on a different file, and then you want to open up the other file that you had originally. What I usually have to do is... this is the annoying part, what I usually actually have to do. I usually just have to save it again. Like, save it in the other file that I originally want to open, so this way it's like I'm just over there. But I don't want to do that because that runs fucking write space and shit on my... or write... you know, or what would we call it? Well, we all know an SSD or a hard drive in general can only write so many times before it fails, and that's what I'm doing more and more, is writing more and more shit into it over and over, doing that, and I really just don't want to be doing that. The hard drive, like the PC itself, is already 5 years old. I don't need to be putting more stress on it. The thing has gotten me world records in Warframe and the top 200 placing in COD Zombies fucking headshots for Black Ops Cold War. Like this. And balloons. Like 450 rounds of fucking balloons, endless. Yeah. No, this poor thing. And I think I've done a 45-hour fucking Vampire Survivors or some shit like that. The issue with Vampire Survivors is eventually the mobs become so fast that they skip frames, so that you can go through things like defensives and stuff like that. That's the main problem with that game. Okay, so let's make a button here. Let's make a buttons. Alright, where do we want the buttons? Where do we want the buttons? Oh, Baker, where do you want your buttons to be? Do you want them to be in the game? Or do you want them to be in the potion store? You can make all your in-game buffs in the potion store if you really want. You have a little fucking place for it and everything you could have, and just go there and click the fucking buttons there. Could have that. You could have that. Like, you could actually have that. Do you want that, though? I don't know if I want that. Kinda sounds like a good idea. Is closer to life support? Yeah. Yeah, I try to keep her together the best I can. Do we have something like that? I don't know if you've seen the new buff system, but this is how you actually make buffs now. You can select, you don't have slots anymore, you can only select the certain ones from. You can select any of the stats you want. You can actually enter in values that you want to enter in. And the buff limit is actually now the total amount of buffs that you, like individual buffs that you can bring in, so it just makes more sense to how everything works and all that. But yeah. Yeah, so actually a much better system. Much better system. Will the game come with a story or not? Yes, it will. There will be an overarching story to the whole thing. It's not going to be a game with nothing, with no substance to it. It won't just be like a mindless killing game and mechanics and such. There will be some lore behind it and everything. And don't feel like I may have already answered a question. If you have questions about the game, always feel free to ask. If you don't know, you don't know. Could I and should I? Could I and should I? And should we make a third object to become interactable with for this? By the way, was it you, Paranel, that asked me at one point in time, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, that asked me if I ever thought about having fights that weren't without, or that were without the whole party? Like just one mob or one player, not the whole like solo party system. Was it you that asked me that at one time? I can't remember who asked me that. It was like, that was a while ago. The being asked before is what made me think of it. Let's see here for a moment. Where do we want to put you? Because we could put you here. I could put it there. And it would kind of like... It would kind of fill up the menu right, I feel like. You know what I mean? Like this would just kind of perfectly fill up the menu and make it just feel right. As opposed to like if we put it over here, anywhere here, it just doesn't feel right. We could make another thing here, but it just kind of doesn't make sense. So like I feel like where it feels the best and looks the best is going to be within the missions themselves, and only have it within your endless missions for actually loading it in. Just like I do with the auto reset. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Okay. Because I'm always trying to think of like... It's not so much about just like making a system that sounds good on paper, it's about also placing it into an area within the game that makes sense to the player. Like automatically. It doesn't even have to be a thought to them. It's just like they see it and they're like, oh, that makes sense, that's there, I like that. Okay, cool. Now I know where that is, you know? And you don't really tell the player, oh, hey, this is here. You more just kind of leave it open for them to find it within a means that they naturally would find it, so that they feel like they have discovery to things, but it's discovery that they don't have to fly across the world for, so to speak. It's more discovery that they find within their backyard. And it allows us, a player, to just look at systems, learn system, and pick them up within a kind of like a pace for them to feel it out. Because like I said, we're only going to have this in endless missions, so when they open up the endless missions, they'll see that. They'll be able to sit there for a while in the pause menu because they don't have to stress about dying. They'll be able to read and really just intake the entire situation there, and then just experience endless for what it is, and then kind of figure things out on what they want to do and all that. And then, you know, through later investment of the game, they start to understand like the value behind how they need to separate each one in order to maximize whatever they're looking for. It's pretty much like give them easy discovery, but allow them to have the freedom of the hard mastery, if you will. I just want to close some windows and free up space. But every time I click on an X, I get a throbber through 300 minutes a day. What's a throbber, Baker? It's the damn loading screen thing whenever you do something. You know, like whenever you load into a mission, you get the little circle thing that goes around like that. Yeah, that's called a throbber. Congratulations, you have to live with that too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Look at it. It's a throbber. Oh, let's live with it. Oh. Oh, just bask in the knowledge of the disturbing name. Oh. I just wanted to close the workspace because I knew it was very crowded. But here we are. Baker, is it? Baker, are you telling me that's not responded? It's not responding. Give it a minute. Give it a year. Give it a century. I believe in you, computer. I have the utmost of faith in you. You know? Like, I bet you're just gonna ram straight through it. You're gonna have all the power that you need, and you're gonna find the source of everything. Yeah. Yeah. And you'll have the intake to just have all the flow that you need. Just processing so fast. Alright, I'm done being nice. Can you hurry up, you piece of shit? Huh? I did this to myself. To be completely fair. I should have closed this workshop earlier, but this is like 3 days of a workshop being open and working on like 6 different things, like systems. So there's like probably like 30 to 40 plus fucking things of just objects open and all of their code. Not the wisest thing for me to do. Like I know better than to do that. I know what I should be doing is finishing a patch of what I need to do and then saving it and then opening up a new workspace and then continuing on from there before I open up another batch of like objects and make new objects and everything. I know that's what I'm supposed to do. But you see, what I did was not that. Instead I was stupid. And I just let it go for days and days and days, and I worked on the potion room, I worked on the last bits of the library, and then I came into the main room, into the first mission room to work on all the scaling. And I did all of that. And all of that. In like one fucking workspace. Thank you. You see, I had to just come to acceptance. Okay, sometimes acceptance is all it takes for you to win. Once you have acceptance in your failures, sometimes that's just the breakthrough you need. Actually, let's call this bot reset, right? Bot reset? That sounds like a better group name. Okay, and then we want one more, and we'll call this scaling buttons, I guess. Scaling buttons. That sounds good. That sounds like a good name. Okay. We can kind of take something with this, right? If I'm thinking correctly, we can take something with that. Let's bring you up. Let me take a look at this. Oh, we're gonna get ourselves ready for a break, but I'm thinking we can do something with that then. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 values. And we have 3 things here. We have an auto. Let me just pull up the I can actually just set this. I don't know why I wasn't thinking to just do that. Soul tick counter, we'll call it 1. Soul tick, I'll call it 2. Enemy XP, we'll call it 100. And we'll call player XP there too. Okay. Now this should load up the values accordingly. And I shouldn't have to worry about the fact that I have that there. But we're gonna go ahead and get ready for a break here. When I come back, we're gonna continue on with getting this done. I love the new scaling. I love the new scaling. It feels so fucking good. We're gonna make it so the player can get there. They're gonna have to grind for it, but they're gonna be able to see this. I fucking love it. We are slowly figuring this out, man. It is feeling good. It is feeling good, I'll tell you that much. Anyways, do remember, we only run breaks during my support stream and when I do ad breaks. Other than that, we don't run ad breaks at all, or ads at all. So definitely be sure to stick around and support the stream by... what's the word I'm looking for here? Enjoying your ads about Call of Duty skins, World of Warcraft private servers, CSGO skins, and your favorite botting site for quick power leveling. Enjoy the ad breaks with that. I think it's about the best way that I can put it, and I thank you so much for doing so. And we'll see you all when I come back from the break. Okay. Let's refresh that. Turn off ads. Okay. So that level scaling was pretty slow, but we're gonna get back to figuring this out. I have an idea. I has an idea. Not 100%. This may work. Nope, still getting an error. Let's just try that. We don't want the player to have points anyway, so we just do that. I'll be happy. Beautiful, fixed it. Fixed it. Fixed it. Ah, we fixed it. Okay. I just needed a little break, you know? Just to, like, clear my head, metaphorically and literally. I mean, I don't know how clear it is. You can hear it in my voice. It's not that clear. My sinuses are so wrecked right now. Yeah, so when you hit that, no matter what, it does it. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go with it. I can work around that. We're gonna go with that. I like that. Alright, so there was other things I needed to work on, which is this. Hopefully this will feel better doing this. It would have been worth a lot. Okay, let's try that. Did we use scale level for those? I thought we used something different. Yeah, scale HP base. Oh, it was all time scale level at the end. Oh. I still like the 25% number and all that. That's what I'm missing from this equation. Is that? Oh no, this is scale level here. Okay, let's try that first. We'll see what that looks like. Right now I'm just looking at levels per hour. And I'll be adjusting other values and within that here soon. And I am looking at a very high end of things. Very high end. So I do keep that in mind. But essentially I'm trying to get it closer to where that becomes a reality. A feasible reality. I feel like I'm gonna adjust player level maybe down a bit more. Let's see what that looks like. Not where you wanted to go, Baker. Nowhere near where you wanted to go. That feels a little, I don't like that. Okay. It actually seems to be a little bit more consistent to what I'm looking for. Definitely slows down pretty hard, pretty quick. Could I artificially do to make that better? Actually, what is a good possible? Yeah. I'll give this one more time. Also, what I'm thinking of doing... Hold up. Okay. Oh, that was random. I can breathe now. But anyway, so what I'm thinking of doing is maybe having two different modes of scaling in the sense of the enemy and player level. And if you keep a certain kill per second, then you activate a faster scaling, and if you go under that, then you activate a slower scaling. That's what I'm thinking of doing for this mission. Because I was trying to think, like, well, every endless mission is going to have its own unique way of increasing the rate at which you can have enemy scaling and player scaling. How are you going to make that happen here? And how are you going to make it make sense? And I was like, well, I mean, if I kill so many mobs per second and meet that threshold, then I can use that. It's kind of what I'm thinking of doing right now. And we're going to do that. Also, I'm just going to do this. Okay. Let me find... Where is mission 1? No, we didn't actually have it in scaling, we have it in here now. What alarms do we have free? We may have to move this back into that. We actually might have to. I think I'm just gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna move them back in here. It's just be smart at this rate. We'll adjust the alarm. We'll adjust all the things that are necessary to adjust. That is the fundamental basis. And we need to create what would be the best way to handle this? Create another alarm, possibly. And we'll call this variable global dot kill count. We'll call it free count, I guess. Free count. Souls per second, I guess. Okay. So what we're gonna need to do here as well, let's go into all of these. Do we have where's those? Okay. Stupid. Come on. We'll probably end up moving this into an alarm at some point too. Okay. Okay, I see how that works now. I thought it was directional. I didn't know it was focus based. Okay. this. How are we gonna logic this? Okay, so that's baseline logic there on how we trigger that. Then we come into here. Set alarm 5 for 60 seconds. Maybe just do that. And then this just forces the other ones to go off. Actually. And then we're gonna want this to be set to 0 as well. What's up, Camel? How you doing? It's about room selection. It's not about a build when it comes to oxygen supply. That's a whole different field. Just because you can do the damage doesn't mean the mobs are flowing in correctly to allow you to kill at the rate that you need to. Because you can be one-shotting everything, but if mobs aren't flowing in correctly, you'll still have low kills per hour. And I don't know how the game is right now as well after, because I haven't played since February. So, I played well before the rework that happened most recently. And that build is from last year. And then the other build is just from earlier this year before all the rework and everything. Okay, let me see something here now. Crash. Alright, we're doing something at least. I'll set before reading. Alarm 0. Did I make those? There's no non-global here. What are you getting? Do you really need... You need me to do this? Alright, we'll do it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't know why you need this now, but whatever. Player scale. Oh, maybe that is an issue. Isn't that an issue? Should read your errors, Baker. Restart assuming. I might tell you things. Hold up. So how was it working before and now it's suddenly not working? I'm trying to think where I made this before to work. Because it was actually just working, so I'm like, what did I delete then to make that not work? But interesting. Yeah, you stop being mad at me now. I understand it, but whatever. Okay. Give it a moment. Definitely does look to be faster. I guess we look at XP to level, right? That's what should change. Oh. Stupid. I just realized something, like the equation, even though it's a less of a percentage, it's still going to be just less of a gain. But if we want to reward the player for a certain amount of kills per second, we should take away how much experience it's going to take to level. we should probably take it away, you know, and allow them to level faster that way. When you think about it, like, that would make the most sense. Oh, hold up. I think what we need to do now, as well, we can take this out. I can take that out. Yeah, I figured that was gonna keep that. That is actually running. Hold up. Okay, let's see what that does. That should fix things. We're getting there. We're getting there. So, huh? Uh-huh. There we go. We're getting there. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we're gonna try something a little different here. Okay, let's see how this looks now. Just wanted to make sure it worked. I may have to adjust spawns in order to make this a reality. I don't think enough mobs are spawning at a given time. Better we increase the frequency of the check. Alright. Mob frequency. I'm not gonna go further than that. Okay, so you don't need to worry about things. Was that 35 or was that 30? Next one should be 30, correct? We're gonna do a half second on it to begin with. And then that may achieve what we're looking for. 33. Okay, so we'll just hit them all at 35 then. Give it a year. Give it a month. Give it a lifetime. We're getting there. It's almost done. It'll do it on its own. I have faith. Baker, why does that one have such a heart attack? Because my computer doesn't like how much code is in there. And the engine combined with my computer just don't like how much is in. Don't like it. It was a very unhappy thing. Yeah. Yeah, we're waiting. Don't worry, we're just waiting. We are just waiting the good wait. There we are. Oh man. Yeah. That's what we doing. Baker, what? Are you saying it's not responding? Is that what you're saying? That's exactly what I'm saying. Just give it a moment. Is it gonna crash, Baker? It will not crash. There we go. It's back. See? Oh god, I need a new PC. And yes, it's like that when I'm not streaming too. It's not a streaming thing. It just do be like that. Okay, our kill rate's gone up. XP is still going higher. Alright, we'll give it a moment here. We'll give it a moment. $100 in a second apparently is going to be an interesting thing. Maybe like ability speed helps that actually occur. Maybe that's like where ability speed really comes in handy. Until like, let's see. I'm glad my brain just stopped working, wasn't recording. Okay, so we need to create the FPS system, which we're going to find the enemy spawn. Here, no, here. we do this efficiently? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I didn't want to make this a global. A lot of times for a global to be read over here. I guess we can turn it into a global, and whenever we need to refer to it, we can use it. And then turn it into... Okay. Okay. I don't want to call it the same thing. But I want to call it the same thing. How do we call it the same thing without calling it the same thing? Well, we know exactly what we're referring to. Okay. So we have our reference. Hold on. Why don't I just make this a parent event? Because this doesn't have... Oh, this has that. Okay, we'll keep it there. I don't want to make the code more inefficient. Hit the wrong button. Actually, you're here. Okay, so we need a value here that we'll call step set, and the value is going to be all step set. Okay, so on creation it'll grab that, and then we can just refer to it. Then we can... How do I assign that a variable? Why don't I assign that as a temporary? I should be able to declare that as a temp. No, I don't do that. Weird. I'm just gonna do that. if you're gonna update correctly. What do you... You should probably add the global on here. I feel like we should. Okay. I should update that then appropriately. If this is just on create though for them. This is just on a create, it won't update it then. If the player updates it in the middle of it, then they're not gonna ash. Oh. Oh, I feel it. I feel my brain frying. I feel it. Okay, we gotta move that system out. You are creating way too many problems. I'm gonna have to put too much code into you to do real-time updates. The player, I'm gonna have to move the system, and I'm gonna have the code like the system isn't there. In the sense of when I update it, I don't have to worry about real-time updating. It's just gonna make the most sense. Just gonna make the most sense. No, well, I mean, there's simple sends, dumbass. Is it really that much of a problem? You should just send it to the pre-existing ones? Any pre-existing parent enemies will receive it too. Is it really that much of a problem? No, it isn't. Just shut up. Just shut up. It's not going to affect mob spawning. Just shut up. There. Oh. Stupid. Okay, so we have this here. This sets to this. Mob spawning, my beloved. Yeah, right. Okay. Kinda like it. Let's, oh no. What do I want to do? How do I want to test this? I guess I'll just block test right now. Let me just test with one enemy type and see if it works. And then we can work from there. Okay. There we go. Probably gonna want to reverse the order of the code as well. Really thinking on it. Oh, no, because there's only so much space around the player. We have space for... the 700 regular size mobs, so divide that by 4 if they were enraged. 100 and change, or an 80 or so. Blend between the 300, 400 mobs. We still have more contacting each other, unless the players killed them, or is killing efficiently. Okay. And that would be under ideal conditions. Oh. That might be a lag spike. I think we still want to make a random number generator for that. Oh, that was every single mob in the map. That was a young soul. That was a... Oh, shit. Alright. That's a fucking enrage phase. Oh shit, that's an enrage phase. You imagine every mob in the map doing that? Can you imagine that? Just imagine. Take a moment to imagine that. I think we'll just do a random number generator. We'll save ourselves time. We don't have to worry about that if we have to do a random number generator to begin with. Worry about it. Oh my god. That was rich. Did we put this in everywhere? No, it was just okay. Let's see here. No, what system did I use for this? And I wanted to keep move pick. That's who I wanted. I guess we could attach it to that to maintain performance. If we do that, we can better ensure stability for the player, allowing us to reduce the number count more efficiently. Hmm. My brain is straight turning off right now. This is why I didn't want to work on this system about the stream. Oh, the commentary is gonna start devolving. Oh, Lord. Okay, so we say equals 1. We do this. God, my brain is just... What are we doing here? Okay, so we had 100 here. We do that. I like the 100. That's a good frequency. It's high frequency. Make mob move, I guess. I don't know. Then say if we just want to put in all these systems that I just made back again. Every fucking one of them. Can I just undo? Love you. Oh. Thank you for being respectful. You know, I usually hate the undo in this. Like, I usually hate it with a bloody passion. But right now... Right now, it's okay. Right now, I like it. Right now, I do. Right now, it's okay. It's okay in my world. Ah, that's the math that I did. Might as well kind of keep things consistent in that regard. I might even increase or decrease the number on this because we're gonna have 2 different things coming in. Like, we could probably just do it to 5 here. That way down here, we leave this at 10. Of this higher frequency, maybe. Yeah, let's just... I could turn this into like kind of waves. I know it's kind of changing up what I was having for the mission mode, but maybe I could change it up into waves. Wouldn't look too much different than now, to be honest. It would pretty much look exactly the same. Only difference is you'd be able to have, or you'd be going until mob count was 0 until the next wave happened. Then everything would start going again. Oh. I have an idea. I like that spawning. That I like. That I like. There we go. That I like. That shit's clean. That's what I'm talking about right there. Okay, let's implement this. Let's implement this. We need create as well. No, I just don't do this. And the only thing we gotta do down here, change that to that, and over to Young Soul. This, that. Action. Are we calling parent of that? We are. Okay, let's take this out. Come over here. Parent Dannymae. Okay. 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 Okay, so all of that's called into there. I don't have to worry about it now. That should be the... That should be the extent of the implementation. Confused here. There we go. Whip, oh, that's what pasted. mad at Twitch. Did you just paste? I didn't see it do that. Okay. There we go. I gotta figure out why those mobs are still moving when they spawn. They're hitting the walls. They're hitting the walls, which makes them... Oh, because of the interactions I have with it. Okay, okay, I got it. It's fine, it's fine. I understand now what's happening. It'll be happening everywhere, it's just it happens more frequently up there. Okay. So the external walls, I have it will set their movement speed to 0 and then target player and move towards them. Or essentially target player but move towards their position. And that's what's happening there. That's why we're seeing that random mob. Because they're interacting with the wall and it's causing that code to happen. So that's why we get those random enraged guys back there. Oh, we have an error. Not set before reading. OS cap. Oh, average soul. Did I do OS cap and average soul? Did I really? Oh, in an old soul I did AS. Whoopsie, I meant it's because they were in reverse order for me. I should have done like that. Ah. Okay, easy peasy. It's not terrible. It's only terrible because we gotta wait another 2 minutes for the test. Why don't you just make it 1 minute? No. Mob density is important for testing. Makes it faster. In the long haul, when you want to do long form. I know we're just testing one thing here, but it's better to have a bigger mob density so it can stress the system out more and I can see what's going on. Here we go. Enrage. Oh, that's actually a pretty nice spawn-in. That's actually a pretty nice spawn-in. Dense enough to feel it, but not dense enough to box in the player to the degree where they couldn't get themselves out. That worked really, really well. What's good, Sci-Fi? I saw the Limb Bible was out, man. 2 hours. You madman. You madman. You staying safe, too? I know you all got that hurricane coming in. I'm just going well, man. Going well. Working on the whole system I told you about yesterday. You're essentially seeing it in action now. We're in the enrage phase. As you see, we have larger mobs. We have mobs going to destroy the objects, and they're porting to the player. And we also have other mobs as well, porting to the player to help clear up the screen. And then here in a minute, everything will spawn back. Oh no, when we're under 1,000 objects, everything will spawn back on the next reset. But yeah, it's going well so far. It's going well. We're having a complete map view. There's a complete map view this time. This isn't like what the player is going to see, but I need to see everything that's going on. So, I need to see everything. If you need to evacuate or not. I hear you, I hear you. Yeah, depending on where you're at in the bend, it can be a problem. A lot of infrastructure up in the northern part of Florida isn't, like, really well built for hurricanes, so they suffer a lot. Especially infrastructure-wise, in the sense of, like, houses and everything. Like, northern Florida still has, like, a shit ton of houses from, like, the 1800s and everything. Because they're just not, like... Historically, northern, like, the bend of Florida never really got hurricanes except for on occasion. It was mainly always the other side. Like, over on Miami area. Yeah, I figured as much. It's looking like it should be avoiding you guys with the eye, so you should be chill. Tampa, thankfully, has done a decent job with their infrastructure. Tampa's not too bad. But the more north you get up in Florida, the more backwoods it gets and everything. Yeah, I was gonna say, there was only one projection model that I saw that had y'all in the path. So that's good. Okay, so we still gotta set up a system to when the mob spawning turns off, we'll start spawning mobs in from around. I'll have to figure that out. But that would be my next step right now, but we'll take a look some more at what we're doing with this enrage phase. That's more of a, I turned off the mob spawning there because I have it set like that for performance. Alright, here comes next enrage. Instead, it should spawn everything back. Boom, there we go, and things are now getting destroyed, mobs are popping up, everything is going good there. I have to see how FPS looks during all that, but we look to be pretty smooth. So now you skip through and you go to the next enrage instead. So you'll have all these mobs stuck buff on screen for the next enrage phase, because you didn't kill any of them, you didn't do anything like that. I'm trying to make it punishing for the player if they want to just sit there. If you're wondering. I hope it will just go towards the sea. It's in the Gulf of Mexico, Nip. You're asking for such a specific trajectory. It hits anything no matter where it goes, man. Unfortunately, that's the reality there. In the Gulf of Mexico right now is just a cooking oven for hurricanes. Because we're in a, what is it, El Nino, I think we're in right now. So, like, the waters are just insanely warm and favorable for activity. Like, what this started out was just a really big-ass storm. But because the waters ever, like, all around that area are so favorable right now and warm, it just grew from there. It's gonna be one of the biggest, like, hurricanes we've seen of the season. From what the projected models is things like almost the size of Florida when it comes to the outer bands and everything. Or at least when I looked at it last night. I haven't looked at it this morning. But I'm 2,000 miles away. I'm not gonna, like... I'll look at it later. It's not gonna affect me. Alright, we have the next enrage coming in. Boom, and like everything's spawning in. Oh yeah, we also made everybody in the mission, by the way, sci-fi, have a cast ability, or yeah, like a ranged ability. And later on, we're gonna turn it into food. Because the things that you saw here, like these tables here, and this is a mess halls. So we're gonna have them throwing food at the player. And it's just gonna be a random number generator on what food gets thrown. So there's, yeah, every mob will have a ranged attack, so they're not just like, they have a ranged and a melee attack. If they get within melee range of you, they'll do damage, and they also have a ranged attack to do damage to you. Gonna work on house things? Sounds good, homie. You take care, and thank you for stopping by, man. You haven't seen it up close of that area? The easiest way to describe it for something like the size of like any hurricane to go through, you would just call it landlocked. There's nowhere it can go where it doesn't affect some poor place. Literally. The only thing you can hope for is that it just dissipates in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. Because other than that, it's essentially, you might as well just call it landlocked. Like, it's not actually landlocked, you know, like there's plenty of open avenues, but for how large a hurricane typically is, you might as well just call it landlocked. Like, there's nowhere it can go without hitting land. It's a lake at that point. It's in a lake, I guess would be the best way to put it. A pond. Yeah, man, it's huge. It's huge. Oh, you went and looked. He's like, oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, no, I can't. No, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big area, and that's a big storm. Okay, yeah, no, okay. That sucks. It does, man. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. At that rate, the only thing you can hope for is that wherever it hits has the infrastructure to be able to handle it well. That's what you hope for. It's a sad thing to have to hope for, but it's the most realistic thing to, like, have in a positive mindset for hope. It's the most realistic way to have hope. Okay, so we definitely need to build a system that makes these mobs spawn to the... This way we can free up mob count and all that. This is working really well. We're keeping nice density. We just need to get these mobs to the player more. We just need to get these mobs to the player more. This is amazing. I believe so, yeah. I don't keep track with the names, man. It's the only hurricane that I know that's actively going on, though. Give me a moment. Hurricanes. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about the tropical depression. I forgot about John. That one's gonna suck for them. That's gonna suck for them there. But yeah. It's our one, like, it's one of the few major hurricanes we're getting this year. Yeah. It is very active out here right now. I actually just saw that. Huh? It is very active out there. Yeah. I'm not really... Depending on where Tallahassee is, it can have problems. Oh, not a big fan of that, but I mean, that's life. It's life. Okay. So far this feels kind of good. I think we want to increase that number though. They really come in, or decrease this number though. Honestly, I think we may even just equal 1 at this point on all of them, and we'll give it a test again and see. But I'm thinking we may just equal 1. They just spawn in so fast. I want a little bit more of a break in them. But I don't know if this is going to be too much of a break. But I figure at this point I'm just going to go drastic, and then I can get an idea between the 2 points that I have, because they're both drastic extremes of what I'm looking for, and then I'll have, you know, a middle point, and then I'm good to go. I hit escape. Alright, I'm gonna let this run here, but I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll figure out what we're gonna be working on and everything. But remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I do support streams, so your lurking during that does help support development of the game and keeps the stream ad-free while I'm here. But we will see you all when I come back from the break, and cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we were working on the slider some more, but it wasn't the actual full slider itself, it was the button for it. let me go over there and see where we left off. I know it wasn't far enough to go in-game. That's all I remember. Okay. We can get rid of you. That was one thing I needed to do. We can get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. I don't need this anymore. Okay. So, draw GUI here. Probably actually draw a text as well. I'll do XY on it. The dreaded XY. Working fast right now because we're early on. So now it's working a little better. It's slow, but oh there we go. There we go. It's starting to have issues already. Alright, so we're just gonna do that instead then, and we'll say like y minus 150, I guess. Yeah, that should be about correct. Because I think, oh no, it's not it's a 50, so 50. 50 should be all I have to do. Actually, it should be, yeah, no, minus, I want it to go above. And then here, we're gonna say that. And then here, we're gonna say that. I guess just for my own OCD's sake, we'll do that. Okay. Alright, so let's just take a look and make sure that's updating correctly in game, and we'll move from there. This will be the button to make it so the player can set it manually without having to use a slider, and it'll also be what we use to display the percentage when the player moves the slider. Good. Now if it'll definitely does not update real time there because it's not connected to each other. That's fine. Okay. What we can do for that though is this. Could we just assign it to slider parent, or do we have to assign it to the other one? We'll see. Gonna be one of those two. I don't know if this is sending to or if it's gonna pick up from as well. Oh, I clicked that. Okay, no, that's sending to. Okay, I kind of thought that was gonna be sending to. Over then to you. Try you next, and we'll see if you work. I was hoping maybe we could just use the parent for it, and it would just always send to both, but we'll see. So, let's see what we got to do. Cable is literally not picking up anything. Interesting. Okay, so what we can do then would be this. We really want to have everything sent. Probably be the most logical thing to do. What's good, Nip? How you doing, man? So we're gonna have to create this into a global right before a temporary global. I want to get everything else replaced first. And then we'll focus on that. You're doing fine? Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Okay, we're probably going to get an error here, but let's see first. I foresee we're going to get an error because of this. Or it doesn't calculate correctly because it's not picking up correctly. I guess since I foresee it happening, probably should just... Let's test it and break it first. Can always be surprised. But I am pretty much guaranteeing that this is going to either not work correctly or shoot me an error. There we go. There's the error. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought it would say. Okay. Alright, let's shoot this into a global real quick. Might be able to just shoot this into a global. Why did you put a dash there? Good to hear that, man, that you're doing good. You're just grinding away. Just grinding away. Alright, copy both of those. Put that down here. This one here. That might stop the error from shooting. There we go. Okay, we are not... Okay, so now we need to adjust this to change correctly again still. Okay. Yeah, what's good, Sci-Fi? How you doing, man? Alright, we'll go back into this sloppy code here. And we're going to need to grab it for you here. And adjust these all over here. this. And then that will pick up from that and then adjust those appropriately. So funny, Florida Jesus. Just vibing right now. Not really too awake today, so just doing what I can. There we go. Okay, now they're changing correctly. Alright, so we have our spawn value coming over here, and now we'll work on everything else we need to do with this. Okay. That's good there. Live into Baker ASMR. I'm about a third awake. Still looking through songs. Oh, for, are you referring to for your video? Okay. Comes next. I wanted to, in this slider, actually, in the parent. There's a couple things I wanted to do here. We're gonna make something called a mob. I'm gonna call this mob slider speed, right? And we're gonna set that to, I believe it was 25 is what we had. And now what we're gonna do is we want to pop this before this. We're gonna take this and we're going to get the sprite width of the bar, and then we're gonna divide that by that. And we're going to be using this equation here to actually know how many max steps can be taken. Because the width of our bar and the steps we take because of the movement, as long as we divide the speed of our character, which is how many pixels it moves per step, as long as we divide that by the width of the actual object, we have exactly how many steps it can to go to get to 100. And then this way our 100% scaling system can always be at 100% no matter what size we make the bar itself. It'll be automatically detecting for it. And then you'll be able to also quickly adjust the speed of the slider too if you so want to, as the individual programming and everything, because this is eventually going to be lessons for like a video and everything at some point on how to, you know, I made the entire system within itself for the mob density slider, or just system as a whole. Is there an upgrade for speed for your character? It's uncapped. You can go as high as you want. The only things that have caps in the game are dodge, crit chance, attack speed. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, it's a delicate balance. As you increase your attack speed, you'll also have to increase your ability speed in order to make your abilities keep up with your attack speed. Otherwise, they'll lag behind you, and then you lose the effectiveness, and you're going to be taking a lot more damage. So there's a balance between it all. And then at some point, if you're going too fast, you can't control your character anymore. So, you know, you're going to be at risk for taking, you know, accidental damage and such like that as well. it's actually not a good thing to have too much movement speed. It's actually not a good thing. Sounds good though, Sci-Fi. You take care and I hope work goes by fast for you. It's actually not a good thing to have it unless you want it, unless you have the rest of the stats to support the recklessness. So you'll need, you know, health, armor, you know, ability speed to kill mobs faster as well if you so choose to. So, and then you have your health per 5 and your health per kill. Is Arcaplasmor good? I mean, as far to my knowledge, it is, yeah. I haven't played the game since February, but from what I've seen watching streams, like, yeah, it is still in a very, very good spot. Meaning after the element rework that has recently taken place. Hope you're doing well though, Turo. So I should get it. I mean, Warframe is a game about you getting anything you want to test with. That's like, if you're gonna ask me if you should get something in Warframe, the answer is yes. You get anything in Warframe, and you have fun with it, and you see if you like it. Anything. The Sisters whole thing there, where you get the tenant weapons from, the little keys that you get from the Corpus missions, and you put into the hand and all that. I would look up a guide on all of that kind of stuff if you don't exactly know how to do it. I would definitely look up some guides, because there's really easy ways to do it really fast and efficiently. And that would be like the best way to do it, is just kind of do some research yourself there and figure it out. I used to just grab Mesa and run in there, but you can do it with, I've done it with Orgris as well. Like, Orgris is actually a really good weapon to use for it, so you can use any frame you need. If you get Orgris with a Napalm mod, oh. I think it's Orgris. Is that the one for the Napalm mod? The Kuva Orgris? Right? Something like that. Good AoE weapon usually just works well in general. And then, yeah, Requiem mods as well. No. You can do either of them. If you haven't done any, you won't have that Orgris then. I would look up guides definitely then. I would definitely look up guides if you don't have any Kuva weapons. But no, you don't need to do Kuva first. It's the same system, but they're just different weapon sets and factions. But, yeah. More or less the same system, I guess you could say. Okay, so in the slider here, we have this, right? And that's the max value. Well, how do we have that detect to that, though? Is this gonna do the annoying thing then if I do this where it shoots over 1? I think this is gonna do the annoying thing where it shoots over 1 and then I have to write extra lines of code to prevent it from shooting over 1. More so than this. Yeah, no, we're gonna just do this. This is easier. Because all this is you take the x coordinate and then you add half the width and then you subtract half the width. And that's it. That's literally all that is. There's no all I really have to say is if that's too much math for you, I don't really know what to say for you. What would be the other thing, though? See, we have the mob slider here. This system here. Is there a way we can incorporate this to work with that? Oh, it just uses position before the current, so yeah, no, okay, yeah, this is not needed. Okay. This is literally just unnecessary then. Okay, cool. Okay. I thought maybe I was gonna have to do something like that, or like it would make sense too, but if I don't see it make sense too, I'm not gonna bother with it. You're gonna go look for a guide? Take care, Turtle. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab this. We do that. Say less than 1 does this whole thing here. And do that. And we say this. We play this to this. And we say I don't need, we say this greater than 100. And we don't need that, we don't need that, or that. I think that gives us our... Oh, we got it. Good. Okay, I know what we gotta do. That's perfectly fine with me. Just grab this right here. It's gonna make more sense. And we say if this greater 0, that. So that didn't affect that at all, which is good. Alright, let's just relaunch because we actually... Let me take care of this in the damn slider here. Is it this one right here? The destroy instance. I'm gonna copy this, grab another. And then we're gonna grab this right here, and we're gonna have this thing start deleting because it's getting on my nerves and it needs to get done. In C# count system, where if you +1 until yeah, that's what I was explaining earlier. That's what I was explaining earlier when I was trying to set up the other system. I was like, we're just gonna have to add a few more lines of code because of that problem. What I did here to get around that issue was I put a... Hold up, wait a minute. I'll find the slider. Yeah, pretty much GML is a combination between Java and C#, and then it compiles in C++. That's the easiest way to describe GML. It's a hybrid between Java and C#, and it compiles in C++. That's why a lot of this kind of looks familiar with C#, and at the same time other parts are like, well, that doesn't look like C#, that's because it's Java. Okay, so now we have that destroy there and everything. Where was I showing you here? Oh, okay, that's right, how I prevent that. So we have mob value equals greater than 100, but then I have a secondary check of bar position, and it just checks the exact position. And if it goes greater than that, it just exits. So it immediately always stops it at 100, and same with 0. And the easiest way to find this is you just find the XY coordinate of wherever you're going to be placing this. It's centralized location, and then you take the width of your object, divide that by 2, and then you can just add and subtract both sides by that number, and then that's your number. It's very simplistic to do. So you don't, like, in my opinion at least, you shouldn't have to worry about grabbing other variables and making it grab other variables and that type of stuff when you have something this simplistic. Basic math you can do in your head, essentially. But yeah, that's another thing you could do as well, is you just set up the XY on this, and you say X plus, like, width divided by 2, and then, like, X minus width divided by 2, and then that can likely do this exact same calculation for you, and the computer should just do it itself then, or the engine should just do it itself. So I guess that would look something like, well, let's go ahead and, like, make that here real quick just to show you that nonsense. So we have sprite, where are we at? Sprite width divided by 2, and then we call this, we call it anything we want really, but we'll call this point to bounding box. We'll just call it point to bounding box width. Why not? If we want to get really technical with it, so like we know exactly what the hell it is, and then you can just say, probably be better because this thing does have an empty thing here. It'd be get sprite width. Isn't it get sprite width? WIDH width. There we go. And where's the get sprite width that I used earlier? Am I blind? Sprite. Oh, you can get bounding box index actually. Oh. Oh. Well, that's really all you need there is the bounding box index. That's actually, I just learned something. That should be literally all you need is a bounding box index. Let me see if that's right. That's interesting. This is why I don't mind, like, sometimes just going around and screwing around with things. You'll never know really what you find. I mean, I'm only 6 months into this engine, so it's not like I'm gonna know everything about the damn engine. So we'll call this R, and we'll call this left, or L. Alright, so we'll just grab both of these so that we can easily come over here with it. We're gonna drop it below here, just so we can do that. And this one is greater to or equal to, so this is gonna be our right. I don't know 100% if this is gonna work or not, but we'll see. It might need actual positions. But this is interesting to see. And if it breaks it, it's easy to fix. So. I have a feeling it might not work, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I kind of thought it might shoot an error. Expecting an argument. Expecting a sprite. Oh, expecting a sprite. Oh, my oh shit, I'm stupid. You're expecting a sprite. Yeah, I probably should give you a sprite to look at, huh? Not a fucking object. Oh, man. Oh, boy. I do that sometimes out of reaction. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm trying to get sprites. I'll just do the object because it's like, oh, it's there. It's the sprite. It's the same thing. No, it really not even close, bro. Okay. There you go. Actually, it does work. Oh, it sticks. Oh. Oh. So yeah, you can, there is a way to do it there with that. Okay, so what I was gonna show though, let's go ahead and, so that as you could see there is a little bit of an option there. But spray, where's the width? Is there like a, I remember a get width that I used. Here's get height. Keep going down, and eventually we'll find, here's width, get width. Okay, so we grab this, and then we can divide this to, call this center. Guess we can call it MSSB center. Slider center? Mob slider center? My OCD is going about this. Slide bar center. There we go. I mean, if I'm going to do this, I might as well do it right enough to where it becomes a good teaching exercise, in the sense of, like, if I'm going to keep it here and it ends up work, you know, like we get it to work, I might as well just keep it here for the regard of anybody can have any size they want. Yeah, another day. I was like, yeah. You asked about it, I might as well just do it at the same time. Okay, so we have that there to get our X, or to get our number for our plus and minus. And now what we can do is, actually we'll call this bar, yeah, we'll call this, yeah. This will be the point to bounding box, is what we'll just recall that actually. And then this one would be center, with this just being X. It'll detect it's X there. And now what we can do is create a few more values. We can actually just create all these within one, to be fair. The only reason why you'll usually see me create other ones is because I'm going to be moving it into another system, and I only need just that little bit, so I'll do stuff like that. But usually you can just combine them all into one. Like, if I have a whole system, I usually throw all the variables into one if I so, like, if I can, without also having to remove a bunch of stuff because I'm copying it somewhere else. Okay, and we'll call this check left, and then we'll do a check right. Check right. And then what we can do is say X plus, oh, this would be minus, actually. And then this one, X plus here. And what are we looking at here? This is what, check right? Do check right over here. This one is greater to or equal to. Then do check left. Down here. And let's see how that works. If I did it correctly, it should work exactly the same as how we had it before. There we go. So, oh, you just went a little past it. What happened there? So you work on one side, but you're not working on the other. Why do you not want to work on the other? What did I do wrong over here? What's wrong on check left? Maybe I didn't like that there. I don't know why I didn't do this in the beginning there, because I made that variable there. My brain was just like, you want that value, do that. I was like, okay, let's see if it works, but that sounds stupid right now. Oh my. So we work in one direction. Don't want to work in the other. Why though? Oh, that is really frustrating. Oh, that is just hellaciously frustrating. Oh, that is very frustrating. Why though? Why though is the question. Because we got one side to work. Because this will work fine now, right? See? That works fine. That's when I had it on the exact value. So why doesn't that want to work over here now? What is the number you're getting then? Let's actually answer that question first. What is the number that is going on here to make you want to do that? I know, it's a very sloppy looking system here, isn't it? It's amazing. $700 by $600. I'll have a day where I actually go through and really optimize code more. What are we getting? We're getting 642? How on earth are we getting 642? How on earth are you getting 640? Oh, maybe... Hold up. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a minute. Do you want this? You want this? This? Huh? Is this it? Would this be more to your fancy? I don't know. I'm just gonna throw some things up the wall here. I think I might have just mixed that up, and that's kind of what I'm looking at here. No, now we're getting minus 640. Okay, I thought, like, I don't know what I was thinking on that, but I was like, maybe this will make sense. Why don't you, what's the issue? What's wrong with the, can we just, do we do this then? Do we do this? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? I do this. And I know I made this up here for that, but sometimes I like to see if I can just use other things, like more basic stuff, so we don't have to have more variables thrown in. I'll make them just in case, because I'm kind of planning on doing it anyways. But if I can get away with it, I'll do it. We're still at 642. It is literally not the problem. Why, though? What do you... How are you It... Okay. Okay, follow back the math a little bit more then. Follow back the math a little. Just follow the math. Follow the math. This is why you didn't want to do this originally, Baker, and you just do the math manually. Yeah, I know it was. Alright, let's just not talk about it, okay? We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it. Accept the fact that this be reality right now, okay? What are we gonna call you? Call you point two, so I know who's who. I guess I know who's who by just looking there. And the other one's called caption, so I'm good there. If I don't know what it is after I just made it, there's probably something wrong with it. Okay, we got 175. That is definitely correct. 175, that's our halfway mark. Okay, so that's right. We have that. And then we have 817 as the X. That is 642. Can we talk about why this isn't making sense, though? Why did I need the other number that I had, then? This is just letting me into a whole different thing here. 817. Wait. Wait a moment. Why is this? Wouldn't the engine is supposed to detect the X as the center point of the damn thing because I have the hitbox thing sent to middle center. Why are you detecting the X as being there? And then my question comes, how the hell does this number work? Because this number shouldn't even be fucking correct. If that is taking half of that, that is only going to half of it. You know what I mean? Because 817 is where we have the current stop, which works. Which means that's 817 right there. But yet, it doesn't. that number before here was 1,167. You saw the number before down there was 992 or something like that? Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, 992. What in the actual not working and not making sense? Why did it work? Why did it work? Are you telling me you work? Just this? It doesn't go over 101 somehow? How? Can we just like talk about how little stuff? When did you start working? Oh, but it doesn't move off now. Okay, okay. Give it a moment. Okay, so now it doesn't move off. Okay. Okay. That's why I put that in there. I thought so. I was like, are you going to tell me you're going to slide off too, even? Like, are you... come on. So what if I just did like the mouse position? Is that like... well, obviously the mouse position isn't going to do it. It'll just stick there. Has to have another variable to stop before that. Okay. So then... so are you saying like I could do this then? Here, like we come down here to this, right? I still don't know why check right is working. That is... that is beyond me right now. That is absolutely beyond me why that actually works. Oh, because it's greater to or equal to, so once it hits 100 there and it's greater to or equal to of the halfway point, then it's obviously going to stop no matter what. So the code stops itself because of the initial encounter that happens before the rest of the code runs. And that's why check right works even though it's not the correct number. Okay. 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 Understood. Understood. It took me a moment to look at it and realize it, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So then we take this and that, and then boom, look, there it is. Okay, so easy peasy lemon squeezy. We can just, whatever the X is, I don't, not that my brain's gonna understand that whatsoever, but whatever. So then, like, what would we do then? We just take this here, right? And then this. You do that, then. And then that becomes the actual number because it's going from the X, so we just want to take it the whole width of it. And then that's it. We'll remove check left because check left isn't needed, but right now it's just an empty value, or it's just a value sitting there to look pretty. Yeah, now we have 1,167. Okay. All right, so that's a... not that that makes sense in my head, but that's how you would do it. That's how we're doing it. So that gives you it right there. You use this for your left side for 0. You use this little thing here for your right side, which is nothing more than sprite width plus X. And then you come over here and then you have your 0 and 100, and then you have a secondary check for where your mouse position is on the GUI, and then you do your accordance to that, and then you just have it exit. And it doesn't run any more of the code below. If your mouse goes to the other side and it meets it within the center parameter of both of these here, then it will run through the code. So you should be able to baseline kind of, if you needed to figure that out for yourself in like C#. So it's a way to do it. Okay. It was a little bit of a learning experience there. A little bit. That's the thing about trying things. Like, oh, it should just be this easy. I've never done it before, though. Let's see exactly what happens there. Usually, though, with the XY, like I said, it detects into the center. So I found that really weird that it's using... It's using the X over on the other side there, but it's whatever. Whatever. Fine. Let's see. So we're working on this one here. And okay, let's see what happens here. We'll go ahead and click on it and see. Okay. What are you getting mad about? Okay. False. False equals true, and then that. And that'll clear that up, and then I shouldn't get an error. No, still want to give me an error, huh? Ooh. You want to do that. What am I doing wrong? Come up to here. Come over here. Grab you. Take a look at you real quick. Is it on create? Yeah, that's what I'm forgetting. Here. Oh. Okay. Oh, still getting issues. Oh. Do we just want to... I shouldn't have to just do this for the whole damn thing. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it's wanting to be so picky. But... we shall appease. Hopefully make it happier. Oh my lord, I'm going to just... What? Who's having the issue now? Mob slider draw? You? What are you having issues drawing? Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah. Alright. Alright. You just... No, I get it. I get it. This is what I get for doing all the stupid things over here to do this, and then, like, is gonna bite me in the ass. And this is why I haven't worked on the system more and just left it really jank for right now. Because I already knew I was gonna have issues and having to keep coming back to it. Well, because you just wanted to change the looks of the sprite based off the percentage. Congratulations, Baker, you did it. Oh my... Okay. Alright. Alright, let's... We're gonna just fight so fucking hard right now. I'm so down to fight you. Okay, are you gonna be happy with this now? Can I go back to this? Can I go back to that? That would be wonderful. One error at a time. We're gonna get there. Oh my god. Just exploded. What do you want now? Yeah, I actually thought that's what it was gonna be. So it's you now? You're the problem? You're the problem. Oh, you are such a problem. Okay, so what if we got rid of you then? Here. I guess. Maybe you'll be happier with that in your life. Will this be everything you've ever dreamed of? Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you want me to start you at 1%? Is that, like, I shouldn't have to. I really shouldn't. You should just be fine. Okay, so where I need to look then would be something like this here. This is the code I need to look at then. What do you do? Okay, so we have the level scale input, this right here. This is gonna hold our keys right here. Oh my lord. Okay. Alright, I'm dumb. Okay. I just don't want to talk about it. I really don't want to talk about it. Let's see here. This actually completely unnecessary code. So yeah. About that. That is made so that if I have no soul levels left, that it does not allow you to enter in values. That's what that is. And we're still gonna get some errors here. What do you mean unable to convert? Mob spawn value equals... Okay, so you're gonna want me to do... Okay, okay. So you do need the deletion that we had earlier. Hold up here. Where is it? Okay, this is just not getting me well. Where is... Great. You? You might be what I'm looking for. You great, put you here. I think if we do that, we'll be okay. We may have to put this somewhere else too. I don't know. There we go. Okay. Good. Okay, we're getting there. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. And when we come back, we're gonna continue on with this nonsense here. We'll get it all figured out. It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. I do remember I don't run any mid-roll ads while I am here, and only run them during my breaks and during support streams, so your lurking during that does keep the ad, or the streams ad-free otherwise. But, definitely be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel, and let me go ahead and get some, or not some gameplay pulled up. Okay, and I also forgot to hit record, so I guess just for VOD's sake, or for recording's sake, we took the loop over from the player level here, and then we added it into the enemy level scaling, because we forgot to do that. Okay. Let's see what that looks like now. The scaling should look vastly different for enemy level. That loop is very important. Oh. Actually not gonna look too different. Definitely made a difference early on, I could see that. Oh, that's it, that is faster scaling. That is faster. Not significantly, but it definitely does go a lot quicker. Oh yeah, because the soul level before was like 50 to like when the enemy was 120. So yeah, no, that's a big difference. Okay. Alright. We didn't set these down to 2. I wanted to test that next. That was one thing I wanted to test next. If we leave the values as they are, but we allow the player to go down to alarm cap, what happens then? Which would be 0.03 seconds. What happens then? Oh, that's what happens. That number do be, okay. Alright, so now we know. We're gonna have to make another alarm. Let's use one of these empty alarms here, why don't we, right? We don't need those. Let's get rid of that. No, we don't need you. Okay. Alright. Okay, so that's its own system there. Then here, I guess we do that, and then set that to 0. 60, alarm 1. This checks that, that checks that. Okay. Okay. And then this allows me to actually keep it at 100 and not worry about how fast the ticker is going for this. So we set an alarm for that. And we're going to need to create. Okay. Let's see what that does. Actually, alarm 1 would probably suit better having that set to 2. Probably same with that one. On initial creation, this way they get activated immediately. Okay. Oh. I forgot to turn down the volume. My bad. There we go. Yeah. I usually turn down the audio there. That is my bad. Okay. Actually, I really like this. I really like this. I like this so far. This is coming around here. This is becoming a system. This is becoming a system here. Already at 400. That's beautiful. And then I slowed down on kills. So now it's not triggering as frequently. See? Ah, yeah. Okay, and then if we were a player who happened to scale it all the way down to 1, always active. If you can kill 1 mob a second, it's active. What happens? Wow, look at that scaling. Let's see what this feels like. This is player level 100,000 and change. I think this was 130. Already starting to take damage. Alright, I actually really like this. There we go. Actually, really not bad at all. I actually like this. Actually really fucking like this. So the next thing we'll do after this is we have to adjust how attack speed gets calculated in the game. We have to figure out what the player's base stats are going to look like before anything. Which it does include changing attack speed because I've already, hold on a sec. Fucking thing in my throat. Okay, that should be a little better for right now. Because we're going to be increasing all the base stats and everything, so there may be having to recalculate some things, but attack speed, due to where the base or the cap is at, we're going to have to adjust where cap is placed at with everything else. Because I'm already increasing the base attack speed. Give me 1 second. This is coming together very nicely. And for anyone that has been following since like the very first video I posted, I hope you can see why it is taking me a minute to actually make everything. I'm trying to really make something that feels good. I don't want a mindless first mission, even though it is just a mindless killing field. I want it to feel like something. And I'm really trying to capture that. Because I knew like what I had made originally was not going to be what I wanted. So it was just about figuring out how to make what I wanted. Sometimes it just takes making, let's call it incorrect. Let's call it incorrect. Making incorrect systems until you come to the point of making the one you want. Just messing around and screwing around with it and just, you know, fucking around and finding out. And eventually you'll figure out exactly what you want. So we could also, if I want to, should be able to come through here. We can kill all the lower tier guys that are all slow. Oh, you can actually... Good, good. I was hoping that if you did attack speed, or that my cap was going to allow the player to actually do some kiting if they wanted to. As you can see, if you want to kite and actually take a little bit less damage, you do have that luxury if you're good enough at positioning. You can get a good old kite going. You're gonna take damage, but you'll take far less damage overall. Good. That was something I wanted for the player. It's a small map, but it's still just big enough to kite in. And this would potentially probably be the best way to run if you wanted to go as far. Oh my. Yeah, definitely. That would be the best way to play. I died really fast going into that center. Good. 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 This is starting to feel really fucking good. This is starting to really feel good. And get rid of... See, we need alarm 0, 1, 2. We don't need 3. We need 4, and we need 5. So we can get rid of 3, essentially. Yeah. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm moving the alarms because alarm order does matter for the order at which things do occur. So I am making souls per second occur first, and then everything else. So I'm feeling like that's gonna make the most sense. Or should we have this? This actually should calculate second. So let me take you. This is why we didn't delete alarm 5 yet, so that I could keep making these adjustments. And pop that in there. I like it. Okay. We still gotta program that, but that can come later. That's gonna be in here. And it's whenever player level equals to this, it's going to activate this alarm and do this. It's not really a big deal though right now. Okay, let me see how that feels before we continue on. Oh, 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 you're stupid, that's why. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't adjust the alarms in the alarms, so they're activating alarms that aren't the alarms. No. Hold on. Oh. I. Oh. Okay. That should work better now. We win. We win. Oh man. No, that didn't do it either. What did I do? What did I do? What did I? Did I adjust the wrong values or something? Why? 0, 1, 2, 3. Why did me? I did tell you the order was important, didn't I? Wait, wasn't that supposed to be like that? Or is that? No, 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 it was the other way around. It was, wasn't it? Hold on. Huh? Yeah. That shit is. Okay, let's make alarm 5 here. It's a little different, apparently. Okay. Oh, I love it, actually. I hope this works, otherwise I am gonna swap the brake. I don't know why that would matter right now, though. It was working fine. I might have to have the player level calculate first, then the souls per second. I don't know. And then have it reset after that. Okay. Is there something with the alarm? Because I put the alarms there. What if I did the alarms down here? Let's try that first. Create values, then set alarms. No? Okay. Well, that was worth it. Why don't I have my task manager? There's my task manager. I decided to close it. Okay. Wow. So you have to have something to do with it. Guess we'll go back to the old setup. That was the load order, apparently. Okay. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh. Why? Why are you doing this? What is going on? Okay. Where is start profiling? Maybe? What do I want? Can I... Can you give me like real-time data here of the processes and what's taking up everything? Can you do that for me? Like, where do they put that now? Usually it's this profiling. I don't know if you're looking. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to find right now. I purposely crashed this to check it. That again. We start profiling in the beginning. Now we're getting a white. Okay. Oh, let's see here. Okay, it's working. It is now working. So let's see what let's see what happens here. We'll figure out what is killing everything. Huh? That's weird. Huh? Interesting. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Alright. Interesting. I wonder if that'll help. Why would my gear be conflicting that much, though? No? Ooh. Okay, give me one moment here. Kind of broke something a little too much here. I'm gonna pull up the old version. I broke something a little too far. I'm pulling up the old one. And then we're gonna look at it. And since we know what this looks like, we're gonna compare them and we're gonna try and understand why it's not working. I think I might just... I don't know. Oh yeah. This is why I always make a backup version. That's why I always make a backup version. Yes, I'm still waiting. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours? You know what? Since this is taking forever here, I am going to go ahead and start up a support stream and end off for right now. And I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna take care of some self-care and all that, and then see how I feel with coming back. More than likely, though. I didn't get to do self-care this morning because I spent the whole morning trying to get my anti-seizure medication because just a bunch of bullshit that really could have been avoided if people would just not have to have such a reason in order to do something. That'd be the easiest way to put that. This thing is still not responding. Jesus. Okay, pop that, like that, pin that, and then we'll send you all over here. I'm gonna get some self-care done. I can't believe this actually still hasn't even loaded. It's fucking wild. As you can see, this shit literally has not loaded yet. That's why I'm like, I'm just gonna go take care of self-care and all that at this rate, because like, I had to reload this because I made mistakes that I don't exactly understand what I made, so I need to understand them. So I'm going to pull up my old version here when I come back, and we'll look it over and all of that. But anyways, I do hope you all take care. Stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always, never stop searching. Peace, everybody, and I'll see you all here in like a few hours or so. So, to go over the things that I actually did over the 4 days that I wasn't streaming, we have remade the first map. It is 20,000 height by 40,000 width. Now, this will give a very little bit of a dynamic advantage to the player and also enemy. If you were moving on a, what's it called, diagonal axis, you are going to be able to have faster movement speed than what your movement speed is, because I'm going to not correct that when you're doing that. If you have a room shaped like this where one side is bigger than the other and you don't adjust your code accordingly, you will have that, which I do want the player to be able to have, and also enemies and such. I don't know if enemies get it. I know player does. No player does. I don't know if the code works to give enemies it too. Actually, I might be wrong on that. Yeah, no, I'm wrong on that. I'm wrong on that. But player does gain it. Especially when you use like their built-in tools like I did, which the reason why I used is like I really like the basic movement tools that they use for the move and collision for visual. I've actually learned this directly from their tutorials themselves. That's where I ripped this from. This is all it is here, is just these two things. They have a really, really nice move and collide system that I was trying to figure out with like NPCs itself, because I found it fairly efficient, to be fair. I didn't really like that it ran every step, but I felt like it did a really good job. I don't know how efficient it would be once you threw like a bunch of them on there having it, but if you're only gonna have like a few things or something like that, it just works really, really, really well, especially for the player. And all this does is it takes your input here, which matches up to all of these here, your keyboard input, and it does minus that to, you know, actually figure out which one it is and everything in the way of when you're colliding, it's going to be taking the other value to minus that to stop you from going in that direction anymore. And then that's multiplied by your player speed. So yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. Because these are essentially all like ones and zeros is what these are, and then these add up to that. Because if you wouldn't understand that, because this does say keyboard check, and that should just come up as like a true false thing, and that'll be read as a 0 and a 1, so you can do 1 minus 0 and stuff like that, and then that allows for this. It's at least how I'm assuming it works as a whole. I wouldn't say I'm 100% on that because I haven't made a custom system that actually use just a purely like non-their system, which is this move and collide. So that's kind of what I'm going off of with it when I actually read it. How you doing, Nip? But yeah, those are the changes we've made so far. Now that we're done me getting off topic and such. Yeah, we added in one more row of beds. Actually more than that. We doubled the beds in the way of the back row, and then after that I added in a whole another row on top of it. So we added 3 times the amount of beds. I kept the storage room the same, but I just made it a bigger size. We'll be adjusting these open blocks you see everywhere. I'm going to be making custom ones that have doors on them and such. It's just, I made them a little bit bigger to give me an idea of where I want doors exactly and all that. But these are, everything's going to be enclosed when I'm actually done with it, and I still need to put torches on some of these and everything like that. I am thinking of maybe just drawing that too, and I could just have it as a line to undraw it and redraw it after every time, but I'm not too sure if I feel like doing that. I can give it maybe a random number. Ooh, and just have it randomly of... Oh, that's actually a good idea. I could set them up to when they pop up, it runs a random number generator and it regenerates where the doors appear and all of that. Actually like that. We're gonna do that. So we added as well, before we only had one of these, we added 3 more because we added 3 times the amount of beds in order to keep things the same. And down in the officers' quarters, we just added 1 more block because there's a lot of objects in just this one here. The officers' living quarters alone is right now 1,758 blocks, or destroyable objects. So... yeah, that's our big layer right there. That's our big one right there. So we added in 1 more of these in order to actually match up with these. I believe that was correct, or I just needed 1. I don't know. Either way, I liked it with 2, so I left 2 in. And that's where the new map is at. We've left some nice open areas. The player now will actually spawn in this area over here. I can't remember the exact coordinates of it, but it is within this area here. And the main thing is I wanted to open areas for, you know, actual mobs to be able to spawn, because that is, you know, important for density and all that. But also have a fair bit of destroyable objects. We now have 3,300 destroyable objects, and the way I will have the objects in their respawning is where you won't have any objects on the map at some point, and there'll be only room for more mobs to spawn. So sometimes you won't have the enrage phases because all the objects will be destroyed and all of that. And also we'll be creating a targeting system for the player to toggle between the independent party members that they have, including themselves, on whether they want to target objects or target enemies. So we got a lot of work we're going to be putting into this, but I I'm finally very happy with where I have the first mission. It's just refining out the mechanics of it to make it more engaging. But yeah, that was the main thing that I've worked on. This is what we're working on here currently. I actually did not get the things pulled up that I changed code on. Oh, we also did one massive change in the game. I made it so when the player dies, anything that was throwing me errors because the player wasn't existing, now gets deleted when you die as the player, and then it'll automatically pause the game and bring up a pause menu, which I will eventually have with like a breakdown of all the stats and everything from the run. The reason why I did that is two different reasons: to create the overview screen and also to free up thousands of if statements of checking to see if or at least thousands occurring. It was only, I want to say, probably about 10 to 15 if, you know, player exist statements, but because if instance exist is one of the higher processes, like instance, anything to do with instance is generally a higher processing thing, so if you can get rid of that, it's always good to do so. And this helped free it up a lot. As well, I went through the abilities, or I went into the abilities, because this was a very high performance thing, was this alarm retracking, because I have 1800 rounds a minute being shot out. So what we did was we increased it to a 60 seconds now, so it's, or not 60 seconds, but once every second for the actual check itself to redo this alarm to rehome. So our performance is massively better on all of that end. Insanely better. As well, we changed around the enemy detection as a whole, essentially. So what we have done with that is, as you can see, this is significantly less on the alarms. The alarm for attacking no longer ever gets ran unless they're actually colliding with the player itself, and then it checks to see if that alarm is equal to 0, and if it is, it runs the alarm. And in the alarm, we don't have any place checking or anything like that, because we already know interaction happens, so the player is going to take the damage. So we have the lines for all of that ran, and we turned all of these into scripts because the player dies, so I don't really mind calling a script at that point. And then we have all of our destroys. So it runs much more efficiently. It only runs when it needs to, and we have our alarms set for what we want the cooldown to be. I got rid of all the attack speeds on things. I just left it at a default attack speed. And this made things much more efficient on that end. A lot of code wasn't running when it is now not running when it doesn't need to, which is absolutely beautiful. And also, we have a few different things that we changed over here. So we added in a point distance check for all of our objects, including the enemies themselves. And we have them check to see if they are more than a set distance. Right now I have it set at 2200 pixels, but I may be increasing that over time. Not 100%. Or 2200 places, I guess, on the map or something like that we'll go by. Pixels, yeah. Sorry. And over in the what's it called, because they won't be doing anything if the player is, if they are greater than. So what we have them do instead is that we have the object destroy phase, which is what I'll be getting into later, which is the whole system I was working on with the destruction and all that I was referring to earlier. But with not looking at that, where is it? Here we go. Where is this code? Did I not implement this in? Ah, here we go, here we go. So if, yeah, here it is. If they are greater than 2200, it rolls a random number between 0 and 999, so 1,000 placements. And if it equals 1, what it'll actually do is, I have here a direction angle and a direction range. This is here to set the angle of where they're going to be at in relation to the player in a circular fashion. So we have 360 on both ends. And then this is just a distance as to which they'll be spawning from, which I set it to just be on the camera view. I figure that would make the most sense. I mean, they are ghosts, so it really doesn't matter, to be completely fair with you. But what that does afterwards is it feeds into a length duration, or length direction for an X and a Y, which is a code letter. You can just implement a range and an angle, and it'll check, and it'll actually set to that area there. So you can have, you know, things walk to that area, or check to see if a place is free if you want to have mobs spawn or anything like that, because I've used this before. In order to have mobs spawning, if you want to have a nice circular spawning around the player at consistent times like you would get with a lot of other games, this would be a system you would more use. And I have down here just checks for the player's XY, then adds those two together in order to come out with the X and the Y variable. It checks to see if that place is empty of all objects. If it is, then it immediately jumps to it and sets the point direction for the player and the speed of the NPC itself. And we also have that over here for when the enrage happens, but we increased it to 10 or less, so you have 11 different values that can be chosen for it, which drastically increases the rate at which it happens. But if this is enabled and their image scale is, at least on the x-axis, I only had to check one axis because that's all I need to do, is less than what the cap allowance that I have it set at, which is 3 times, is achieved, it'll roll a random number generator between 1 and 100 and have the enemy go to the nearest actual collision. Which would be like anything like the bunk beds, tables, walls that are destroyable, any of the destroyable objects, that becomes their focus there. And only if their, what's it called? Only if their image scale is at 3 will it run the other code to port them over. And this is what we have during the enrage phase. So that's where we're kind of at right now. I believe that was all the things that I did. Oh yeah, no, one more thing. I gave everybody a ranged ability. And what we're going to be doing, because we do have we have mess halls here, we're going to have them actually randomly generating random bits of food to throw at you. So instead of the projectiles that you see on the you usually see on the last NPC, the skull one, all of them have that right now, but they're just going to be changed into a randomly generated food item every time. Essentially, that's just what you would, it's the exact same thing I used for their codes. So what I did was, as well, to help clear up space, I have it check for a point distance, and if it's within a certain distance, I got to adjust that from 25 to 2200, because that's more appropriate to my current testing. Regardless, though, it checks for that, and if it is, then it'll actually cast the spell, quote-unquote cast, which is just creating an instance itself of the projectiles. And I made another little tab for projectiles, or 2 tabs for mobs and projectiles, so I can keep things separate and just have generalized better organization. I believe that was everything that I did over the break. Break, quote unquote. The break from commentary. Yeah, that was everything we did there. So those were all the things that we did. Got a good amount done. Got a good amount done. Oh. Okay. So, now that I went over that, let's go ahead and clean up all these tabs here, and we're gonna jump back into my system that I was working on here. I guess I should show you a demo, kind of what it looks like. Let me open up these tabs, or close down these tabs. I'll show you all the demo real quick, and of where I'm at right now, at least. And we can go from there. I give myself 5 damage. We'll show you at an extreme end of things. No crit chance, just a lot of health, dodge. Okay. The main part where I'm trying to refine on is the consistent feeling of mobs being poured on top of you, even though mobs aren't doing anything at a certain time. And that's including, I'm not too sure if I want to do it with power creep or not, or like if you want to stand still, it's your own problem. I kind of lean towards that, to be honest with you. Because, like, even though, yes, I'm the guy who's sat in a corner for 100 hours, I only do that because the game allowed me to do that. And like, Warframe's a grind-based game. I'm sorry, to put more effort in than you need to, I really don't find to be logical. So, like, if you can do something and save yourself efficiency and all of that, like, that becomes the best method for the game. But yeah, so essentially what this does is we have a next enrage timer here that you can see ticking down every second. Once that ticks down to 0, it'll switch over to the enrage. And at the same time too, enemies will stop spawning in. This is mainly due to performance reasons. A bunch of mobs increasing their image scale is not the best for performance. So in order to prevent performance issues from happening, I do stop mob scaling from happening at that time, but I do allow mob scaling during the, when you're waiting for the next enrage phase. I've been refining out, there's been a cooldown timer that I have added to, I forgot about this. There's a cooldown timer that I have added to the mob spawning itself, to where if it does hit the cap of whatever it is, it'll actually stop spawning them for a minute right now. But I am looking at refining that around to probably around 30 seconds. But what this does is it just allows time for things to occur in the game and everything like that. And because the player has control over the mod density and stuff like that a lot more, I feel like that's a more logical thing to do. Now, right now, as you can see, the first one, we didn't get too many mobs, about 45. We're going up. That's the cooldown thing that I'm talking about. I'm refining that out so we can max out mob count to also having good performance. So now, as you can see, we have a bunch of mobs growing in size with the enrage. And if you look over at our player here, right in this location here, you can see all the larger mobs actually porting themselves there once they hit the size. So that's our overall concept that we're going for. We're just trying to refine it out and make it a very smooth and seamless transition between everything. Yeah, very, very efficient on performance and all of that. Is really, really great. I'm extremely pleased with it. There's just a few things that I have to work out, and that's really all there is. It's really not bad at all. There isn't much that has to be done at the end of the day. Right now, one thing I do want to work on is once enemies, like, say you got like these guys here, they're all moving, right? One of these guys is gonna collide here, like, to see how they all collided. I want them when they collide to just jump right to the nearest object or whatever that object was that they were gonna be ideally going for. Or I might just have them not even do the running towards and just jump right to the objects themselves. I'm going to see if that might be more efficient and everything, because otherwise I do have to just jump through a mess and everything, and I would rather get the mobs cleaned up as much as possible and get as much of the room cleaned up as possible, so that when the enrage phase ends and there's not objects up, what they're going to do then is have more space to have more mobs spawned. You know, and I'm trying as well to maximize out the amount of mobs, the larger mobs that are going to be ported there, so there's less of those on the map, making more room for more mobs, so that we'll probably set up something with maybe some type of enrage when there's no objects up, if we can figure that out as well. But yeah, we're slowly figuring it all out, making a nice seamless and just workable experience. So yeah, that's what we've been working on. That's what we've been working on. It's been as much mind frying as you do think. As you can tell, it took me 24 minutes to just explain to you what was going on. I get a good amount done though in those days where I don't have to do commentary. As I was explaining to Nip off and on a support stream, it's just giving commentary kind of interrupts my train of thought, because I generally don't. My overall train of thought is very sporadic, and it's a lot of just incomplete statements and incoherent, like, incoherentness, and then I suddenly come to it. So what I have to do is take those incoherent thoughts and everything, and I have to turn them into something that actually can make sense, not just for somebody that codes, but for somebody that may be learning coding at the same time, be, you know, a little bit like, not has a tiny bit of knowledge, maybe took a class or so, but just is interested in what's going on and can still somewhat then follow along. So that's why for me the commentary and all that takes a lot of off of my general mind of like thinking and all that. It's because I'm definitely not just like freely stating whatever the hell I'm thinking. You know, everybody would be so confused. So confused. I mean, I guess I could always just do that, and then by the end of, and then at the end of it, you could see it, and then I can describe it. Maybe, I don't know. That would be so incoherent, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe being a mad scientist might be a good idea. That's about what that would sum down to. Oh man. Anyways, so one thing I wanted to do right now is we're gonna go ahead and check on the objects. And there's that. What about walls? I really should just put a whole, I really should just make a whole destroyable tab with just different subsections. Let's do that right now. We'll do single beds. Bunk beds. At some point you get so many assets that you just have to make other subgroups and stuff like that. That's generally how I work, is once I hit to a point where I'm like, okay, I gotta make more subgroups, then I'll go ahead and do that. I mean, if I can see it, I guess, coming up ahead, be like, okay, well, I'm going to need this, this, and that. You know, if I can really foresee it, then I will. But I won't overstress myself trying to think about every subsection that I'm going to need to make and all of that. I don't bother with all that noise. It's as it happens is how it happens. And I think that's a good way to go about it. What we got here? We'll say chairs next. And then we'll do table chairs. I can't spell chairs. I think that was it, right? We have table chairs. I could have organized these as I was doing this too, which would have also made it easier on me figuring out if I was missing anything. But I do believe I got everything. There we go. Look how much cleaner that's looking now. There we go. We just have object one stuff there, and then we'll make one more, and we'll call this walls. We'll put walls here like that, and then we have, we'll rename this to background walls, we'll call this, because these are non-destroyable walls. So we'll just kind of give that a good indicator that these are walls for the background and not for objects, because object walls will kind of, with everything else, kind of immediately tell me. I mean, I guess we could, since these were objects before that weren't destroyable, so we'll just call this destroyable objects. Was this you? This was you. Okay, so we'll take this one here and we can move this down here. Okay, and that organizes everything well. If we want, we can take the parents and move them up to the top now. And then this way, we have parent on top, children underneath, and that's just an OCD. Okay, and that's looking good. That looks a lot better now. Okay, so we got parent table, single bed, bunk bed, table chairs, and chair. And now we need this. Okay. So one thing I wanted to do is we're going to turn off these alarms here. Just like that. And this way we're going to have set control to having everything reappear. We want it to reappear. I could do better testing this way. I need to see if an error shoots right now if there's no objects. That's a very important thing. I need to see if mobs are pathing where they shouldn't be pathing, if there's nothing there, but they're trying to say there's something there, because I don't actually delete the objects. I change the sprite image, which then frees up the allocation of resources that are needed for another mob to spawn and other things like that, but it never actually takes them off. It never takes them off the screen or anything like that, because then if I want to put them back on, the recreation of them is going to be even worse. I could have them jump off map is another thing that I can have done, but that's kind of a last resort for me, because then I'm just gonna like it's a movement which then costs steps. So yeah, we're trying to figure all that out right now, and that was the main thing that I wanted to do here was this. I wanted to have all this done before I got to stream today, because a lot of today is just going to be staring at a screen doing nothing. And I don't, like, I don't know how good of commentary and everything is going to be, but like this is where I'm at with coding, and I don't really like to just jump to another project. I work on something until it's done. I'm very, very focused. Like, unless I have to break off from it for some particular reason, you know, that's a different story, but yeah. Also, let's experiment a little bit here with the spawn system, because like I talked about earlier, let me close up this. I wanted to fix this. I'll close that out too, and we'll just leave this open like this and gather what we need when we need it. No, I didn't want to do that. I mean, did you actually make room for me? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll take it. Screw it. Alright. So we wanted to come over here. Oh, I still have that open here. I'm dumb. And we're going to come down here, and instead of 3,600, we're going to divide that in half and make that 1800? No. Is that 18? Yeah, 18, I think that's 18. 18 times 2 is 36. Correct. I'm not stupid. Yay. I can do basic multiplication and division. Congratulations, Baker. Thank you. So we're going to set it down to a 30-second cooldown instead of a 60-second. And the reason why I don't create time sources is, like, I just feel like if I have to create something, we're taking up steps. So that's why we just, everything, even if it's an absurd number, even if it's like 10 minutes, which is like 36,000, I'll opt in for using steps. I'll opt in any time to use steps. Because I don't have to create a time source. You're not taking up my memory. Just so you can have a fancy little counter. We need mobs, damn it. We need them all. But yeah, we'll figure out the timing that we need and all that, and we'll kind of just, I think I clicked that. I need to put a visual notification to let me know if I clicked stuff like that. I don't know why I haven't put that in there. That's how set I am on doing things, that even if I need to go back and do something else, that would just be a quality of life currently, but I know I need to go back and do it after, I'll probably still ignore it. And I'll just deal with whatever the consequences are there. Which is me sometimes clicking it and actually didn't click it. Or thinking I clicked it, but I actually didn't click it. Yeah. Mob counter should go higher this time, because there is a lot of places free, but with a minute cooldown, I mean, there's not much it can do when it only has 2 minutes to spawn mobs. You know what I mean? Because the thing that's going to be limiting the FPS currently would be the collision down there on the player, because I have a very unrealistic situation going on, and that's where the player has, let me put some commas in there, hold on. Let me put some commas in this file. 100 million health. 100 million health and only does 5 damage. That's why I said completely unrealistic situation. Something you would never really see happen unless someone was just memeing. You know what I mean? You have 100 million health, but yet you only want 5 damage? What are you planning for? As you can see, we're at 8,100 mobs now. It was just our timer there was the issue. And we still have good stable FPS. It's actually over 100 on the CPU steps, so that's really good. Over 9,000 mobs now. Boom, boom, and now they're not going to spawn anymore. Stuck at 9,800, beautiful amount. Now everything will come in nice and smooth. Looking good. Looking good. We gotta keep going until there's no objects left in the room. Oh, I probably actually hear... This is a good test here. I want to see after. We're gonna wait for this enrage phase to end. Once that enrage 4 is over, we're gonna go ahead and see if more mobs do spawn, which they should. They should. They should. We got a lot of open space right now. A lot of open space, though at the same time that FPS is looking like it's right at its limit. That's right at its limit. That's gotta be. I'd be amazed to see more. That's just because of unrealistic collision going on right now. I mean, there isn't even any places... Oh, there is. There's a few mobs spawned. They found some places free. As you can see, we got beautiful collision going on everywhere. We got mobs doing what they need to be doing. We just need to adjust some things. One thing that's going to free up a lot of performance for us is getting these mobs to unstick from each other when they're colliding with each other. Right now, we just have a lot of checks going on and reading 0. That's what we have going on, is a lot of checks for that. Okay. Yeah, we didn't get any more mobs. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad it's not spawning more. That's exactly what I would want. Good. There we go. That's good. So let's give this a realistic amount of damage for our situation. We'll give this just 5,000. I think for right now will be decent to test. Actually, let's do 50,000. And then... let's go with 50 right now and see what happens. Might be long enough for the objects to all be destroyed. Because it's going to be our main thing we check for right now. Is do any errors shoot when that happens? And I do 2 minutes because it gives enough time for mobs to spawn. And I'm impatient. Otherwise, ideally, I'd be doing 5 minutes is what I want to do. 5 minutes for you to hit the enrage phase, and then 3 minutes for how long the enrage phase lasts. At the same time, I might be decreasing that even more, though. Seeing how aggressive it can be and how quickly the objects delete, we may adjust that around, or I'll just end up adjusting how quickly the other timer is set to have everything respawn. Probably be testing to see how fast I can get them to respawn faster. because I want this to be the main friction point for the player in the game. I don't want it to just be like a mindless killing field, but at the same time I do want it to be a mindless killing field. You know what I mean? It's just you have a stipulation and you can have mobs buffed if you're too lazy. That's the main thing. Being lazy doesn't make you fail, it just makes you have to have more power creep. You know, or to build accordingly to plan for it. Which may mean like having to reduce the amount of damage you output in order to look more at a damage per second perspective instead of damage per hit perspective. And building more for survivability. Because the way I'm gonna be having everything set up, I guess ideally, is so that if the player wants, they can destroy every object in the room at base movement speed if they take the due diligence to go around the room. And essentially the way I'm figuratively figuring that out, I haven't actually done anything to really do that, would be just going from point A to point B in the room and multiplying that times 20. It's a nice easy way to look about it. And that gives like any player more than enough time to do it. So you go from one side, you go from the longest side, and you go all the way across, and then you multiply that. You could say by 20 to be fair. If you want to be rough on the player, multiply it by about 3. Because you're also not accounting, like if you're just doing from here to here, you're not accounting for here to here, or here to here, and all of that type of stuff. You're not accounting for the whole map, for the corners over here. So you want to definitely multiply that up. And generally a good way to look at that would be each point on the map. You have essentially 6 points, we'll say, on a map. You have, or not 6, you have 3 points on each of your individual sides. And then you can multiply that times how many sides you have, which obviously 4, so you get 12. And that can give you a realistic, like, kind of tight feeling timer, but also one that can still be remotely achievable. You still, of course, have to put it into full practice to see if it works well with the other mechanics that play into your game and everything. And the reason why I say to 20 is because we haven't even accounted for mobs. You know? And I still think even 20 might be a bit of a but I think if the player really focuses on it, I feel like it would be definitely doable. So I feel like for me, with the map size, if I remember correctly, it's about 1:40 to go across at camera movement speed, which roughly like once every 20-ish minutes probably be ideal, somewhere around there. 20-30 minutes. For having all the objects respawn, at least. But at the same time, I have to account for the mobs destroying the objects themselves from aggroing on to the player, and how all of that works into it. So like that reduces my 20 down even more. So we may go closer to around like 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes. I'm testing off of not moving, but that's because I can already have an idea of what the player... I already know the kill rate of how fast a player can kill an object. I can see them hitting an object, and then I know movement speed because I've played the game for hundreds of hours, so that's why I don't actually get like my boots on the ground, if you will, and play the game to really figure out a true set timer. Because as well, if you're just like going through power creep, you're going to destroy the objects really fast. But as power creep withers away, then you're going to have a bit more of a problem trying to do that. And I want to make sure that the player feels that difficulty happening. When their power creep starts to run out, they're also going to start losing the battle of trying to keep the objects destroyed and all of that. Right now we have an immense amount of mobs just doing nothing but contacting each other. And we have one side of the map completely empty. So this is where we have one problem currently laying for the enrage. Is, as you can see, we are out of pretty much most objects. And this is why I'm thinking I want to have mobs kind of jump to the objects if they're further away than the camera distance, which is essentially the radius that we set, or the point distance that we do set is a little bit shorter or a little bit longer than the actual camera distance, just so it gives an illusion to the player that they are actually fighting things if they're actively moving or anything like that, and things are always actively coming into screen and all of that type of stuff. Because I feel like doing so would probably clean up the map a lot faster, and anything within camera distance is usually going to end up getting destroyed anyways by the player's abilities. So right now we have a very large mob density, but we can't do much. Our FPS is looking decent, actually. That's not too terrible. Like I said, I'm trying to debate whether I want a reduction to happen or not for the player's overall efficiency. Oh, we got mobs spawning in. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Look at them spawning in. They are just getting picked off, to be fair, but why is that guy moving? What did he spawn and move? That was interesting. Someone else just spawned and moved there too. I need to check that out. No one should be doing that. Nobody should be doing that far away. It looks like it's just one NPC that's doing it. And it's not all the time. Oh no, it's not one, it's all of them. That's a different one. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why. Wonder why. Is anyone else just randomly moving? Or is this like just a certain sector of the map? If so, why? I don't see anyone else. It's very, very random. Extremely random. Okay, he's moving towards an object. He's moved towards a wall. Are we enraged? Oh, we're enraged. Okay. Okay, are they moving towards things that don't exist now? Anybody? And they look like they're moving towards things that exist, but at the same... If I path the movement up... feel like that's false. Usually be a table right there. This little white dot that moved here, there would usually be a table right there. My knowledge, right? Wouldn't there usually be a table there? Hold on. It's loading the map. Big map, it's gonna take a minute to load. Even just the view of it on the engine. Big map, a lot of objects. It's like, oh god. Okay. Yes. There's usually a table right there. I don't like that. Ah. Is that why everybody is getting into such remote piles like that? I guess the good way to know that... Oh god, I didn't make my movement speed fast enough. We are not doing that. I'm gonna add 60 movement speed. And... like I said, today's just gonna be a lot of me loading up the game over and over. I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here though, and we're gonna just kind of leave this testing while I take my break, and I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Yeah, this is what today is. It's not always about making glorious lines of code and everything. Sometimes it's just about staring at something for just forever. Just forever. Frying your brain. It's wonderful. Anyways, I do want to thank you all for coming around, and for those of you that do stay around, cannot thank you enough. For those of you that won't be here when we come back from the break, I do want to thank you, like I said, for coming around and giving support to the game. But do remember, we only run ads during my breaks and when I run support streams, so your lurking during that does keep the stream ad-free for mid-rolls while I am here. Cannot thank you enough, and we'll see you all when I come back. Okay, so real quick to go ahead and start us off, I'm going to go ahead and update y'all on the things that I have changed and worked on since I went on my support streams, or did my coding off stream. So, to pull everything up here, as you can see here, we reworked exactly, this would essentially what the room looks like for right now. It's just placeholders, but we have how you actually navigate into missions. Can I please load the game? It would help if I was tabbed into the correct thing. That's actually me. Go ahead and get that pulled up there. This one? Did you? Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, so now when you come in here and you hit new game, you'll be able to equip the buff that you want to equip, and then you'll have your option of the mission type that you want to do, which right now of course is just endless, and then you'll have your endless missions on there and have more details and all of that stuff in there. But this is just kind of the idea we're going with. And what we're doing here is when you equip a buff, it'll create a save file with all of those stats in it. So when you load into the game, camera angles, another thing we'll be getting into and all of that, but when you load into the game, it'll actually just load up those files and then add those into your character on creation, so you don't, like, there's no real worrying about anything happening there. We did change around how the camera works. In order to be able to pull the camera in a little bit more and not have a really bad motion blur that can happen, we put a limit on, there's something else too that you can see there. Little systems have been added, but we have decided to actually limit how fast the camera can go, and I will be allowing for different camera angles so that at faster movement speeds you can actually have more freedom overall. But it just makes the game, I don't know, it feels a little bit better with it, actually having it zoomed in and having the camera follow like it does. The motion blur, let me show you all what I'm meaning, and this happens no matter what. So like the reason why the map was so small before was because I have to tune camera distance to map size in order to make motion blur not occur at faster movement speeds. Now, if we come over here and we have, is this it? Oh, I was gonna say that was not right. As you can see here, we have horizontal and vertical speed set at 8. Now, if we do -1, which is going to keep up with it then, you're going to see how bad the actual motion blur gets. And the reason for that is the objects that aren't, or that the objects that aren't what the camera is being focused on are moving at a rate that's slower than what the movement speed is, so it causes a natural blur, and it's a blur that you just cannot get rid of, unfortunately. As you can see there, it is quite nauseating at the end of the day, to stare at that for hours and hours on end. It is extremely, extremely nauseating. So that is why we put that limitation in there, and then in doing so, I decided to pull the camera angle in closer, and then we're going to be tuning the entire game around an 8 movement speed, so that if you do want to draw the camera back and everything and have a higher movement speed for, you know, more min-max play and not more, you know, actually having nicer visuals and I would say a harder actual experience because you're being given less information. You're able to then pull your camera angle back and increase your movement speed, and then also be able to gain more information and situational awareness. So those are the few things that the camera angle thing still needs to be worked on. I have a few ideas on how I'm going to do things. I'm going to do one where you just set a slider to your own custom. And then I'm going to try to work on an adaptive one that actually adjusts the your point of view to a percentage so that it is the most, we'll call it optimal for your movement speed, essentially. So those are the few systems that I'm going to be implementing with the new camera system and all of that. So another thing is, as you could see, the map size, like I said, was drastically increased. We increased the map size by 4 times. We do have to get new backgrounds made and all of that. That's why it's squished and it looks like absolute trash in the background right now. And you have these weird spots right here and everything. We're getting the background done so that when you actually copy and paste the same background on there, everything just fits together, so no matter the size of the room, it'll actually work regardless of the fact. And what we added here so far, I'm pretty much happy with it. I just need to do a few more minor tweakings to things like making doorways or making doors and stuff. These open areas right now are to signify for me when I go back and I make a little segment or like an actual doorway and everything, that that's where you're going to be putting like a door and everything like that. But we have a general sleeping quarters, which has all the bunk beds and everything in it. And then you have your mess hall for OCD reasons, just slightly more seats than you have bunk beds. But we'll also be adding, like, this is just we still need to add in, I guess you could call it, the rest of the assets, things on the tables around the room, the lamp or the torches and everything like that. This is just more, this is the setup I want to go with for the layout of objects that I'm going to be getting into later on what I want them to do and stuff like that, because all of these current placeholders, or not placeholders, but all these objects in play right now will have a very unique purpose that I'll be going into later, the system that we'll be working on today. And then you have a officer's quarters as well, or mess hall, and then you have your officer's quarters. And then over here we have your storage facility with all of like the backups for everything. So that's what I have currently. There's untold that we're going to be adding more things into here because we do have a lot more space we can work with, but at the same time I do want to have a generalized area that's very open. So all of that's slowly being worked into as a whole. What else was there? What else was there? Okay, reworked. So the mob spawning has increased by like threefold or so, sometimes a little bit higher. And one of the biggest things that have helped with that is how I have redone a lot of the things. Anything that I could take out of a step that didn't need to run on every single step. And I don't know, I kind of feel like this, you know, checking for 0 should run at every single step for like a mob dying. The last thing you want to do is have something take one extra step regardless of the fraction of a second to have it die, you know what I mean? And then you die instead, and that's just nonsense. So I like always on the death things, we kept them in steps, but we took our movement off, which is our biggest thing. We took movement off and we... Here we go. We took movement out and we put it into an alarm. And with this alarm, I refined it down to where it still felt like it was being constantly updated to the player, at least in the way of the player's experience of the game. But I maximized it to the point to where it gave me a shit ton more performance, because instead of running every step, this is now running every 10 steps, which is massively different on performance. So I had figured that out essentially by going up to a half a second originally, which would have been 30 steps, and then going up to 60, which would have been 1 second, noticing there was no difference between the two, and then I worked my way downwards until I found a point to where I lost that performance that I had at 30. As soon as I lost that, I went up one number, and then this is where I ended up. Now, another little system that I did work on as well, you'll see this times alarm speed in here. That is actually a very simplistic way to have your alarms actually tuned to the player's FPS if you don't want to time source them. So what I have done with it is I have this right here, because we tune the entire game out of 60 frame, or out of 60 steps in a second. So we take the get game speed, and then we have the variable for that being the game speed FPS, and then we divide that by 60. So no matter what the player sets it to, outside of going under 60, which we're going to get into, I left it in just as a little fun thing for the player, actually, to be honest. It doesn't really give any real advantage, to be completely fair. But as you tune upwards, your alarms will set correctly so that you won't have faster attack speeds or slower attack speeds and stuff like that. And then what this does is if it goes to less than 1, which is what I spoke about, going under 60 FPS, then it'll automatically keep setting it to 1. And then that number there simply just gets multiplied in alarms. And that's the whole system there. It was much more simplistic and lighter than running just time sources on everything like that, or having extra variables to load up for different FPSs and everything. So I was like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Now, when you do go under 30 or go under 60, though, it will increase the fire rate of both, and the fire rate of you and the enemy, and also the spawn rate, but it will decrease your movement speed. So it kind of like levels each other out on the overall experience. Give me one moment here, we'll get some caffeine in my, and then we'll keep going on over these changes. Okay, and next, the mob generation. Here we go, mob spawning. So I have my same timers, I actually reduced the amount of timers, but what we did was we made some new values, actually. And with these values, here we go. I didn't remember if I had them initial creation or if I just created them over here. So we have a where X and a where Y, and then we use an I random range, and we use the size of the room, which later on I can just create values to make this an easier copy and paste system that will automatically detect room size and stuff like that, and then I can just have the where X and stuff like that, kind of just, if it'll fit in a little more naturally, but this is slightly more efficient to just have direct numbers fed into it. So we have a I random range for both X and Y coordinates in the room, and then that comes into here and checks to see if the position is empty for those coordinates there, and we feed that into where the X and the Y is for those, and if that is true, then it'll go ahead and spawn the mob type we want. We have this repeating 4 different times in a row just to have all the mobs that we want to have spawn. So we'll have 4 mobs spawning at one given time in a random location throughout the room. And then we have our alarm just set at our very bare minimum amount that we can have it to, so that it's still actually an alarm. And same system that we would have before with the enemy level and the spawn and all of that for the registry on what alarm to jump over to and all of that type of stuff. Okay, and finally into the system that we're working on today. Let me go ahead and just get a new workspace open so that I can work on that. Okay, so the room destruction that you were seeing in there earlier, we'll go ahead and just stand next to an object and show you what I have so far on it. And what this system is to do at the end of it all is allow the player and enemy to destroy objects in the room, have them respawn at a different time, at a random other time. I still have to figure out the timing behind that, that's why I use the word random. And this allows for the freeing up of the environment, which then will gradually also increase mob density. Now, one thing I'm going to be implementing in here as well is when the NPCs actually interact with it, they will become buffed as they because they won't be able to go through it. They'll stop. Same with interactions to objects here. Instead of having your movement speed slowed, they're going to just stop you instead now. And what this is going to do is it's going to slowly buff the NPC, the enemies that against you, if you don't actually destroy the objects. So the longer they're stuck on those objects, hitting the objects, the more they will become buffed, and the stronger they'll be when they actually do encounter you. So that's the system we're working on right now. As you can see, there's literally like no performance hit at all with the spawning and deletion of things, and that's even on a 10-second respawn. So it's absolutely wonderful in that regard. We'll actually come down here to the bottom. I should probably set my camera angle out for testing. Let me set my camera angle out to what I would... 5300 by... what was it? I can't remember. Do 1080 times 2, 2160. We'll just do 4K. And then we'll do 1920 times 2, 3840. Is that 4K or is that 1440? I don't remember. Also, I have added a actual enemy counter, so you know how many enemies there actually are on screen. Forgot to even say that in my notes. Okay, I think we're almost there. As you can see, with just having the camera angle pulled back, you can get across the map very quickly and it's not an issue. But as you can see, in a room that had a fair bit of density in it and walls and everything, not really an issue for things respawning. Now, I'm going to be keeping the targeting system to be based off of where enemies are, so you're going to have to position yourself correctly in order to destroy all the obstacles correctly as they respawn and all of that. And this just gives the player more of an incentive to actually move around the map and make sure that all of the obstacles and everything are actually cleared up, so that the enemies aren't getting buffed and all of that. Or you're going to want to have enough range to be able to cover doing all of that and be able to kill mobs fast enough and not have them stacking on top of you. So, yeah, as you can tell, we have 1700 mobs on map right now, and we are at the minimum density, by the way. This is the minimum density. This is not maxed out. We also did slow down all of the enemies and all of that. We changed around the targeting system for the spellcasters so that they go to a old location of yours, more or less. They won't actually constantly follow you. They'll update slower, so you have, as you can see, the ability to actually dodge them. And we slowed down the game because I decided to pull back in the camera angle, and also when you're set at any of the mod densities, it can be chaotic when you're not in power creep. But especially when you max out mod density, which right now we're going to go ahead and do that, and I'll show you all what that looks like. As you can see, I mean, it's a bit rough there. If you max out mod density, you're going to be dealing with it. So the game has a much different feeling to it. It feels a lot better overall, and you can see enemies right now, they're doing a lot of damage. As you can see how fast my health dropped there. So you have room to kite around now. You have constant enemies to have to deal with. We're at 3,600 right now on the map. So you're going to have a lot more to think about when it comes to the overall play on this map. And I can honestly say I'm finally at a point of very, very happy with where the overall game is sitting at right now for the first mission. It's a very unique style of just having a killing room, and the objective stays to that. But there's little things that you can do to make it easier or harder on yourself. Definitely very happy with that. Let's see. I think that was... Yep, all caught up. All caught up on the things. All caught up on the things. Alright. So that's what we worked on over the past some days. Let me show you that targeting system here as well, since I did speak on it. So what this does is I have an alarm here, or not an alarm, on creation. What it does is it just moves right to that direction there, and then it'll run the alarm, and then that's it. So now it's at whatever location it was at the point of it being created, or wherever you were at the point of it being created. And like I said, I did this so that, you know, you could actually dodge the things and not just outrange them. I felt like that was a lot more fair to do. I felt like that was a lot more fair, especially with the mob density getting as bad as it is. The last thing you need is enemies with homing missiles constantly, and then they have like over 1,000 of them. It gives you more to have to pay attention to anyways, because you're not just like, okay, well, they're gonna hit me no matter what. You can take the initiative to yourself to say, well, I can avoid the damage if I play properly enough. And I guess to give you an idea of what the game would feel like at the movement speed that we intend for and everything, and the point of view, I'll give you that real quick, and y'all do that, and give me a moment here. How you doing, Max? Where is movement speed? Here it is. Okay, 8. 8 movement speed. Okay. Because then also the tables and all of that stuff we will be working into the destruction system. I just want to have a nice baseline idea of it first before I go through and actually do that. Oh, I added 8 to this. I added 8, so I'm going faster than that. What was base movement speed again? Baker, it's your game. I know. No. I actually should just set it to 0 because I wanted the base movement speed to be 8. Here it's 0. And that was one thing I wanted to change. There we go. There's buff speed. Here. 8. No. This way you don't need to worry about movement speed if you don't want to go faster than the base. Because the base still feels good. Still feels good. Time to travel still isn't bad at all. 8 pixels per step. So, as you can see, we're already The maps will be tuned to that size. That's why I only kept it at 20,000 by 20,000 for the map. Was it's big enough to feel like you have something to walk around in, but it's also small enough to not feel like you're just lost in this world. Mainly because I definitely want a reason for the world to exist. I don't want just senseless parts of world, you know? I want everything to kind of have a unique type of purpose to it that could be utilized for the player into some type of actual facet. But yeah, just to let you see here, the actual time to distance between the top and bottom really isn't bad overall. I can sit here and actually talk through it at relative ease. It takes, what, you know, a minute or so. No. And the sides are the same like that and all of that. So it's not really an issue in that regard. But we'll sit here a little bit. We'll let mob power creep actually take place because our character is still, I don't know, I think this guy, I think the equivalent if I was to turn it into soul points right now is like 50 or 60,000 or something like that, if not higher. I don't remember exactly. 20,000, let's see here. 20 armor. You need 50 armor for each 1 point. Or you need 50 soul points. You got 20,000 damage, and that's going to be 40,000. Yeah, this is like 130,000 is what this one was. Level 130,000. So we're just waiting for mob levels to actually get there. As you can see here, we're at 4,000 right now. We're going to start seeing them come in. Now we're going to want to start moving outwards. And as you can see, once you start to lose the power creep, you'll actually start to feel the pressures of the mob density a bit more. Me, I've been playing this game now for about 300 to 400 hours. So yeah. And I have a couple thousand hours in Vampire Survivors and 500 hours in Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. Or 500 hours in Brotato. I'm just used to these games. My biggest issue with a lot of those games was either the scaling felt too limited or the maps were too small. Those are my main problems. And either game had their own uniqueness to that. Vampire Survivors, the main reason why I didn't like it wasn't so much either of those reasons. It was more the fact that I couldn't play 3/4 of the characters, if not more, because it would trigger seizures. I actually really enjoyed the game. I didn't like how the mobs scaled. Like, one of the reasons why we put movement speed caps on here and everything is because in Vampire Survivors, the one thing that actually ends up killing you, even if you have knockbacks and stuff like that, is the mob's movement speed becomes so fast that they actually start skipping skipping over, I guess, frames more or less, or I would say positions on the map. So then they have the, oh, there it is. Okay, we got an average of, okay, so we got a if point, okay. Little error there. As you can see, it does get chaotic there. But yeah, I also added a system to where if the mobs are more than 5,000 pixels away from you, their movement speed is up to 8, so they can get to you faster. When I had all the movement speed at like what it is baseline there, what you saw in the mission, on your actual camera, the mob density was terrible. Like, they were there, don't get me wrong, they were there. They were just there on the map. And it felt terrible. It felt absolutely terrible. You had to go out of your way to find mob density, and it was just obnoxious, so... Does anyone else need this? I don't know why the code isn't there to begin with. Does anyone else need this? Let's check over everybody real quick here. Looks like everybody needs this. Everybody's just an error waiting to happen. What I could do is, like, to clean this up if I wanted to, would be delete all the enemies. You know, or maybe have like a switch case in here. And it doesn't make a difference. There's no efficiency difference between a switch case and this engine and an if case, I actually found out. At least I'm assuming so. And you may ask, well, what do you mean? Like, why is that? They used the word easier to do. They didn't say it was more efficient. They specifically say things are faster and such. They just use the word easier. And I know why it's easier. It's because you don't have to correctly think of the correct order of if variables to occur at the right time. You can just throw it up there and it just, everything works appropriately. It's much more simple to do. I definitely get it. But it is literally nothing. It's like, as long as you have the logic figured out in your head, you can do fine with if variables. It's just a lot harder to do. To at least make work correctly. It's a lot easier to screw up and make it less efficient with if variables than with swap and everything. But if you know the correct order of which things you want to be done and everything like that, you can get away with it a bit more, because regardless of the fact it checks over. Okay, so that's set up there. That's good news with the bears. Okay, so... go ahead and pull this up. I don't need this anymore. This was a part of the original system for the respawn and such. What I was actually having it done was, if something was destroyed, it would spawn that. And then that would be holding all the values needed to accordingly do the respawn and everything. But instead I just worked some gamemaker magic. And I just set sprites. That's all I did. That's it. That's all it does. Less than to 0, it just sets sprite to no one. So there's no to hit box or anything with it. You can't interact with it, so it doesn't use up any visual space, so it frees up memory actually. And then that's it. And then it runs this alarm over here, which after a certain amount of time sets it to a witch object, which is a sprite index, so it just tells it what sprite it is. And then it has a angle that's set as well if it's needed. But it's not needed, because this just replaces the same thing and has the same appropriate values for it. I had it there just in case I needed it, because the old system did require it, but I've figured out a much more efficient way to do it. And we're going to keep working through in that direction. It's beautiful. It's so efficient. It's so damn efficient. I tore my brain out figuring this out, though. Like a fucking mad scientist trying to figure out how to make this so efficient. Just trying so many systems because I didn't want to use grids and all of that shit because it's just so inefficient to do, and I didn't feel like it was necessary. I just didn't. I felt like there was something that the engine does to free up the resources like it doesn't exist, and I could figure that out. So it was just, it's nothing more than the pure engine manipulation behind it. As I like to call it, game maker magic. Okay, so what we're going to work on now is a system that when these, the enemy collides with them. Okay. How on earth did we really get this done? I said how on earth we do it? I think we can actually just use this. Watch. We parent the collision into the parent destroy collision, right? 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 And let's set their health to something reasonable so that we can test appropriately, right? So let's just say 10,000, I guess. Unreasonable amount. Let's see what happens there. The whole goal is to make this as humanly efficient as possible. I don't want this system to even be recognized as a running system. Oh, come down. We have a lot more walls spawning here. But yeah, that is the main primary goal, is we want a system that isn't even recognized to be running. Well, good. Okay, so that's good there. Did I add too much health? I think Baker added too much health. I think we need to take away a 0. Let's take away a 0. Let's take away a 0. Let's see if it works. Actually, let's set it to 100 right now, just to make sure it works at this rate. Because we are adding things to it, so let's stop adding other things to it and just do one thing at a time. Alright, Baker. We do one thing at a time now. Okay, we don't... Can we do that? Can we do one thing at a time so we understand what's breaking? Alright. Come on. Alright, they're working. We just gave it too much health. Okay, good. Okay. What happens if I stand in here? They respawn, right? Do I get stuck inside? Now we're gonna find that out. I mean, that is kind of your own problem, isn't it? Baker, is that fair? To be honest, with the amount of power creep in you have in this game, you're damn right that's fair to me. If you want to get your dumbass stuck in a wall, you better be able to get yourself out of that wall. Yeah, I'm being dead serious. I actually like it. You best use that fire rate to your full advantage, damn it. Oh. There we go. Oh, you do get stuck. Ooh. Oh, 5. We're doing it. Oh, putting a stamp on it. I like it. I fucking like it so far. Alright. Alright, we're getting places. Alright, we're getting places. Okay, now... lettuce, tomato, and cheese. How the enemy interacts with this. We're going to set the interaction up in the enemy itself. Do I want to... yeah, everybody has their own stats. So yeah, we'll set them up in the individualized enemies themselves. And this way... we can have the enemy update their own stats real time there, and we don't have to worry about sending anything. So yeah, we'll set up the interaction here. We have the interaction inside of the destructibles themselves on how they interact with the enemy, and now we're going to make how the enemy interacts with the destructibles. And just to save efficiency, we'll split them up. Okay. I'll have that with you. And what do we want to do here? How do we want them to scale? How do we want them to scale? How do we... so we can take you. And we take... you. That becomes what we need. Oh, okay. Alright, I got you. So we need you. We need you. You. Need you and you. And I need you and you. Okay. Boom. And we can just bring these in here so we can stare at them for a moment. Let's go ahead and open them up in a new window. Can we get a live preview just so I can... Okay. I have like one right now. We'll just make a 1%. That gets rounded. We don't have to worry about HP. And now we take this. Do the same thing here. Just give it just a little testy run here. Do that, and we relative that. Nice and simple. This will actually buff everybody on the map. Ooh. I mean, I do have intentions of moving it off the system. But just for testing's sake right now, let's just go ahead and do that. Now here. Movement speed. Set it with cap. One, and then we say if greater to or equal to 8. Set that to be 8. This becomes relative. And let's do that. And to make it more efficient, on that. Okay, so the reason why we're doing and running the if variable first is once we hit 8, we don't need it to do this at all. We don't need this. It's just boom, 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 boom. This is going to run this regardless, so we're just going to be telling it to just stop, 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 stop. What we could possibly even do, maybe make it a little more efficient. We could say greater than 8, right? And slap a else in here like this. Just to make it slightly more efficient for when they do hit 8. This would be essentially assuming that they would always be hitting 8 every single time they'd interact. This is assuming that. That's what we could say. Equals 8. Run that. And we just have it exit. And then this saves that step from occurring. So until that occurs, like I said, that this would be assuming that this would then pretty much become a default. Which I guess isn't a bad assumption. Because the reality of the player getting a 10,000 range that isn't going to be hardcore dedicated to the game would be slim with how things are set up right now. Okay, and then the next thing that we want to do as well was, where was sprite scale? Is this an instance scale? Do a relative? .001. Like that. Let's try that on a baseline. I'm gonna rework the spawns real quick here. Just so I can test with, which is nothing but the babies. Nothing but the babies. Just take you. Take you. And then we slap you up here. Do you? Alright. Put that for now. Here's the good news on the bears. Take that. Let's give the walls more health. Let's give the walls more health. I want to see them. I want to see the mobs for what they are. I want to see what they do. With the rigmarole. I tuned the right alarm. And is alarm 0? Do I have average souls in there? Young, yeah. I don't know why I thought I saw an average soul. I guess I just wait. Just wait. Just max mob density. And wait. That's what you should do. Max mob density and just wait. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh that! Oh my! Oh hello! Oh my! Oh jeez! It works. It needs to be tuned better. But we got our concept. We got our concept. Alright. Alright. It was really fast scaling. Holy shit. I like it. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with this nonsense. Do remember, I only run ads when I go on break and during my support stream, so you lurking during those times does keep the stream ad-free, and it is much appreciated, as it does help support development of the game. But we'll see you all when I come back from the break, and as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, and we'll actually leave you up with the gameplay here of this. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is the game load here. Pull this up, over into this. We're gonna fix that reset. Fix that. Fix that. Anywhere where these guys are at. Yes, I know I could just make like a create variable and hold this in there and do that and yada yada. It would make changing easier. And I don't know why I don't do it. Because it's only ran once, and it has no effect on mob spawning, having one extra having a little variable there. It's slightly faster to always have like a direct input, but not really an issue. At least to my knowledge it is. To my old practices. I don't know if that's been changed, like with efficiency and code, and it's all the same now. Okay, I can't speak on it. You know, and we're only talking like micro bits, like you're really nitpicking if you're going that far, let's put it that way. You are hellaciously nitpicking. But, yeah. I have OCD, and unfortunately that's that. I'm kind of forced into doing things sometimes the way I don't want to. Sometimes it's just straight bad practice in general. Like this. All this. All of this stuff with the capitals everywhere and shit. Some of them don't have it, some of them have it. That's OCD. Some, like, you know, like, there's certain words and that you don't use it with, and then there's other words that you do use it with. Why? Alright, so now if I need to change it, the variable's up there. Oh, and we gotta readjust that alarm, too. I think what I'll do is create value on the top, and then we'll have a fixed one, and then I can just copy and paste it through the rest of the code and like all the other objects and everything, because everybody's gonna have their own set one because of their own unique variables within themselves. And then this way it just makes my math changing easier, because we definitely need to work on the math. I mean maybe I did it right. I don't know. I don't know. I guess let me actually play the game this time. Actually play the game. And I don't have any slow either. Which is honestly, like, I kind of want to be something for the player to want to invest in. Oh my god, how much health do you have? You monstrosity. What did they do to you? What are you? How much health do you guys have? Like, I just... Okay, alright. No, you just... Oh my. It's just run. Don't, oh no. No, oh Jesus. Oh no. Oh, there's an end to this map and I don't know where it is. God, I wish I had slow right now. Can I kill these walls? Please don't hit the walls. Okay, I'm out of it. Oh my god, they really... Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh. I mean... They did feel a little impossible to kill. The reset worked, though. And I will say they did feel a little impossible to kill. I'll say that much. Maybe 1% per step is too much. And maybe we should probably, like, you know, make it less or something. I don't know. Anyways, so we're gonna call this do we have this? Yeah, we do. I guess we'll call it collision scaling. Yeah. If we spelled scaling correctly, that would probably work. Scaling. Okay, good. And so now what we do is we just boom that into here. We do that into here. And we do. Could we just do different numbers for each one? We just do different numbers for each one. Ooh. Ooh, I kinda like it. I kinda like it. We declare temps on it with it. Right? Right. And we call this, how many do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 4? 5. Or do I have? Okay, yeah. Okay, 5. Okay. And we'll call that, we'll say collision. Oh man, I know you can't spell today. Collision scale underscore, and then we can fit this in the way we need here. I'll call this HP damage, XP, you can't, you gotta speed, and then XP, and then finally scale. Why in that order, Baker? Listen. Let's just not talk about it. Okay. Why in that order, though, Baker, particularly? Because it just has to be, okay? It just has to be. Which one was that? Speed? So speed's down here. The speed's all the way down there, but that's because it's where it has to be for the code to be more efficient. Not that I want it to be. Sometimes those are the things that we really don't want to do, but we do. And then scale. Okay. Alright, so we have that all set up as multiplication, or as set variables, so we can toy around with everything. Now, I feel like percentages are going to be our best way to go about it. In terms of our equation. But as for what those percentages look like, we have to think about interaction in the game. We could set this to an alarm. And we have this check a if alarm equals 0. And then if so, it'll scale. And then this way we can have more controlled scaling. I think that's going to be our best bet. I think that's our best bet. I like that more. I like that more. Because this is already running an if in it, so it's not making a difference on that end. So we're going to come out of here with that. We're going to come over here. I believe we have a free alarm somewhere. Yeah, we do. We have alarm 8 is free. We are quickly running out of alarms. Alright, so we have this in the alarm here. And what we can do is have alarm resets in different spots. How often do we want this interaction to take place is the question. First off, we're going to need to pull this here. Times that. Anyways, so how often do we want this interaction to occur? We could say half a second, once every half a second, but I feel like once every second is going to be the most ideal. I really feel like once a second is the most ideal. And then we can have much more controlled scaling. And then this way the player doesn't feel as overwhelmed as quickly. Because my level cap there before I got killed was vastly different. We were usually getting to like 7,000 or 8,000-ish, somewhere around there, maybe like 5,000 or something, but yeah, that was much harder to do. I mean, with slow, I guess probably it would have felt different, but I'm looking for the player to have a bit more feeling of power creep. So what we'll do is we have multiple spots where the alarm will reset itself. Actually, no. We do not do that. Bad. This runs independently and gets reset off of this here. Comes in here, and we say if alarm 8 equals 0. Oh. Like that. Oh, actually, yes. No. This will run it the way we want. This will be the run for it. Because it has to equal 0 over there for it to run over here. And then that will run this code over here. Alarm 8. Which, if that is done correctly, this should be perfectly fine now. Be a few different things we'll be looking at here. We'll be looking at our enemy count to see if we have any noticeable improvement and an increase in any sort or a decrease. And the next thing we'll be looking at is how fast does the larger scale enemies actually appear. We do have a slight bit of an inconsistent variable in testing right now, and that's where our location is. So let's go ahead and just move up to the old location. I guess regardless, we'll have a good... We'll just... I know what the beginning one looked like that we did, so I'll go off of that. The beginning one that we did right before we went on break. It was roughly around the same. It was about level 2000. We'll say 2 to 3,000, so I guess to be fair, let's say 2,700. Say that to be fair. But I figure like 1% a second isn't going to be bad. It's like 60% a minute at that rate then. I don't feel as bad. We are at 2,800, 29, and 37. Their old cap here. Oh no, we've gone up to 42. That's the highest I've had, but I had an empty room at that time, so I can't really count that. I don't have everything that can be, like, not everything here can be destroyed. We'll also be setting up a little system that increases the amount of damage. We'll try, at least, to set up something that increases the amount of damage based off of the mob's scale. I know I can, I just don't know if it's going to be inefficient. I feel like I'm going to have to do a send there to detect scale. $35 almost. There's 35. We got level 3,500 coming up, so we're already looking better there. Okay, you're definitely looking significantly better. I think when we add in all the other objects that can be interacted with, and we make it so that the mobs can't go through the walls, we're gonna be in a good spot here. I wanted it to in its current place to feel like it pretty much didn't exist, because the mobs aren't actually stopping their movement right now. Well, one thing we can do to maybe like simply fix that is do this. Then we can do minus direction and minus direction. So we're going to take that out. We're going to bring that over here. And this get triggered first, and then check the alarm. What should happen is just a back and forth effect without having to add them into any detection system. First thing I'm going to do is stand still and see if that affected mob count in a negative facet, and we can kind of work around that. good so far. $3,400. 30, almost 35. 3,500. It was struggling to get there because the kill rate. There's 35 again. It's struggling to go over that just because of the kill rate. But I think it wants to. I think it wants to. It's really trying. Okay. Yeah, there she goes. Okay, cool. Alright, so you may ask, why didn't we actually go and make sure that that was working? Well, because right now... these need to destroy themselves on interaction. That... and now we can go test up against the wall. Is, you know, it's going to be important that the projectiles don't go through and one-shot the mobs on the other side. It is important. Really important for testing sake. There we go. Look at that. Pretty simple on it. They are going through though. Oh, it's so close. Yo, what's good, Sci-Fi? How you doing, man? Yeah, today started back on the live streams. Doing well, doing well. Working on these systems overall here. We have a... in the beginning of the stream I went over everything, but we have a buff system for enemies now when they collide with objects, and you can actually destroy, you and the enemy can destroy objects and they'll respawn. We have mob density, I thought it was 3 times increased, but it's 5 times. We have a 5 times increase in mob density on a minimum. For the minimum amount of mobs, and then the maximum is a 3 times, almost a 4 times. So we have 2,200 mobs for a minimum, roughly, for the cap, somewhere around there, and max is around 3,500 on my PC. So if you get a better PC than my what is right now about a $600-ish PC if you were to buy it pre-built. If you have better than that and you run at 60 FPS, you'll have more mobs than I do. So I'm guessing if you're running on like a 4090 and like all the best shit, you could probably have a mob cap closer to like 10,000-ish. Oh, and the deletion system, they have a lot of health right now, but here, let me actually show you. Let's see. Right now they have a whole mess of health. And I guess to show you on a memery level, we're gonna take it off of the just for the memes here to show you what I was showing everybody on break and everything. We'll take this code here. We're going to copy that. And then we're going to bring this into here. We're going to paste this. We're just going to take this out here. And then we can slap this down here like that, and that'll sit there. Okay, the code should run now. Alright, so this will run off of every step in the game for the interaction system. Find us an enemy. Find us an enemy. Oh, I took out the fucking thing there. Damn it. Hold up, wait a minute. That can come into here. And like that. At least a little interaction will happen there. So what it's set to do is it'll increase the mob speed cap until it hits a threshold, increase the instance scale, which is just the size of the mob, increase the XP, damage, and HP by 1% as well. And we're going to have it set to actually per collision. So, yeah. Just to give you an idea of what the system's looking like. Sounds good, man. You take the care. You take the care. Yeah, you take care, man. But yeah, we're slowly working on it, getting it together. Well, that would give you an idea there if you are actually still here. But yeah, we'll go ahead and... I got distracted. Baker, were you really just starting to play? Yes, I was. Leave me alone. Oh, I was just starting to play. Okay, so move that out of there. Move that into here. This comes over here, and then that's worked into the same system. What we also can do, we're going to try this here. We're going to go into the actual movement system. Is that going to be the wise way to do it? Because this doesn't detect on the same registry. And then we have this over here. We would have to set up with a new variable that if it's not... Oh... how do we want to work this? So if we... Can I pass an array through this MP potential stuff? And I could just stuff an array with things. What in the actual hell? Going on with gamemaker and their manual? Thank you. MP potential step object. I guess we could do step and then it's all, or is there an all for the object? We could set all for the object. I think we could set all for the object, correct? Is that... Am I thinking correctly? Object, keyword all. Yes, oh. Ah. All. You want it capitalized? I know you don't want to don't capitalize it. If it says it there not capitalized, don't you dare capitalize it, Baker. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Now, ooh, see, we take out that alarm there, and then, oh, it's going to change the feeling of the game. Ooh. So, oh my, change it like. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. If they're going 8, they're going just 8 into a wall anyways, so what does it matter, right? I don't know, God, you're stupid. What are they gonna do? They're going faster into a wall. What are we gonna do? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, wait, no, maybe they won't be going faster into a wall. Well, no, this is running no matter what, so that isn't run. Wait. What's... Ooh. Oh, see, we're... Oh, see, I made some errors in my code here. These are running at awkward times here. We're not... These aren't dictating when to... Oh. Oh, see. Okay. Okay. Alright, now everything's getting figured out. This is gonna be worked. This will be worked out. We worked out. Okay, one thing at a time, though. And do one thing at a time. That's got more work to do, and it's got more work to do after that work too, because we're going to be setting up a system to where it loads a number. It's essentially a random number generator that tells the mob whether to run its code or not to run its code to make things more efficient, and to spread out exactly when things are running so that all the mobs aren't running at 10, like every 10 steps, and it'll increase our mob density more. Heavily inspired off of that video on about Unity and doing the quadrant, just like detection and all of that. Like I've been working on for the past 6 months or so trying to create that system in GameMaker. And I've been coming insanely close to it. Insanely close. That's why my mob density keeps getting higher and higher as I'm like slowly figuring out how to make that system more and more of a reality. All right, let's see what's going on here. They don't even. Alright, we're getting rid of alarm 0. Alarm 0 goes away, I guess. Oh, actually, no, it's figure out how to make alarm 0 work appropriately. First off, let's just take alarm 0 out. Okay, listen, this code isn't allowed. It's forbidden code now. Alright. That is not the place to take alarm 0 out. I mean, it was, but, like, not right now, at least. Now this one... We take that out here just for setup's sake, and then we run that here like this, and spawn. I keep seeing average souls. I don't know why. It's really bothering me though. Young, young, young. So, so. Why do I keep seeing average in there? Why? It is hellaciously confusing right now. Alarm witch. Do we... That's why. Okay. We can have the testing we need now. Give me a wall. Oh my god, why? Why are you ignoring the wall when I hit... I typed in all. You said special keyword all, or the special keyword all. Can be an object, index, or an instance ID, or the special keyword all. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm doing this then. Screw you. Who? Carmen San Diego. Where did you go? How do we do this? How on earth? Do we just pass through an array here? Can I use an array? Are you gonna... MP... Can I pass an array through this? This function computes a path for an... that is not... I need step. Here we go. Take a step towards a particular position defined by an XY goal, all while trying to avoid obstacles. When the instance would run into a defined object argument, it will change the direction of the motion to try to avoid that instance to move around it. This approach is not guaranteed to work, but in most cases it will efficiently apply. I cannot pass an array through it. Okay, how do I do this efficiently? Okay, we're gonna make a parent, and we're going to figure out where other parents end, and then assign those end parents to that parent, and that parent will be the object we check for. A lot of parenting. Okay, parent me up. Okay, we're gonna call you parent. Not parent collision, parent enemy. Collision is what we're gonna call you. And you... Let's see, you didn't have a parent, so you can be a child in here. Alright, so we want that one. We want the walls. So we assign parent collision into here as well. And then we can leave that just for right now, right? We can do that just for right now. And now we head on into you. And because it didn't want the keyword all, apparently, I don't know. I'm not here to give a reason for it or anything like that. I'm just here to follow my orders and the orders of the engine presented before me. And then maybe it'll work. I don't know. Yeah, so we make the parents for the parents, and we make sure that the parents are for the parents. Okay. Okay. Listen. Are you... What are you doing? Do you still send them to Egypt? You don't set a point direction anymore, so why are we having these issues? Oh my lord. Are you really gonna need to be running in every step then? There's no way. Is this gonna screw it all up and make me have to do something stupid like that? No way. You see, I refuse. But it'll be good to know, because then I can work around how you interact with the object. And I will force you to do things without having to deal with that. Oh, that is really frustrating if this works. It would make sense. I hate to say it, but it won't. It would make sense. It would make sense. Okay, and then the move around thing makes them... Okay. It would make sense. It would make sense. Okay, I'm stuck. Sense. Okay. Okay, just breathe this one out. Breathe it out. Breathe it out. Breathe it out. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's see here. We do like this, right? And we say like minus direction. +5, I guess. I don't know. We're gonna be trying some magic here, okay? Just give me... Just let me... I'll just... You know... We're gonna... If it's like... I don't know. Lord. Making interactions. Okay, we're really getting there though. I mean, like we're totally getting really close. We are definitely getting really close right now, and we're holding efficiency doing it. Alright, we're getting closer. Alright, we're getting there. Alright. Getting there. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here though. There we go. I'm trying to remember that I gotta start recording these because YouTube Studio doesn't allow me to download in 1080p. I did get some type of acknowledgement that that has been moved up to their team and that they somehow weren't aware of it. I think that's some bullshit because I found reports going back to like 2000 or like 8 years ago. So. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. But yeah, we'll see if things improve. We'll see. One moment. Okay, a little bit better. Let's see here. And that does you there. And you. There. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I keep moving those over. There's literally no purpose to it. You should be able to just copy that whole thing over at one time. Save myself some time. Yeah. Boom, just like that. Okay. Okay. This is generally why I try to figure out the least amount of code needed and just making everything as simple as possible. Is because when I do need to make changes, I want them to be very quick. As quick as they can be. This is why sometimes things that may seem simple will take me a good while to figure out. It's because I'm trying to also think of, if I need to make sweeping changes, what's going to be the problem with the sweeping changes too? How much of a pain are these sweeping changes going to be? Because you never assume that everything's going to always stay the same. Never assume. That is one very surefire way to run into a lot of problems in your code. this with you. Did I really just tunnel that? Did I really just, like... Did I zone out that hard in doing this? Should I skipped? I completely just blanked out of the whole process here. No. Did I? There's no way. I mean, I had to have. Everything's there. Damn. No, see, no, this was actually done different. Okay, no, this was done at a different time. Okay, I was gonna say that, no. I was not zoning out that hard. Okay, listen. Okay, alright, I was gonna say. How in the hell did I zone out that hard? Do I doubt it sometimes? No, I don't. You know, like... This is why I make the sweeping implement, or like... This is why I take the time to do the things that I take the time to do. Is so that, like, when I need to make the changes and stuff like that, it's not a problem. I can just... Once I get the baseline figured out, everything else is just seamlessly just put in. And you can kind of, for the most part, just kind of zone out while doing it. This one's set to damage still. This is HP regen. Let's check over on the other one too. I don't actually recall changing those. Tisk Baker. I actually don't remember changing those on a lot of them, to be honest with you. I think that was one of the main ones I missed. Look at that. Oh, we almost were. See, this is the problem when you kind of just zone out there and you don't know everything off the top of your head. I did remember. Okay. Okay. I did remember though. So it's okay. Is it really okay, Baker? No, it's not. Not even in the slightest is it okay. Unacceptable on every facet. That's what it is. Completely unacceptable. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's that. That. And I didn't delete these in the beginning there before we went down. I should have done that. Okay, do that, and then reset layout. There we go. Okay, all that's done there. We're gonna remember this time. So, they were remembering. Remembering. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, find a reset. That. Boom. Okay. Okay. That's another one done. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Make it come to you. You got it's smarter. Don't do it. This is armor. Okay. Okay. Almost done, and then we can tear our brains out with the other one. We'll be right back. But at least we'll have this done. Oh, thank you. Dodge. You know how to read? Do you know how to read, Baker? Do you know how to read? I just want to double check. Alright. Good. We just tore through that. We just tore through that. We just tore through that. I'll tell you what. Oh. Okay, we just tore through that. Alright, one thing I do want to do is we're going to take these values that spawn here when we click this. Any of these. We're going to take these values here and we're going to make them a permanent fixture XY that actually spawns higher up, so they won't be spawning directly underneath the given what's it called? Underneath the given area itself like that. Instead, they're going to be spawning higher up here always, so that it's more up to where the player's eyes naturally will be throughout everything. That's interesting. That's another thing too. Okay, apparently we got a bunch of things to figure out before we get even to where we were at before. Alright. So we'll make... Let's just open this up over here. I think we can use this, actually. We can use that. We can use that. So let's go ahead and save real quick here. Close down the workshop. We'll open up a new one, and we're going to open up with all of these, and we're going to work through these and get those opening in the correct location. And then this way it'll make easy adjustments later on. Alright, while that does that, I'm going to take a sip of some water. And of course it just finishes right when I do that, or say that. I'm still going to. Oh, and for anyone wondering what the next break thing, over time we do expect, or I do expect to be increasing the time. There's only one way I'm going to get better at doing that and being able to take longer, or see if I can. That's by pushing myself, so that is the intention. I'm just being smart for right now. Mainly the predominant goal is to get as much coding as I can get done on stream in 40 hours for the given week, and then from there I'll be able to sit back and render through all the footage and take out all the breaks, so that the support streams will have more footage added onto it at the end of every week. So we won't be running the support streams during that time period because I can't stream at the same time while running Adobe. My computer really does not like it. It really doesn't. Okay. Let's just actually... because order does not matter right now. We know what we gotta do. Let's do that. And then... No, we can't just use those. Let's see here. What do we call these? Do something like that. We call it... the value position. Why? Something like that? That makes sense in my head? Does that make sense in my head? We'll call it upgrade position. Make it easier on there. Upgrade. Upgrade. There you go. Jesus Lord. Bakers, your brain starting to shut down. Let's not talk about it, okay? And then this will be level position. Okay. So this is the buff slot. Or not buff slot, but this would be the levels right here. And then this one will be the, what's it called? The upgrade right here. So then what we can do, just to make things easy, is we have this right here, right? So we can take that and do a count. And we can grab this as well, just to have something out here. Baker, you letting your OCD go? Shh. I've been controlling it all straight. This is actually something that would be kind of more or less close to set in stone. So, because it is the spacing I want, so I would like to be able to know exactly then what I'm looking at. Yeah, we'll do that first. That's 277. X would be the same, but the Y is going to change. Okay. Oh, this will be a perfect one to test on. This is the perfect one to test on. Boom. Looks good. A little bit more, yeah, everything's a little more natural now. And how the player's eyes fixate and such. That's good. That's good. We're just gonna make a kind of a sweeping change to this. This I feel confident enough to do that. Meaning sweeping without testing. We're just going to assume confidence. Mainly because if something goes wrong, it's going to be very easy to find it. There we go. It's like, this does not feel right. What's going on? Why don't I just copy them? Okay, good. Almost done with it. Almost done with these changes. And then we can give them a quick test. And we'll see where we're at. We will see where we are at. There we go. Let's give that a test. My ability speed not working. Okay, so ability speed. Ooh. I don't want that. Ability speed. Okay, so we got a problem with crit damage. Okay. I don't have my ability. That's the wrong thing. Did I already click ability speed with that? I just not. What did I do? Ah. Interesting. Not interesting anymore. Stopped being interesting and started making sense. Apparently we had forgotten that. But this is why we test things. This is why we test. Okay. There we go. Okay, so crit damage when we click doesn't erase correctly. Let's take a look at that. I see. I thought I had done you. Apparently I had not. Did we just not do crit damage? Did I just like skip crit damage? I think I skipped crit damage. At this point, I think I skipped crit damage. You know, I mean, we're already on track with it, so we might as well just look at the rest of it, right? crazy. You know. That was totally not the lines of code that I wanted. Can I, here, I'll just do this. Okay. There you go. Alright. We are getting there. We are getting there. We should probably take those off too. It's whatever. Looks good. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Okay. And now if we hit reset, boom. Good. Okay, so we got some baseline logics figured out now. Very good. Very good. Take a sip of water, and then I'm gonna figure out where we're at. Okay. I think we're finally at the point of the reset. I think we're finally there. Yeah, I think we're finally back at the point of the reset. Okay. So, let's just stare at something here real quick. Now that we know we have everything kind of going correctly. Okay, so we want this to now How you doing, Camel? How you doing? I'm just sitting here just trying to mentally figure out how we want this to work correctly. When I hit the reset button, if there's a spot above, I want these things to move forward so that they stay in a nice line. And then it knows essentially when I go to create another one exactly to place it like that, but have everything moved up. That's what we're working on right now. So we have a good amount of this. We have pretty much everything baseline done. Or we have everything else done in the way of making this menu system work to a facet. It'll automatically create down below. We just need to make it know how to move things upwards and such now. We're getting there. We're getting there. Since we got all that done there, let's go ahead and open up a new workspace. There we go. I mean, I don't think you couldn't, but your issue is that you're gonna run into is probably kills per hour on trash mobs because of the lack of AoE that the Nataruk has over the Barama. Like, there's a significant amount of reduction of AoE. I know Nataruk has a little bit of AoE, but it's nothing near Barama level AoE. If you're gonna do that, then you can just take off the helmet build that I used, or the helmet, and you can swap on anything you want, which may make things easier than at that rate, and make your weapon pool really open up more. So depending on what you switch for, that could be a viable option in that regard. It's just going to be dependent on what you're going to be switching your helmet out for. Because I had to really think back for that vault build there. I only used that helmet choice because of ammo limitations, and Nataruk has no ammo limitations, so you're able to be opened up to a lot more options there to kind of play around with and see what may work better with Nataruk then. So in that regard, there actually could be something you could do with that. You also could, I guess, to have better gathering, on the Zenny Star, get magnetic, and the arcane to do gathering on magnetic kills. And then anytime you kill something that's been affected by magnetic damage with the Zenny Star, it'll pull everything else that's affected by magnetic damage to that target, and then allow you to take advantage of the punch through and the AoE a little bit more. No, I haven't touched Warframe in like 6 months. Since I started doing the coding for my game, I quit Warframe. I don't even have a single game installed on Steam anymore. Pretty much after they didn't want to pull back on their statement of accusing me of being a bot and threatening me with a permaban upon my next infraction, if you will, I just said, screw it. I'm gonna go make my own game so I don't have to worry about being persecuted and being called a bot. At the end of the day, I really just wanted to be QA lead of Digital Extremes, to be completely fair with you. But, like, if that's where things are going, because I can understand the coding of the game, like, I'm just not gonna deal with it. Because, like, I don't, like, quite understand the math of the game, really. Not like how Nev does and all of them. I just more understand the limitations of the coding and everything, and how to, like, drive the coding right to its, like, absolute, you know, max potential before it starts breaking and such. That's kind of what I did when I learned how to play Warframe. Not saying that like never anything like that did, you know, like that's a bad avenue. It's just for me, I didn't want to deal with it. The math in this game is very convoluted and confusing, so I chose to learn and understand the coding more. I mean, it's convoluted and confusing, but nowhere near to the degree the math is. I applaud them for being able to make the calculators the way they do and everything to understand the way the math works, because it's where a predominant amount of the spaghetti code lies is within the math of the game. It's a wonder how they have figured it out the way they do. I don't know exactly the everything behind it, on like what their core reasoning was and everything, to be fair with you, but that's kind of how I feel would be the best way to say that. That's how I feel it is if you grind the game in a particular fashion to what they don't like, then they'll ban you. That's how I feel. I don't have any like proof behind it in the way of like them just straight out saying that, but you know, that's honestly how it feels. That's how it feels after the 5 years of just being accused for one thing or another for simply camping. You know, like that was the main theme that went through all the 5 years of having to deal with them. It's camping. You know, that's how it feels, at least, like I said, is, you know, that's yeah, that's how it feels. That'd be the best way to put that. Because unlike them, I'm not going to put slander upon their name for something that I don't 100% know on. You know, we'll say it like that. We'll say it like that. Now we want to figure out how to make this reset work correctly here. We have the reset default. I think we can work something with that, but I'm not 100%. I feel like that might be a wasted object, you know? How do you get the Melee's any star? It's a login day reward. I forget how many days. 200? Something like that, 100? It's... yeah. It's one of those, something like that. Hold on here. Zenny Star Warframe. I got you. Give me a moment. I got you. Can you tell me here? Yeah, I understand the daily trip. Every 200 days? Beginning at day 100, that's what I thought. Okay. Beginning at day 100, every 200 days after that, you'll have a chance to choose. And there's like 3 different weapons, so yeah. Is there any good alternative for that? No, it's a very unique weapon, to be fair with you. I don't know anything off the really top of my head. Do you watch like Gamble or Nev or anything like that? Or Mode or Dystopia or anything like that? If you watch any of them, they would be a good individual to ask. Actually, Nev's playing right now. Nev is playing right now, so there you go. Nev is streaming right now, so that would actually be a good person to ask. Let me toss you a link over there. There you go. Nev be very smart about game. He may have a good alternative for Zenny Star. And he's currently playing the game too. So, I give you what knowledge I can give you, but if I do run into roadblocks, I'll try my best to get you to avenues to get you the knowledge you need. I always try my best on that. I definitely don't have any issues talking about the game as a whole, even though I quit. My knowledge, if it still helps, honestly, I'm happy I could help. It's gonna be sitting in my head either way. It's not like I can just forget about the information I know, so I might as well use it for some type of good. Not just let it senselessly sit there. No problem, no problem. Hopefully he'll be able to help you. Like I said, the guy's extremely knowledgeable about the game, so... extremely knowledgeable. Alright, yeah, we're gonna get ready for our next break here, everybody. As well, to be completely honest, because that's our next break timer. We've been going down now. Anyways, be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Do remember I don't run ads except for when I'm on my breaks and during the support stream, so your lurks during those time periods do keep the streams ad-free for when I am here. There we go. Completely lost my voice there. But as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Give me one moment here and I will get the be right back run going, and when we return we're going to work further on seeing what we're going to be doing with that. It's going to be trying to figure out this whole reset thing and everything. So let's clean up our workspaces. What we're going to work on is integrating all of the current hit system or collision system into, what's it called? Into all the other enemies. I should have cleaned these up before, but this is where we're at. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we have our empty workspace. So right now, oh, what's this? We have our template done. Now we transfer. Oh, I don't think I needed anything from the create. No. No, we did not need anything from that, so that's good. We needed alarm 11. We needed this. This was inheritance, that's fine. That one and that one. We did have one other alarm, didn't we? Can I move something else and do an alarm? There was something with the steps. We'll look into that. Oh, I have to change the interaction in with the steps. That'll come after. We're gonna do this first. We're gonna do this first, and then we're going to. I don't know why I'm whistling. We'll do this, and then afterwards we will work on everything else with it. So right now, we need to make an alarm. That was alarm 11. I want to delete that. I want to inherit this. And we're just going to copy this stuff over and we'll change the variables. Okay, so there's that. And what we can do now, I almost want to do that for every single one of them. And then we'll just open them all up and then we'll go through them that way. So we don't have to keep going back. You know, honestly, let's copy alarm 11 too instead of making it. Okay. That's all copied over now. Let's go ahead and open these over here. Just so we have a more open work area. We're going to start over here. Okay. Copy that. Paste that down there. All right. This is one reason why I always work kind of hard to make the systems that I make, is when it comes to mass integration into things. I like to always make it as easy as possible. There's nothing worse than having a just terrible day of that. What is your speed cap? What is that called? Is it TKG? Getting there. We are getting there. Okay. That's all that moved over. Let's go ahead and save that. Now what we're gonna do is come over here. Here. I hate alarm 1. I wish it would just show. else. Let's see how that does. I have no damage. I have no damage. None. Not even a base value. I guess the base value doesn't matter right now. That's not gonna save me. Which one has 0 damage? You do? 120,000. Actually, hold on here. Let me just make sure it's correct. There we go. Okay, 2,000, 20,000. Range. Let's just do a 12,000 range. Did we crash? We launched them. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. It opened in another window, if you're wondering what happened. Or it opened for some reason in the back of the game engine. It usually comes forward. I might have clicked or something like that. I'm not gonna put it past that. Okay, we got an error. Okay, you. And we had collision. Step object for young soul. For object keeper card. Huh? For young soul. What do you mean? A step object. Event young soul. Step event young soul. Wall move. Wall move equals. EKG speak up. What do you mean? Oh, Jesus. This is why we only do one thing at a time. When things go wrong, it's easier to find. On a good note, this seems to be the only error. There we go. Okay. Alright, we're in some type of business right now. Let's actually go get ourselves two. Good. It's looking really fucking good. Let me come out here in the open. We will go into a negative health, by the way. So you're going to see like a really bright white happen. Just a fair warning. Because we haven't coded in that yet. Only one enemy has that. In the actual game, The flow of mobs is completely different than what we were experiencing earlier. It is so much better. It's what I wanted it to be. I'm glad we worked so hard at doing it, of having a good experience at a consistent movement speed. And now that you have a bunch of mobs at different movement speeds, it's a completely different experience. It's one that feels more realistic. And our mob count is lower because we haven't worked all the efficiency in. I expect the max mob count to not be something amazing, but we'll see. Could be wrong. Who knows? Yeah, it looks like it's just going down. That's fine. We're testing right now the collision. That's what matters. And we still have a little weird collision happening on occasion. We just there it is. $14.50, $14.60, somewhere in there. It's not spawning more though, it's just dropping. Okay, well, that works there. This was taken out and put into here. You next. Here. This. This. That. That out. That. Here. That. That. I don't know why I delete that step into or that the empty if variable there. I'm deleting the step anyways. I'm getting a bit tired though. I'm getting a bit tired. It probably has a lot to do with it. Oh, there we go. See, at the end, I remembered. I actually had to intentionally. I had to intentionally do that. That took a lot of intention. That took a whole lot of intention. Okay. I got that transferred over. Let's go ahead and test that. And I have an idea. I might take each of the lines of code, the different if variables in the reset, or not the reset, but the death, and I might just attach each of those to a object and have a unique object create itself instead of all that code. And then each of the ones can have the unique code that's required in it. This way it frees up that area there, so when I need to work on it, it'll be easier to work on. I think that's what we're gonna do. Might have to make some adjustments to mob speed depending on distance. Probably run that in the main alarm. Yeah. Increase the distance if they're like more than a certain amount away, like I used to have. This way we can fill up the map faster, or get the enemy to the player faster. Oh, come on, mob count. I wonder why. I wonder if it's my kill rate or what it is. I don't think it's the kill rate. We do have a 12,000 range, to be fair. I have to remember that. I have to remember that. We still have other optimization to do as we go through. Oh yeah, we haven't adjusted all the alarms to be 2s or 10s as well. All that. What about all that efficiency? We got a lot of work to do on the mobs. Got a lot of work. Everything seems to be working good though.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery Houston, Prince, ATO.
Good. Looks good. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and end off here for the night, everybody. We're at 11 hours, 42 minutes, so we're looking good. Okay, everybody, I am back. I didn't run the last ad before coming back. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna run the ad on you guys. Didn't even make it 30 minutes before I had to take a break. Here we are. Anyways. Wait, is this a snap-on? No, it isn't. Well, thank you. Okay, come on, hands. You can do this. Thank you. Lord. Alright, let's take a look at what this looks like. Actually, we should just make the other ones. You've been back on night shifts? Oh, good, man. I hope life's going well for you. And got back into playing Warframe yet again? Well, I hope you had a good break from Warframe, and I hope you're enjoying getting back into it. I haven't played since February. I quit to start on this game. It was no longer therapy for me. Being, having a Lumen permaban over my head, it just was like... not my thing anymore. And I just wanted to be QA lead when I started the game. But instead I'm a bot, so we do what we can. Not what we want. But don't be discouraged about talking about Warframe. It's completely fine. You know. Yeah, 5 years of it, man, was enough for me. 5 years of it was enough for me. What's sad is, like, by the time that I had gotten to a place where I was comfortable applying for a QA position in Warframe to where, like, they could hand me a problem and I could sit there and talk them through with it and how I would solve it, because I understood their engine well enough. I had already been well accused and blocked by Rebecca, or well accused of cheating in the game and blocked by Rebecca on Twitter. It's the sad part about the whole thing. Because I don't have any college, like, credentials. I'm all self-taught. I have, like, 2,000 hours in C++ from, back when I was a teenager. I had learned emulating and stuff and reversed engineered World of Warcraft into a private server for myself to learn coding. I wouldn't recommend doing that nowadays. There's so many tools out there, but, you know, this was like 17 years ago. There wasn't much out there. Is this XP decrease? This engine, though, has been really nice to work with. It's a very novice-friendly engine. And the main reason why I chose it is because they have the best business practice that I have found that isn't just straight open source. So it's a $100 one-time fee for PC, mobile, and browser exports, and $800 a year for console ports, which isn't bad. Unity is $2,200 a year. So, and it's not really user-friendly either, I wouldn't say. Because I do want to make guides on, like, after I complete the game, I'm actually going to be making guides on how I made all of the individual systems so that I could teach people, you know, if a guy with brain damage can come back after 15 years of not coding, and learn coding and make a decent game, you can too. You can too. You wish you played WoW when you were younger? Yeah, I've played WoW since the original beta. Does player XP decrease? I guess we'll call it that just for now. WoW was a fun game. It was a fun game. I never got to a point where I was comfortable applying to them, but I actually always wanted to. I'm kind of glad I didn't after getting to hear like Thor's experience of working for them and everything, because because Thor is only a couple of years older than me. Pirate Software, y'all, I don't know the other one, but yeah, he's only a couple of years older than me, so I would have been experiencing the same blizzard he did. So, blessings come in different ways. I still got like irreplaceable experience in gaming, just due to the amount of games I played and how hard, like heavy I played them, especially when it came to content creation. It's given me a lot of knowledge of like, what do I want to see in a game? Why do I like seeing that in a game? And all of that type of stuff. Because making a game, most of it is thinking about how do you want the player to feel, more than anything else. And like, how do you want the player to feel? And then after that, you go off of that, and that's how you make everything else in the game. Skyrim and a Warframe? Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, that's how I approach game making. Is at least to me personally, I should say. That's how I approach game making. You can approach, like, there's a million different ways to approach, you know, making a game. But for me, I approach it from the aspect of how do I want the player to feel, and that's kind of what I go off of. And I keep working towards it until I start feeling that feeling. Oh, we didn't change the last one. Well, at least they know. I know they work visually, so. Oh, yeah, I see what I did wrong here. But how you been enjoying Warframe since you came back? And how long of a break did you take as well? Oh, it's been... I don't think you came... I think you missed my balloons run. Did you miss my Warframe endurance run while playing balloons? I don't remember if you were here for that. You might have quit before then. I think you stopped coming around shortly before that. You think so? Do you remember me doing a 33-hour long Steel Path Annie with Mag while playing Balloons TD6? And AFKing the run with a hand cam on? And running auto hotkey macros on Balloons? Well, Warframe is running. Oh. Oh, it was great, man. It was great. Oh, it was a wonderful time, man. It was... Yeah, man. That's what I did when they... when my 2-month suspension ended, that's what I came back and did. I wanted to show DE, I'm not the problem. Your developers are. It's not my problem. I'm not a cheater, I'm not a bot. I just understand your coding. I have been playing your game for fucking over 10,000 hours. And I don't play games like a normal person does. I see lines of code when I play a video game. I don't see what normal people see. I don't see visual effects and stuff like that. I see the code behind the visual effects and stuff like that. That's what my brain more or less sees in a vague fashion, if you will. And then my brain can like understand how to manipulate that and use it all to my benefit. That's all I do. Fix your game. It's not my problem. I didn't get any... That actually was no suspensions or anything on my account, but I quit shortly after. I was happy to not get any suspensions done on my account and everything. That was cool. But like they didn't go back on what they said. So it was still like you could be banned. You know, and it's like at that rate, I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. I really don't. They can go have fun and make the game they want to make. I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna make the game I want to make. And that's it. It's as easy as that. This is gonna be a $5 game at the end of the day. Even though there's a lot of work going into it, I'm only selling it for $5. That's why I run the support streams too. Because they will be running further, like once I release the game and everything. I'm going to be a full-time content creator that does coding. I'm going to code my video games on stream and talk with my community and all that, and release my games at a lower price because you can come over and support me while I'm actually working on the coding. You know? Oh yeah, I think the Hate got a new augment out with Nightwave. I think it was the Hate. I think it was Hate. I think like a lot of the stalker weapons got new augments from what I was hearing on watching other streams. I think it was Gamble I heard that on. I don't remember. Gamble, Suckmud, IF, Moog, one Nev, I don't know. The list goes on and on. Nova, I don't know. I heard it on somebody's stream. I wish Flo streamed more. It was good to see him streaming Warhammer today. It was good to see. Okay. Let's go ahead and test these, just opening the level thing here. You got Smoking Body Ephemera? Did you want that? If you didn't have it, I mean, you always want it if you don't have it, so... Ooh, why is that, why does escape not want to work? Alright, we got an error, so let's fix this real quick. What are you talking about? Why don't you... Escape for Soltic. Do I actually need that? Wait, do I need this code in here? Or am I overwriting code? I think I'm overwriting code here. I don't think I need that escape. What does this do? Oh, no, this is fine. Okay, so what are you talking about? Not set before read. What in the actual tarnation do you mean? Not set before reading. You are right here. Can we talk about this? Yeah, level counter equals true. That's weird. Nope, you have 2 BPs for it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I meant the ephemera. I meant the ephemera. Oh. Oh, that was a meme. Oh, that was a meme. That was a meme. Okay. Okay. You see, I don't know whether to take that seriously or not, only due to the fact that, what does this do? Only due to the fact that, I know people that have gone years without getting some of the items on Stalker. That's just Warframe drama. I know who you're talking about. I also know of the other drama with him too. All I gotta say behind all of it is, you do what you do. You do what you do, I guess. I don't know. I'm just over here. I'm just over here. Just typing out lines and watching them break and trying to figure out how to fix them. That's all I'm doing. It's crazy though. It's crazy to see what's going on over there. You had hate, but you needed weapon slots, so you sold it like an idiot. Rough. 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 Could have vendored out like any number of dojo items and such like that. But that's rough. Kuva Norcore. Nucore's fun. I love Kuva Nucore. That is such a fun weapon. Okay, yeah, I'm confused here. Why? Oh, for Soul Tick. Oh, God, I'm fucking stupid. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh. I love when it's something simple like that. Oh, it's so relieving, but I feel so stupid at the same time. Forgot to change the value in the other thing. So. Okay, so that works in concept. We just need to change things around now. Good. That's all I needed to do. Was this here was still, like, I changed the value here that used to be level counter, a level underscore counter, to level underscore tick for this unique individual object. But I didn't change in here that if this was true, because you see level counter here. So it was trying to read a variable that didn't even exist within the object. Yeah. And we just kind of need to go through and just change all the code. Just essentially we'll start from the top and then we'll go down one slot each and just double check everything is okay. And we'll do that for every object, and then we can give it a quick little testy poo, and we'll go from there. math on those are just placeholders. Because I still need to sit down and do the math myself on what I want to do. If you're wondering, Curtis, on what we're working on currently, you kind of just came into the middle of me working on a system. I have a few different ways for the player to be able to kind of speed up or automate their farming, and what we're working on right now is a way for the player to be able to change these values to enact fast scaling for either the enemy or the player. That's why we have the two different decreases. And essentially, you see how fast the scaling is right here. But if we change this over to the default that I have currently, it'll look more like this. Actually, I can change it to a more of an impossible number that won't ever even get hit. We'll change it to 200 instead. And what it does is every second it detects how many kills you have done. And if you meet the criteria of the kills that you're going to be able to scale downwards from, you will enact the fast scaling mode. So that when you're in the stages of power creep and you're not to where the actual end game, like your end game is for your current level, you're going to level significantly faster, and you'll be able to modify the rate at which that leveling occurs and stuff like that. But yeah, this is what the actual system looks like without the fast scaling right now. As you can see, it's fast, but it's nowhere near as fast. And it does have exponential, I call it exponential light scaling. It's not true exponential scaling, but it is fairly close to the equation. It's an equation that I generally like using for exponential values because it's easier for a player to understand than true exponential math. But as you can see, it drastically slows down on that. You saw we were in the 90s or something like that before within a couple seconds. But you can see how drastically slower everything is coming now. Or is going now. Still relatively fast scaling for the enemy scaling, but the player scaling slows down to absolutely nothing. But regardless, your scaling will slow down the longer you go on everything. I just have the enemy scaling set slower than the player scaling. Yeah. Well, it's a very basic equation. Very basic, and it's not really a high scaling equation because this is a game more based off of high levels than it is based off of meaningful levels, if you will. So you'll be used to having an abundance of levels, but they won't be as meaningful as they are in other games. So like the player scaling normally, it raises by 25%. So essentially what this does altogether to give you the new equation of your XP to level, I do player scale, which is a innate equation that I have over in, where are you? You're over here. I moved this in locations because I made a bunch of new objects. Player scale here is baseline is 90. So essentially that number there, come back over here just so you can have the visual eye for it. It'll take that number there and then it'll multiply it times 0.25. And then afterwards you'll have player scale here, which takes this number here, adds this number into player scale, and then shoots out a new player scale and then multiplies that times the player's number, and then that's what your XP becomes. And enemy works exactly the same, but it has a significantly lower amount. It's only 5% instead of 25%. And then the fast scaling system itself, what it does is it takes your XP up to level, and then it divides that number by your XP decrease, which will be a number that you can adjust yourself as a player by investing points into. And then you'll have things like you can adjust the tick rate of that happening. You can adjust how many souls it are, how many actual like souls free it takes to have the trigger happen and all that. But yeah, that's the system I'm currently working on right now. Because as you do get higher in levels, it gets exponentially slower. Like to hit crit cap in here is level 10,000. So when you're seeing, you know, level 100, 200 and stuff like that, you can have an idea that it's not really that high of levels for the game. Yeah, I'm trying to slowly add things to... This is only the very first mission. It's the most simplistic of missions. It'll be a farming mission for you to... One of the many farming missions, because endless missions are actually going to be where you predominantly can get your experience from. And then you'll have more in and out missions that are going to be based off of different things. Like, I'm going to be making missions that are influenced by like Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, and then I'll also have boss fights that are influenced by things like Final Fantasy and stuff like that, like Final Fantasy Online. It's just I want my farming missions. I typically don't like the fact that farming missions don't really feel too engaging or rewarding. If they do feel engaging, they feel overly engaging for the reward you get. So I'm trying to make something that just feels more rewarding for the player's time. And if the player so wants to just kind of AFK it, and they don't have, you know, they just want to leave the game running, they can go ahead and do that, because I've already made a system in the game where they're able to scale themselves on endless missions. Over here, you have this auto reset, and then this transfer amount. What it does is it reduces the amount of levels and a percentage that you carry over after you die into the new one. So if you don't have any points in this, whatever you end with here carries over. So you do get diminishing returns run per run. So unless you invest into that, you really can meet a lot of heavy diminishing returns, because you're obviously going to hit the same endpoint every time. So your levels per run aren't going to be as much, unless... And the only way that can change is if you invest in a massive amount of points into the other scaling system that we have over here. If you invest into this, you can actually counteract that and make it more or less the same. Or if you invest into both of them, you can get a significant amount of more levels per day and stuff like that. Also, you're able to have this go over 100%, so it can take out all your levels and store it for you, and then have you start out at 0 every time. Or you can have it to where you can go over that and go have, like, say, up to, like, you know, it's not even up to, it's endless how I have it. Go up to, you know, say 200% extra levels you get. So in one mission, if you get level 100, you'll actually get 300 levels from it on reset. And it's a very, even though there's a lot going on, it's a very lightweight game. I'd have to go into my RAM usage to know exactly how much it uses, but what I can tell you is it's never in the top 10 of my RAM usages. So that's nice. And CPU usage on a Intel 10400 that's not overclocked, I'm using 2% of my CPU right now. GPU as a 2060. That's a little bit more because it's slightly more GPU heavy on my coding currently, but that I think is at like 30%. 30% for that in unique, but in total right now, because I'm using everything else over here, more closer to around 60%. So, but I have 2 different internet browsers going, about 5 different windows, the engine running on top of it, and I have the game running. So I think it's understandable on a 2060 to be using about 60 to 70% of your GPU usage. That's in total, so so it's good overall. I can run this game at a solid 60 FPS on a what is it called? A Ryzen 3 2200G with a 1050. NVIDIA 1050 for the GPU. So that's my test computer, and I also use testing for internet browser. This is almost stable enough to run on browser. Almost. I just have to adjust the spawn numbers slightly, but the player is going to be able to adjust their own spawn numbers, so it doesn't matter. You can adjust the spawn numbers to wherever the hell you want to be. Currently, I have it set at 400, but I'm going to have it in the game to where the player themselves can set it, so if they have a better computer than I have, it isn't going to be too hard to do. They can increase the mob count themselves to have more mobs, or if they have a lesser computer, or if they want to run a different game while they're farming at the same time, they can reduce their mob count so that their game runs more stable, that they're actually playing. I'm making the game very customizable for the player. Very, very customizable. It's just going to be a fun game of farming and getting to do high-level in-and-out missions that are mechanic intensive. It's pretty much where I'm going with the game at this point. Yeah, just a nice, enjoyable game. Online is a pending thing. I need to see how well I can encrypt information. I don't exactly want a situation like with most peer-to-peer games where you can have your IP just out in the open. I know it really doesn't matter for most people, but I don't want people to have to like worry about possibly getting harassed like that or feeling like they may need a VPN or something. I want to give some level of encoding for it, and I want to see if I can go past the JSON encoding, but this does have JSON encoding on it, but like, I don't know, JSON encoding has got to be like one of the, it's a basic form of encryption and it works, but it's also the easiest form of encryption to break. So I want to see if I can do more with encryption based off of network feed and all that before I implement anything when it comes to online. And yes, that does come from personal experience. Yes, that is a pure reason as why. I fucking hated getting DDoSed. I don't know who DDoSed me, but I was fucking getting DDoSed. I was able to see packets and everything in my logs. And it took a lot to hold back looking at the IP address and just thinking about what I could do with it. It took a lot to hold back. It took a lot to hold back. Just tell myself, you don't do that anymore. You don't do that anymore, Baker. You don't do that. Fucking wander my way into your damn PC. Oh. VPNs are just an obfuscating tool. You could still be found. Oh, God. I really don't want to ever have to be like that ever again. I just want to sit here and make my game and be happy. I have experience in that because of playing during the days of World of Warcraft when people would DDoS each other commonly. We used to DDoS each other out of fun. So it got bad. It got bad. It got really bad back in the day. We were having fun just screwing with each other. Absolutely just massacring each other's computers. Oh, God. Not healthy. Not healthy to trust people that much. I guess when everybody can do the same thing, I mean, kind of even playing ground. Yeah, that would be that would be the least of what we would do for fun. But we would do it commonly. Like we would fight each other against each other in rated battlegrounds or arena. And if we really didn't feel like dealing with the other, or the other was pissing us off in some fashion, we would DDoS them offline. So like if you kited me too hard, I could just DDoS you offline if I played with you before, because we used what was that? We used Skype back then, and back then, I don't know if Skype has fixed it, but back then you used to be able to grab IPs really easy through Skype. Really, really easy. It was so easy to grab IPs through Skype. Yeah. This is what we would do. That was when VPNs were really kind of just first starting to really be used. They were so bad. VPNs were so bad back then. They were so bad. You had better luck just making your own VPN. It was such better luck just making your own. Alright. I think we changed everything around here. Yeah, I don't... The main thing is I just don't endorse that type of, I guess we could call it black hat hacking, if you will. I don't really endorse it. Like, I don't endorse emulating current games and stuff like that. If a game's, like, out of circulation, I'm less in the line of to say, like, I think it's wrong to do it. Like, I think if you own a copy of it, you should be allowed to have it, like, figure out how to make it run on your PC. And not, like, a 30 fucking year old piece of technology or something like that, you know what I mean? I do believe that. I do believe that. Should be allowed to do that type of stuff. It's either that or you need to provide people that have bought the original copy a way to play it on their own computers. I mean, if you want to do that, go ahead. I don't think it's worth the space. I don't think it's worth the money. I honestly, I don't believe it's worth the money. I believe it's better just to let people learn how to reverse engineer and stuff like that. And just let them do it that way. I think it's much easier. What are we gonna call this one? Level E decrease? Oh, this is P. Level P decrease. Whoopsie. I don't know. I'm one of those people that kind of sit on Thor's side when it comes to the whole argument that currently is going on with the preserving of games. I know that puts me into a very hot take, but I more believe like we should just be allowed to reverse engineer the things without like fear of it, and not as long as we're not doing it for commercial reasons. That's my simple input on it. Like it's a very simple input. I don't believe that a company should have to put forth a shit ton of money to try and figure out that end of things. But do I believe that they should be willing to surrender? Like, the fucking grip of control that they try to hold? Oh yeah, I fucking believe that. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Because I do believe there is definitely a middle ground on it, and I just hope that that initiative brings about good talk. I like, because that's my input on it. Like, I definitely agree with the prospect of it, but as for how they want to go about it, oh my God, that's expensive. That shit is expensive, what they're trying to suggest. I don't think people have an idea, like, how expensive that can be for some games. Really don't think they understand. Games are complex. The most simplistic of the games still have even a lot of coding. You had some of these AAA titles and everything that are actually good titles and everything. Like, say, even Warframe. You imagine telling Warframe they would have to figure out a way for it to work appropriately? What? Wouldn't it just be easier to tell people once the game dies if you could figure it out, have fun? You don't have to worry about legal repercussion as long as you're not making, like, financial, like, profits from it? Or any financial gain from it? Like, fucking hell, that game is... There's no way in hell I would ever ask Warframe to do that. It's fun watching teachers pull PowerPoints out without internet? Yeah. 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 Bro, I remember floppy disks. I remember DDoSing my school's internet just because my friend said you couldn't do it. Risky, bro. I wouldn't endorse that, but it's good shit. It's like, can you do it? Oh yeah, you could do it. I don't. Should you do it? I don't know so much about that. Oh. Did you work with your school to try to figure out maybe how to prevent it? It was really risky, but I still did it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I think hacking is fine, to be completely honest, but it's not, like I said, like, black hat hatting or hacking really just isn't my thing. But if you do ethical hacking, I guess is what you could call it, like, I'm completely good. I think there's no place in the world for you to say that it's not a good thing, in my honest opinion. It's, we need people out there like that. For sure your computer... Well, I mean, they probably, like, you do it once, they're not going to, like, they're likely not going to suspend you if you're a decent student and all that. Decent enough, like, you get good grades and everything, but, like if you were to sit there and consistently DDoS the school, I'm sure they would eventually end up, like, sitting you down and, like, being like, okay, listen, we know it's you. You need to stop. But, like, a one-time thing, it's like, okay, whatever, you know. You can't blame a student if it happens once. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm getting at. You know, like, even though it can look like it was clearly them and everything, if it only happens one time, it's typically, and you don't have eyes on it happening, it's going to be typically hard for you to immediately put blame on it. And if you're a good school, you're going to just let it slide and just keep a close eye. I do say good school, because, of course, bad schools can happen. Alright, let's set these values differently here and check. Could manage to do it. I mean, it's impressive. Why would you want to get rid of a student like that? That's an immense amount of potential. Alright, we're gonna be getting ready here after I test this to go take a break though. My head is kind of fried right now. Alright, let's test this out though. Oh, son of a bitch. I really just throw another if in there. Just for shits and giggles, I guess we do. I mean, if it doesn't fuck with the performance, I honestly don't give a shit. Too many ifs, though, it can really just kind of fuck with everything. But I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it because this engine is fucking weird sometimes. This is the most bizarre engine I've used sometimes, I will say. It has very unique little things. Like, I think it was yesterday, I had to put an alarm somewhere to make sure that it would delete something at the correct time, because even though I programmed 2 different things to run off the same key binding and set a variable in there to detect whether that object was there or not, it would still run both of the code at the same time, even though I told it not to run it if it was there, because what it was doing was actually running it on the step after. So what I had to do was create an alarm to run 2 steps after that to delete it so that it wouldn't run that. It's like the type of little stupid shit I have to do sometimes with this engine. Sounds good, Curtis. You take care, man. Thank you for stopping by. And, I really hope you get some good sleep before you have to go back into work, man. Overnight shifts that are long like that are really rough on the body. If you're not built for overnight, like your body doesn't naturally like it, that's really rough on you, man. So I hope you get good sleep. It takes a unique person to be built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Sounds good, man. You take care, homie. Okay, so I feel like we're gonna have to enter in a bunch of different things here with this if level tick. Do I have, like, that over here? Oh, that's right, the scale input's gonna have to have all that code in it. Okay, we're working our way there. We're gonna fix this GUI thing, and then we're gonna take our break. As long as we get that fixed right now, that'll be my good base to stop at. We got a good amount of coding done. But it hit me like a Mack truck here. Luckily there wasn't much, like, really intense thinking here. Or there wasn't any really thinking to be done at all, which was nice. I didn't have to think, which made it so that I could get a little bit more work done than I before last break. So, yay. Okay, take that, enter that in as true. I think that should work now. No, it shouldn't do that. I feel like we'll probably be able to clean that up more, to be honest with you, but for right now... this will be a good place to start. Okay. Why did that happen when I hit escape? Interesting. I'll have to fix that. It's fine. It's fine, Baker. You'll fix it. You'll fix it, don't worry. You'll fix it. Baker, is your brain frying? Let's just not talk about where I'm at right now, okay? Can we please just not talk about where I'm at? Okay, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. Let's go ahead and exit. Okay, so we're just going to do 100 in each one of these. We don't really need to do the rest of this. We already have our idea of what we're doing. So let's go ahead and implement. This is going to make this code really easy. It's going to make this code easier. We just keep this the same. I think we just keep it the same. It's just the enter we gotta do. Right here. This thing. Essentially this code here. And then we change the values around appropriately. Okay, one moment. Okay. Let's see here. So then we say... Unless we just throw in else's just to clean things up, I guess. Let's say level tick. Soul tick. This thing is this here. That is okay. Soul tick. And destroy. That's all we gotta do. That is all we gotta do. This is why I take a while on my systems, is I try to make their mass implementation as simple as possible. So, sometimes my systems take longer than they should, but it's due to... Let me get rid of that object there. I do not need all those variables there. We do not need that situation there. Oh, man. That just became really confusing for me. Why are you still there? Why are you still there? I'm so ready to fight you. Oh boy. Oh boy. What was this? Actually, these are the wrong variable. It's level tech, that is correct. But this one. What was this one? Did we make it? Did we not make this one yet? We're just gonna throw this back in here. I don't know if we... Oh, it is level. Okay. Okay. Like I said, all those variables just kind of screwed me up. They screwed me up there. Okay. Okay. I feel like that's just going to be the easiest way to do it. This isn't going to affect how many mobs are on screen, so making an array for this isn't actually necessary at all. Because this would be an array, and then I would have it feed in the center. So it would have less things to have to read through. It'd just be like center and run, this way. But it's completely unnecessary here. Because I don't know if in here, if I can create an array from different values from different objects. I don't think that's possible. Unless they were globals. I actually don't think that is possible. So I guess like a switch would probably be the only other way to do this. Which I don't find necessary. Plus I don't have a realistic default. Okay, so let's set these values to things just so I can mess around with them. Right. Okay. Did I edit these things? Oh, this is the next thing I need to edit with this. Hold on. I need to edit how this approaches each one of these. Because some of them have to be as and minus and like all of that. Okay, so level counter obviously would be a subtraction. Level tick. That'll be a subtraction. And this was a percentage that we wanted to do. Well, it was a percentage remove, but outside of that it was, yeah, divided by 100. Because it was 100 points per one we wanted. I think this one we have to wait until we set up the time source to completely understand. For right now, what we can do, I guess, because we're gonna need this. This is just for testing purposes, and we can kind of set that differently. I guess this is something we're going to have to adjust in the step values too, is if the ones that are designated with caps, if they go above the cap. That's something else we're going to have to do.